Chapter 11. What time is it when an Imperial walker steps on your chrono? Time to get a new chrono. Jason Solo, age 14. The stain ran across Jaina's jaw and neck down to her shoulder, a line of crimson ovals where she had been splattered by her brother's blood. She had tried to wash it off with soap and water, with surgical sanitizer, even with the Enzo bleach Hapen orderlies used to keep the loyal dragon's infirmary spotless. Now she was using Arelafanian sarcistone, literally trying to scour the spots away. But she might as well have been trying to rub off a blaster scar. Her efforts only seemed to make the stain brighter and redder. A soft hiss sounded behind Jaina, and in the mirror above her sink, she saw the privacy partition at the front of her convalescence bay sliding aside. Before she could put the sarcistone down, her mother was coming through the opening, her thin brows arching in surprise. "What are you doing up?" Leia demanded. Her mouth was frowning with reproach, but her brown eyes were sparkling with relief. "You should be in a healing trance." "I have been." Jaina set the sarcistone on the sink and began to rinse the grit off her hands. "For a week now, I think." "Yeah, well, you need another one, and maybe a whole lot more," her father said, following Leia into the cramped bay. "Luke didn't look this bad after the Wampa tried to eat him." "Gee, thanks, Dad." Jaina shifted her gaze to her father's reflection and didn't think he looked much better. The lines in his brow had grown so deep that his face had gone from ruggedly handsome to haggard. The bags beneath his eyes were so big they belonged on a Yuuzhan Vong warrior, not Han Solo. "That's just what a woman standing in front of a mirror wants to hear." "I'm your father." He slid the partition closed behind him. "It's my job to be honest." "Okay, but do you have to be so good at it?" Jaina smiled at his reflection, then wet a cloth and began to wipe the sarskrit off her neck. She couldn't remember much about her extraction, or the last half of the fight, because that big ugly split above her right eye had come with a nasty concussion. She had hazy memories of a long, aching run on legs so filled with shrapnel they rattled, of always being short of breath because it was impossible to fully expand her lungs with 4 broken ribs. The next thing she remembered was stumbling into the hangar with a company of stormtroopers on her tail. Then Jag, Zek, her mother, and about half a dozen other Jedi. Okay, Jag wasn't a Jedi, but he had fought like one, coming out of nowhere to drive them off. And she recalled her uncle warning the others about her injuries as they rushed to help her, how he had seemed to know every blow she had taken without having to even glance in her direction. But the thing she remembered most was the fear in her father's face as they loaded her aboard his blast boat, how his head had somehow seemed to turn around 180 degrees to look over the back of his seat, how the color had drained from his face at the sight of the blood oozing from her red-soaked robes. "Sweetheart, you can't wash them off," Leia said. She had come to the sink without Jaina realizing it, and now she was standing at her side, reaching for the cloth. "They're burns." "No." Jaina studied the little ovals in the mirror again. She could see why her mother might mistake them for spatter burns. They were certainly bright enough, and the edges were distinct. But her mother hadn't been there. She hadn't seen how those spots were made. "It'll come off. It's a blood stain. His blood." Jaina felt the bottom sink out of the force, and her mother pulled the cloth away. "Jaina, they'll fade as soon as we can get you into a Bacta tank," Leia said, turning her back toward her bed. "And if they don't, we'll have the skin repaired." "Mom, I'm not in battle shock," Jaina insisted. "It's blood. I got splattered when I cut off Kaitis's arm." "Okay, take it easy. We believe you." Han came around the bed, then took her arm and started her back toward it. but it's not coming off. I'll ask Luke if he's got any special Sith blood solvent.
Sith blood solvent?
Jaina allowed him to sit her on the bed.
Dad, please. I'm not inventing this. I remember getting splashed.
Really? This from her mother, whose doubtful tone suggested she was at least going to treat Jaina like a not-too-brain-addled adult. It's interesting how you remember that, but not much else about the fight. Jaina frowned.
You think he brain-rubbed me?
Leia shook her head, then pointed at the wound on Jaina's throbbing brow. I think that brain-rubbed you. It scrambled your memories, and you may not be remembering things exactly the way they happened.
Like what?
Jaina asked. Leia didn't even need to think before she answered. Well, do you remember what happened with Jag and Zek? Han bit his lip to keep from smiling, which only made Jaina frown harder.
They helped with the extraction, Jaina said. They both fought very well. I remember that.
We're talking about later, her father said, as they were loading you into the blast boat. Jaina paused, trying to grab hold of a hazy image floating at the edges of her memory. One of Zek's big, snowy smile, and Jag's durasteel eyes doing something they hardly ever did, widening in surprise.
I thanked them?
I guess you could call it that, her father said. He pulled a chair out from the wall beside her bed and dropped into it, smirking. You asked them to bunk with you.
Bunk with me? Jaina asked. Both of them?
Well, what you really proposed was taking quarters together, Leia corrected. All three of you. Jaina caught the twinkle in their eyes and realized what they were trying to do.
Very funny, guys, but I'm serious.
She tapped her throat.
These aren't burns.
You think we're making this up? Her father asked.
Of course, Jaina said. You're running a classic Zeltron shift. Embarrass the spoil sport.
We could be, except we're not, her mother said, chuckling. C-3PO filed the whole conversation in his memory. Do you want to hear it? He's right outside.
That won't be necessary,
Jaina said. Her parents were both great bluffers, which meant they never tried to pull one when calling it would be easy. She swung around and leaned against the headboard, then asked,
So, did they say yes?
Her father's brow shot up. Then he shook his head and ran a hand down his chin. You're not ready for that, he said. You don't have the patience. Jaina laughed and ran a finger over the spots on her neck.
If these are burns, how come they're not sore? And why isn't my skin dry?
Her father closed his eyes in exasperation, but her mother said, You have been in a healing trance, Jaina.
Which means they would be healed by now, Jaina replied, if they were burns.
Her father opened his eyes, then reached up and took her hand. Look, it was a tough fight, he said, and Luke's pretty sure you're remembering right about the arm. It's natural to feel a little guilty.
I don't feel guilty, Jaina objected.
She felt her mother's gaze on her, then realized she wasn't being entirely honest.
Not much, anyway. Not enough to make me imagine things.
Okay, we'll ask Silgal to take a look, Leia said. There could be another explanation.
There is.
Jaina could tell that her mother didn't believe another explanation was needed, but her reply was utterly reasonable, the kind designed to cut an unnecessary argument short.
The Force might be trying to tell me something.
Her father fidgeted and began to look more uncomfortable than ever. Her mother nodded as though she believed that were a possibility, then sat on the foot of her bed. Okay, Leia said. Any ideas what that would be?
Maybe.
Jaina didn't know how her parents were going to take this next part, because she wasn't sure how she felt about it herself, whether she was just looking for an easy way out of a dirty job she had left undone, or whether she had given up on her brother too soon when she decided to kill him.
I can't be sure that I'm remembering this right, but I wasn't the only one who was confused at the end of the fight. After I cut off his arm, Kaitis seemed surprised that it was me.
What? Han asked. He didn't think a girl could do it?
That's not what I mean, Jaina said. He didn't seem to realize he had been fighting me until after we stopped. And when he did, he stopped attacking.
Well, he was missing an arm, Leia pointed out.
But there were a couple of stormtroopers trying to blast me, Jaina explained. He ordered them to redirect their fire.
Her parents looked at each other for a moment. Then Leia asked, "And you think that has something to do with those marks on your neck?"
I think it might.
Jaina took a breath, then said,
What if we're wrong? What if Jason is still in there somewhere?
Her father's face grew hard. He isn't.
But he let me go.
That's not the way it looked when you entered the hangar with all those stormtroopers behind you, her mother said. As for what happened after you cut off his arm, he was probably in shock. You said yourself that he seemed as confused as you were.
That's true,
Jaina agreed.
And my memory isn't clear. But these stains
could mean anything, even if they are stains, her father interrupted. And if Kaitis did let you go, it's not because he felt bad about getting into a fight with his sister.
Your father's right,
Leia said.
You're about the only one in the family he hasn't been trying to kill. It would be a mistake to assume that's anything more than an accident of circumstance.
Jaina knew they were right, of course. Even if Kaitis had hesitated, it didn't excuse what he had done in the past, and it didn't mean he would hesitate again. But he had directed fire away from her. A part of Jaina wanted to believe that meant there was some hope of redeeming Jason. The other part remembered that Kaitis had been grievously wounded at the time, and he had thought he was seeing Luke somewhere else. That had made no sense to her at the time. It still didn't. But what made more sense? That a Sith Lord had suddenly turned soft, or that he had been making a tactical choice based on a shock-induced hallucination?
Okay, Jaina said, nodding. Let's just figure out what these marks are, because they're not burns.
Her mother nodded. We'll have Silgal take a look as soon as we get back to Shedu Mad. Jaina frowned.
We're going back?
She asked.
But Kaitis is on Nickel 1.
Surrounded by 3 fleets of his own, and about 6 from the Confederation and our coalition, her father explained. The Corellians and Bothans have jumped into the action, and the Roach system is turning into a firestorm.
Luke thinks our fight is going to move away from the Roach system,
Leia said.
And you need some time to heal.
Before Jaina could ask exactly where Luke thought the fight was going to move, the privacy partition slid open, and C-3PO's golden form appeared in the opening.
Excuse me for interrupting,
the droid said.
Mandalore Fett is requesting a few words with Jaina.
Fett? Han was instantly on his feet. No way. Tell him she's... I won't stay long, Fett said, pushing past C-3PO. He was wearing his new green Beskar Gam, with no helmet, a concession, no doubt, to the stubborn efficiency of Hapan security forces, who tended to frown on masked strangers wandering around their battle dragons. His dead brown eyes did not betray the anger Jaina sensed in him through the Force. I just need a quick post-action briefing. Sorry, her father said, stepping forward. Jaina knew that it was not the first time Han Solo had seen Boba Fett without a helmet on, but her father's gaze still seemed riveted to Fett's swarthy, square face. "She's in no condition—"
"Dad," Jaina interrupted. "It's okay. He deserves to hear what happened. What I can remember of it, anyway."
Her father looked at her and scowled, then turned back to Fett and scowled more. "Keep it short. She's been through a lot." Fett nodded. "Haven't we all?" For a moment, the two men stood looking at each other. Fett waiting for Jaina's parents to leave, her father letting him know that wasn't going to happen. Outside the bay, Jaina glimpsed another Mandalorian in full armor standing behind C-3PO. She couldn't see him well enough to identify, but judging by his size and the way he was keeping an eye on Fett's back, she guessed it was Fett's de facto second-in-command, Bevine. It was Leia who finally broke the standoff.
"We're not going anywhere, Mandalore."
Unlike Han, she was careful to address Fett by his title.
"If you've got something to ask, go ahead. Otherwise, Han is right. Jaina needs to rest."
Fett's gaze shifted to Leia, a Narglatch sizing up a mother Shenbet. He gave a barely perceptible nod, then turned to Jaina.
"I know Myrta and her team connected with you at the flak blaster emplacement," he said. "What I don't know is how they did."
Jaina closed her eyes. Those memories, the memories of what had happened to Myrta and the first couple of Mandalorians, were all too clear.
"They only got a handful of moths. Maybe half a dozen," she said. "I don't know which ones, because the moths weren't my target. And the last part of the battle is still pretty hazy for me."
"How hazy?" Fett demanded. Jaina opened her eyes and saw him studying the wound on her forehead, no doubt hoping that she had missed the part of the battle where his commandos finished off the rest of the moths and escaped.
"Not that hazy."
She concentrated for a moment, trying to recall what she had seen in those last few minutes of fighting.
"Your team had trouble getting through the bodyguards. Then Kaitis arrived. And he rescued the rest of the moths,"
Jaina said.
"I don't think you should have sent in the team after their trocods got hit. All you did was strengthen Kaitis's hand."
Fett's eyes flashed with irritation.
"Kaitis wasn't supposed to have a hand," he said. "You were supposed to take him out."
Jaina resisted the urge to tell him that it was Myrta who had spoiled the plan. There was no point in adding to the pain he was already feeling, and it might even be dangerous. Her father, unfortunately, lacked Jaina's self-restraint. "You can't blame Jaina for that," he said. "The way I heard it, she would have had him if Mandalorians could follow orders." Fett's eyes flashed.
"Mandalorians don't follow Jedi orders," he said, speaking through clenched teeth. "We know how they treated the clones." "Probably because they had a sense of who the clones were really serving," Leia countered. "Blind obedience deserves even less respect than mercenary—" "I think we've all said enough about that," Jaina interrupted. She shot a warning glance first at her parents, then at Fett. "Unless you three are trying to start another war." All three fell silent and stared at one another. "I'll take that as a no," Jaina said. "Myrta chose her moment without knowing where Kaitis was. I remember that pretty clearly. But I doubt we were ever going to know where he was. Kaitis was one step ahead of us all the way."
Fett tore his gaze away from Leia and turned to Jaina.
"Thanks," he said. "What about Myrta?"
Jaina's stomach grew hollow, and she was suddenly unsure whether he was asking how she died or whether she had survived. Unfortunately, The answer was the same either way.
She was the first to go,
Jaina said. She saw the blood drain from Fett's face, but there was no hint of surprise. He might not have heard about Myrta's fate, but he had known.
I'm sorry, Boba.
Fett dipped his head absent-mindedly, then asked,
You're sure?
Jaina nodded.
It happened a long time before this.
She gestured at the split above her eye.
So I've got a pretty clear memory of it. Kaitis threw her into a high corner, and she came down on her head.
Not what I meant, Jedi,
Fett said.
You're sure she was dead? Not moving?
I don't... Let me think.
Jaina closed her eyes, trying to recall if there had been time to stretch her force awareness toward Myrta, if there had even been time to glance in that direction. She saw nothing. She had no memories of Myrta after that at all.
I don't remember. I don't even know if there was time to look.
So you don't know that she's dead, do you?
Fett asked. There was as much hope as blame in his voice.
For all you know, she could be alive. You left without checking.
Jaina considered the accusation, recalling how frenzied the battle had been, and began to feel very guilty.
I probably did,
she admitted.
But I don't want to give you false hope. It was a long fall, and I know Myrta. If she'd been able to move, she would have been fighting.
Of course. She's a Mandalorian.
What Fett left unsaid, but Jaina knew he was thinking, was that Mandalorians didn't abandon fallen comrades, wounded or dead.
But she wouldn't have been moving if she was just...
Myrta wasn't our concern. The pronouncement came from the entrance to the convalescence bay, where Luke had just arrived in his customary dark robe. He stepped inside and went to stand face to face with Fett. You have no right to come here and blame Jaina for anything. You inserted yourselves into our mission, thinking we would serve as your shields.
And you made sure we paid the price.
There was more pain in Fett's voice than Jaina would have thought him capable of showing. She suddenly understood why he had really come here, and it had less to do with discovering the truth than with finding someone to blame for it. He flicked a thumb in her direction, then continued,
She might have got him if you had stuck to your plan, Jedi.
Or if you had offered to work with us instead of trying to use us, Luke replied calmly. And the first option, by the way, is still open.
Not for us,
Fett shot back. He turned to Jaina.
Thanks for the briefing, Jedi.
Fett spoke in a tone that suggested he really meant thanks for nothing, and Jaina decided that not only could she not abide serving as his scapegoat any longer, but it might be dangerous to do so. As he turned to go, she stretched a hand toward him.
Wait.
Fett stopped and turned his head toward her without pivoting his body.
You remember something else, Jedi?
As a matter of fact, I do,
Jaina said.
I don't know what happened to Myrta, and I'm sorry for that. But you're the one who chose to go after the Moffs under Kaitis's nose.
Mandalore has a treaty to honor,
Fett said simply.
I had to do something.
There were a lot of things you could have done,
Jaina retorted.
But you wanted Kaitis to know you were behind all this. And now you've dragged Mandalore into the middle of the war in a big way. And for what? Your personal vendetta.
Fett's eyes narrowed.
You sure this is any of your business?
You made it my business when you sent Myrta to Nickel 1,
Jaina said.
She wasn't there because of what I wanted. Did you really think that baiting Kitus wouldn't cost you? That he wouldn't tear off a piece of you? And that he's not going to keep tearing off pieces?
I thought I had trained someone to take him down,
Fett retorted.
And I will, Jaina said. But this is war, not an assassination. And in a war, everybody takes casualties.
Fett studied her for a moment, the anger in his eyes slowly turning to enigma. When she did not continue, he finally asked,
"You done, Jedi?"
Jaina nodded.
Pretty much.
She did not bother wondering whether she had gotten through to him. Boba Fett had always been a creature of bitterness and revenge, and she supposed he was too old to change now.
Shoot straight and run fast, Boba.
Fett actually smiled.
"Thanks for the advice, Jedi,"
he said.
"Die proud."
He stepped around Luke and left the convalescence bay, leaving both of Jaina's parents scowling after his back.
Don't blast him, guys, she said, chuckling. That's Mondo for good luck.
Her father's frown only deepened.
"Weird language," he said, looking back toward her. "You don't really expect him to take any of that advice, do you?"
"I'm afraid it wouldn't matter if he did," Luke said. "What's left of the Fifth Fleet is already on its way to bombard Mandalore." Han whistled.
"That's going to be a mess."
"A big mess," Luke agreed. "But it's going to keep the Mandalorian Bessulik tied up defending their home planet, when they could be out here, tipping the balance of power back out of Kitus's favor." Leia cocked a brow.
"Back out of his favor?" she asked. "Does that mean you've seen something decisive?"
Luke nodded. "Indeed I have." He smiled and produced a piece of flimsoplast from inside his robe. "According to Hapan intelligence, Buatu is on his way to take over operations in the Roach system." Jaina did not like the implications of that. As Kitus's most competent and trusted admiral, Buatu was usually placed in charge of war theaters where her brother wasn't.
"So Kitus is going back to Coruscant?" she asked.
Jaina did not like that possibility at all. Without Shevu, it would be nearly impossible to pinpoint an opportunity when they stood a reasonable chance of actually getting to Kitus.
"That's going to complicate things."
"Actually, it won't," Luke said. "I don't think Kitus will be returning to Coruscant." Han cocked his brow.
"You think it's a trick?"
"Not the way you're thinking," Luke said. "But I have a feeling that finding Kitus won't be a problem." Leia's eyes narrowed.
"You've seen something, haven't you?"
She pointed at the intelligence report in his hand.
"And I'm not talking about something on a piece of flimsoplast."
"No, it's not an intelligence report." Luke stepped to Jaina's bed, his eyes fixed on the crimson stains running across her throat. "It's a lot more certain than that." Chapter 12. What does an Imperial Star Destroyer wear to a formal occasion?
"A bow tie."
Jason Solo, age 14. In a galaxy whirling madly out of control, where the war erupted in another system every day, and whole cities could be blasted away by simple fiat of the GA Chief of State, nobody much cared when a young human walked into the seedy cantina of the Nova Station refueling depot and took a seat at the bar. The other patrons, a motley assortment of humans and non-humans, simply looked over long enough to see that he appeared harmless. The red-skinned Twi'lek bartender paid him even less attention. He just glanced up from the news flimsy he had been reading, then turned his attention back to his reading. So Ben did not understand why he had that prickly feeling all over, the feeling that almost always meant he was being watched. Before beginning his journey back to the secret Jedi base on Shedu Mad, he had taken all the proper precautions to ensure that he wasn't being followed. He had force-zapped the locator chip under his shoulder blade even before leaving the GAG prison, then traveled around Coruscant changing transportation at random and altering his appearance multiple times. He had even taken Tahiri's lightsaber apart and inspected it for tracking devices, then slipped into a hospital and used the Force to convince a friendly technician to run him through an electromagnetic pulsar to disable any bugs he hadn't found. And still he kept having these prickly feelings, as though someone had actually followed him to Nova Station, and might be capable of following him all the way back to the secret Jedi base on Shedu Mad. When Ben did not take the hint and leave, the bartender reluctantly tore himself away from the news flimsy and came over. He tossed a plastoid coaster on the grimy counter. It stuck where it landed, then curled a lip, showing the sharp yellow teeth on one side of his mouth. "What will it be, my friend?" he asked.
"A sapphire fog blaster. Spun, not mixed," Ben said, naming the drink his instructions had specified to order. "And a menu. I'm starved."
"The menu is there."
The Twi'lek pointed at a display above the dispenser island behind the bar. The sole entry read, "Neelob Stew, 10 credits.
"A spun fog blaster is 8 credits.
"Okay," Ben said.
"What's Neelob Stew?"
"You don't want to know, especially if you're going to eat it. Me, I'd rather stay hungry."
The Twi'lek remained in front of Ben, studying him with open suspicion.
"You even have the credits for the fog blaster?"
Ben started to object to the rudeness, then realized it was probably a fair question. He had worn his stolen GAG armor only long enough to intimidate a spaceport cargo manager into quietly shipping Shevu's body to Shula on Vaklin as a service to the Guard. After that, he had begun a series of Force-influenced clothing trades that had inevitably resulted in a long chain of downgrades. At present, he was drowning in an oversized tunic and tabard combination that a portly Pedway chrono vendor had hesitantly exchanged for a shimmer silk cloak, which Ben had obtained an hour earlier from a spaceport juggler. The clothes had been barely presentable when they were acquired, and now they were rumpled, dirty, and foul-smelling.
"Sorry,"
Ben said, pulling a 20-credit chit out of his pocket.
"I must look like a stowaway."
"It makes no difference to me how you came."
The Twi'lek snatched the chit from Ben's hand.
"As long as you have credits."
He went to make the fog blaster. Ben had never tasted a fog blaster, or any other recreational intoxicant, and he wouldn't have known the difference between one that had been spun and one that had been mixed if his life depended on it. But he was almost tempted to see if it would dull the aching rawness of his emotions. He still felt sick about what Tahiri had done to Shevu, and his friend's death had reawakened other, even more painful feelings. He kept suffering flashes of the same grief and despair he had experienced after his mother had died, and sometimes it was so bad that he had to reach out to his father for support. Surprisingly, what Ben did not feel was rage. He didn't hate Tahiri for what she had done. He didn't even dislike her. The truth was, he mostly felt pity for her. He had been where she was, had done things that were nearly as terrible, because Jason had convinced him he was serving the galaxy. Now Ben really didn't want to punish Tahiri. He wanted to save her. The bartender returned, carrying an icy, long-stemmed glass the size of a soup bowl. He placed it on the coaster with both hands, as though he was afraid to spill, then stepped back and waited. When Ben did not immediately reach for the drink, he asked, "Something wrong?" Ben studied the drink warily. Inside the glass was a dark, bubbling concoction that steamed blue vapor into the air and smelled like something a Ronto would leave in the street.
"No. It looks fine, I guess." Ben said. Maybe I better have a glass of water, too. The Twi'lek's tailheads shivered, a sign that he had been insulted. Then he said, "Water costs extra." "Fine," Ben said. "Take it out of that chit I gave you." The Twi'lek eyed Ben just as warily as Ben was eyeing the fog blaster, then produced an empty pail from under the counter and sat it down next to the drink. "If you have a problem, my friend." He pointed at the pail. Thanks," Ben said, putting any thought of actually trying the fog blaster out of his mind. "Could you make that water a large?" The Twi'lek rolled his eyes and went to retrieve another glass. Ben took a straw from a holder on the counter and stuck it into the drink, then pretended to sip. His rescue instructions, relayed over a borrowed comlink by an anonymous Hapan intelligence operative on Coruscant, had been to proceed to the Big Boom Cantina in Nova Station, located in the Carida system. There he was to order a sapphire fog blaster, spun, not mixed, and wait for someone he recognized to approach him. It was all very mysterious, but then agent recovery operations usually were. Ben just wished he had been able to order something to eat. As he waited, Ben swiveled around to watch the all-Biff band on the stage. They were playing some sort of flighty, outdated rill music that his mom had loved but always made him wince, and now he found himself actually growing fond of it as he scanned the cantina's other customers. He still had that feeling of being watched. With any luck, the watcher would be his contact, scrutinizing him from one of the cantina's darker corners to make certain Ben hadn't been followed. Ben was still looking when the bartender returned. "Here's your water," he said, clunking the glass down. "Don't get any in the fog blaster. It'll explode." "Thanks." Ben turned to find a glass about a third the size of the fog blaster sitting on the bar in front of him, along with 4 credits, his change from the 20, he assumed. "How much was that water?" "It's good water," the Twi'lek replied, turning away without really answering the question. "Let me know if you want a refill." Ben scowled and was considering dumping it into the fog blaster when he sensed 2 beings approaching from behind. He turned on his stool and saw a pair of red-haired women whom he sort of recognized. They were obviously Hapan. He could tell that much by their striking beauty and the stylish Synthetex flight suits, one gold, one maroon, that they wore. The pair were obviously twins, with broad, full-lipped grins and high, sharp cheekbones. What made Ben's jaw drop, though, what made him stare, were their long, straight noses and thin, arcing eyebrows. Those he recognized perfectly, because they could have been on Tenel Ka's face. The first woman, gold suit, noticed him staring and smiled. The second, maroon suit, simply rolled her eyes, then took the stool next to Ben's and reached for the fog blaster. "Finally," Maroon said, taking a long pull on the straw. "You have no idea how long I've been looking forward to this." 8 days? Ben asked. That was how long ago he had received his instructions from the operative on Coruscant. He offered his hand. "Sorry to keep you—" 8 days? Are you kidding?" asked the other sister, the one in gold. She took a straw from the container and inserted it in the glass, then began to drink along with Maroon. "Try 8 hours, handsome." Okay," Ben said. He was pretty sure these were his contacts, because he sort of recognized them, and they certainly seemed to think he was the one they were looking for. He extended his hand to Gold. "I'm Ben—" "We know who you are," said Maroon. Like Gold, she looked to be about 10 years younger than Tenel Ka, though it was always difficult to tell with Hapan women. "I'm Trista. That's Taryn." Taryn batted her eyelashes at him. "We've come to take you home."
She took another long sip of the still bubbling fog blaster.
Isn't that just luminous?
Yeah, about that. Ben glanced around the cantina again and saw that most eyes, especially human male eyes, were openly staring in their direction.
I think we're being watched.
Trista rolled her eyes again.
Of course we are. If you're going to travel with us, you'd better get used to it.
That's not the kind of watching I mean, Trista, Ben said. As the son of the most famous Jedi in the galaxy, he was no stranger to public attention himself. I mean watched, as in being spied on.
Oh, that.
Taryn leaned in close to his ear, filling it with warm breath as she whispered.
That's just our security team. We're Tenel Ka's cousins.
Ben scowled, instantly growing suspicious. I didn't know she had cousins.
Nobody knows. That's what makes us so useful.
Trista flicked a finger toward Ben's water.
You going to drink that or not? They have nice water here.
Ben left the water untouched. He was not about to drink anything around these two until he was certain of their credentials. Princess Solder is an only child. This caused both sisters to break into giggles.
Please, said Taryn. Do you really believe Ta-Achum accepted a male heir willingly? Isolde is the only surviving legitimate son, but you can be sure that if one of his half-brothers had turned out to be a half-sister, she would have been the heir.
Ben had to admit they had a point, and they did look an awful lot like Tenel Ka. Taryn used her sister's distraction to finish the fog blaster, then put her arm through Ben's and rose.
Come on, handsome, she said, pulling him up. Let me show you our skiff.
Trista scowled at the empty glass, then rose and joined them, wrinkling her nose at Ben's tunic.
And let's get you into some fresh clothes. Where have you been riding? The garbage hold?
Ben raised his brow. How did you—
I never should have asked.
Trista started toward the exit, speaking over her shoulder.
Would it have been too much trouble to steal a fresh set of clothes before you came to the big boom?
Ben allowed them to lead him out of the cantina and down a long corridor lined by viewing ports. Outside the transparistile hung wispy curtains of crimson gas, the still cooling ejecta of the supernova that had flash-boiled the blood of billions of Caridans nearly 2 decades before Ben was born. Recalling that the explosion had been a deliberate act of reprisal directed at the home of the Imperial Military Academy, Ben found himself wondering whether any war ever accomplished anything, whether all of sentient history was just a long chain of one sentient-made cataclysm after another. Certainly he had known far more war than peace during his 14 years of life, and that was even more true for his cousins than it was for him. Ultimately, he thought, that was what had driven Jason mad. Not the lust for power, but the fear that nothing he did mattered. The sad conclusion that the only way to achieve total peace was through total control. By the time they entered the private hangar bay, where Taryn and Trista had docked their skiff, the prickling feeling was stronger than ever. Ben still had not seen any sign of the sisters' security team, but then if it was a good team and keeping a low profile, he wouldn't have. Still, he stopped just inside the door, eyeing the sleek blue lines of a Batag needle ship and reaching out in the Force, searching for the source of his uneasiness.
Don't be shy,
Taryn said, pulling him toward the little skiff.
There's plenty of room for 3. And it has a Santa steam,
Trista added. Give me a second, Ben said, stopping 3 paces from the hatch. The docking bay was a typical mini-hangar, a steel cavern with a small jungle of feed hoses hanging from the ceiling, and there weren't many places to hide, even if he had felt any living presences inside. Has your security team cleared this hangar?
Of course,
Trista said.
That's what security teams do.
Ben ignored her sarcasm.
And they're watching us now?
They'd better be,
Taryn said. But I promise no one will peek at your SaniSteam, if that's what you're so worried about.
Thanks. It hadn't even occurred to Ben that someone might peek. Can you ask them to stand down for a couple of seconds? Trista frowned.
Why?
Jedi stuff, Ben said. I need to check something out. Trista looked to Taryn, who simply shrugged.
The prince seems to trust him.
The prince? Ben asked. Isolde? Taryn shook her head in disbelief.
There's only one prince right now, Ben, she said, and he's the only one Her Majesty would trust to return you to the secret Jedi base.
All I need is to borrow a decent craft, Ben said, bristling at the idea that he needed to be returned anywhere. I can get there on my own.
Of course you can, Taryn said, but Her Majesty didn't know what condition you'd be in.
Oh, I guess that makes sense, Ben said, feeling a little foolish for being defensive. He turned to Trista. What about your security team? Trista sighed, then fished a comlink from a utility pocket and opened a channel.
Gentlemen, we need you to turn your backs for a minute.
No acknowledgement came, and Ben continued to feel as though they were being watched. Both sisters frowned, and Taryn asked,
Bad signal?
Bad something, Trista answered. Into the comlink she said,
Acknowledge.
A moment later, a static, scrambled voice said, Sorry, in a zone. Taryn and Trista exchanged puzzled glances. Then Taryn said,
That explains it. Sort of.
Trista nodded.
We'll be careful,
she said, reaching into a utility pocket.
Let's get our package inside.
She pulled a remote out and pointed it at the skiff. Ben did not sense any danger, but he signaled her to wait and reached for the lightsaber he had taken from Tahiri. Let me check it out first, he said. The sisters looked at each other, then snorted in amusement.
You check out that skiff, and we'll deliver you to the prince on a stretcher, Trista said.
She depressed one of the remote's controls, and blue forks of current began to dance over the hull.
If anyone had touched the blue slipper, they'd be lying on the deck beside it. It's the latest in anti-theft systems, Taryn added. Not even on the market yet. It makes those time-consuming entanglements with local law enforcement so not necessary.
Ben flushed, feeling a little foolish for trying to play the gallant. Hapan women knew how to take care of themselves, and they were accustomed to being the ones in charge, and that would be even more true for intelligence operatives. He shrugged and followed them toward the blue slipper. Even if there was a problem with the security team, the skiff itself seemed safe enough. The interior was tidy, spotless, and elegantly snug. It had gray leather lounge seating arranged around a level float table that could be height-adjusted for any occasion or stowed out of the way on the ceiling. To the aft was a sleeping cabin with a deluxe refresher unit. But it was what lay forward that interested Ben the most. A small galley with an Agamood processing unit and over 1,000 items on the menu. Trista saw him eyeing the galley.
After your SaniSteam,
she said, shooing him toward the refresher compartment.
You'll find fresh undergarments and a clean robe in the sleeping cabin. Compliments of Her Majesty herself, Taryn added, smiling. She seems quite fond of you.
The feeling is mutual, Ben assured her. I've admired Her Majesty, pretty much my whole life.
She'll be happy to hear that in our report, Trista said. It will be a while before we depart. I want to do a complete sweep and systems check before launch.
Taryn cringed.
Looks like I'll be needing the SaniSteam next.
She followed Ben aft and pulled a pair of grease-stained utilities from the sleeping cabin closet, then started forward to change in the lounge area.
No peeking, Ben.
I wouldn't think of it. Ben was starting to see her flirtatious humor for what it was, a way to put others both at ease and a bit off guard. Clearly, the sisters were the best kind of intelligence operatives, the kind that nobody would suspect. He reached for the door, then added, "On my own, anyway. Thanks for the idea." Taryn's jaw dropped. Ben smiled and closed the door, then undressed and stepped into the Sanisteam. As he washed, he kept Tahiri's lightsaber at hand and his force senses vigilant, alert for any presences in the hangar that might explain his uneasy feelings, or the communication problems with the security team. The only beings he detected were Trista and Taryn, busy doing their checks and inspections, and a few droids. Ben was better at detecting droids than most Jedi, but his awareness of them was never very distinct. In this case, he just sensed concentrations of electrical energy that seemed to be moving around on their own. Droids, in other words. But there was nothing unusual about their presence inside a space hangar. What worried Ben far more was the likelihood that Tahiri had learned how to hide her presence in the Force. If she had, she might have caught up to him on Coruscant and been tracking him ever since, and that would explain why it was so hard to pinpoint the source of his uneasiness. But that would also mean it had been a mistake to spare Tahiri's life, and Ben did not want to believe that. Preemptive killing was a GAG practice, the way of the dark side. Ben had no intention of backsliding toward either one. Ben sighed and eyed the lightsaber. Unfortunately, doing the right thing was no guarantee that your actions weren't going to haunt you later. Sparing a foe's life did not mean that she was going to become your friend. Likely as not, it just meant she would be back later, trying another attack. Nobody ever said the light side was easy. It definitely required a lot of patience. By the time Ben had finished his Sanisteam, Trista was warming the engines for departure. He wrapped a towel around his waist and slipped out of the refresher compartment, then noticed that the door to the main cabin was slightly ajar.
"Sorry," Taryn called. "I don't know how that was left open."
"Must have been a stowaway," Ben answered with a sly smile. He knew she hadn't actually peeked. He would have sensed that in the Force. But he liked the way she talked to him. She treated him like an adult instead of a boy. He could imagine her joking the same way with Zek, but definitely not Jag. Jag was too full of himself for joking around. Ben honestly couldn't understand how Jaina could stand his "I'm a big ace pilot" routine. Maybe it was just because Jag was the first eligible man Jaina had met who was nearly the pilot her father was. As Ben slipped into the clothes Taryn had left out for him, the mouth-watering aroma of Nerf steak and Yobas began to fill his nose. He quickly pulled on his boots and stepped into the lounge to find a meal steaming on the table.
"I took a guess,"
Taryn said, placing a glass of golden Goff milk next to the plate.
"I hope you don't mind."
"Mind?" Ben dropped into a seat. "I think I'm in love."
"Silly man. Royal cousins don't do love."
Taryn chuckled. She motioned at the fork and knife.
"I'm afraid you'll have to eat fast. It won't take us long to reach the Princess Starcutter."
Trista announced their departure over the intercom. Then the skiff slipped from its moorings with a small downward jolt. It was the slightest of bumps, barely perceptible, but it caused Taryn to raise her brow and look toward the flight deck.
"And she won't let me do the flying."
She leaned closer to Ben and asked,
"Why does being born 5 minutes earlier make her the senior team member?"
"I heard that," Trista said over the intercom.
"Heard what?"
Taryn asked innocently.
"We were talking about the Cherubin Glatch races."
She gave Ben a conspiratorial wink.
"Isn't that right, Jedi Skywalker?"
Ben didn't answer. The prickle that said he was being watched had returned, and this time it was stronger than ever. He reached out in the force, and, to his relief, did not sense nothing. There was a concentration of electrical energy on the upper hull of the skiff, a concentration that was slowly moving back toward the tail fins, where it would be able to take cover from an unexpected visual inspection. Ben returned his unused fork and knife to the table. "There's no reason an auxiliary droid should be crawling around on your outer hull, is there?"
"There's a droid on the hull?"
Trista's voice was sharp enough that Ben would have heard her even without the intercom.
"What kind?" "The kind that shouldn't be there," Terran replied. "Hit the hull scrubber."
A soft warning chime sounded. Then the lights dimmed, and the ambient whirring of the ventilation fans slowed to a near stop. An instant later, a melodic crackling sang through the hull as the Blue Slipper's anti-theft system was activated. Ben concentrated on the droid's presence, and sensed no difference.
"Didn't work,"
he reported. "It's probably pulse-shielded."
"Pulse-shielded?"
Trista echoed over the intercom.
"What is it, a battle droid?"
"Yeah, probably." Ben rose and turned to Terran. "Where's your EV locker?" Terran raised thin brows.
"No way you're going out there, Ben. Our orders are to deliver you to the Prince safe and sound."
A loud clanging echoed from the stern as the droid went to work on the hull with a tool or weapon. Ben could not tell which. He looked toward the noise, then said, "Well, someone has to go out there, and since I'm the only one who can force-stick himself to the exterior of a hull, it should probably be me." Trista's voice came over the intercom.
"He may have a point, Terran. The droid just sent a message back to Nova Station, and something in the docking bays just made an S-thread transmission."
No one bothered to state the obvious. The droid's message had been relayed to something waiting outside the Carida Nebula.
"Fine."
Terran led the way forward and opened a hidden locker that served as a combination emergency equipment closet and airlock.
"Just don't get yourself killed. Her Majesty would hold it against us."
Ben smiled. "I'll do my best," he said. "Keep me posted on our tactical situation."
"Any idea who we're expecting?"
Trista asked. "No, but it was calling someone," Ben said, climbing into one of the EV suits. He was glad to see that the suit was one of the best available, with self-adjusting body gloves and a tough Electrotex shell that not even a blaster bolt could penetrate. He glanced toward the clanging again. "And it seems pretty clear that the droid would rather have me dead than let me escape." Once Terran had removed the rest of the EV suits from the locker, Ben stepped inside and began to evacuate the air. By the time the procedure was finished, Trista was reporting over the helmet comm that the Prince's star cutter, the Beam Racer, had appeared on the tactical display and was dispatching its squadron of Mytils to support them. She also warned him to be careful leaving the airlock because the banging sounds had stopped. But Ben had known that much already. He could sense the droid lurking on the hull above the airlock, a ball of hot, quivering energy. Ben opened the hatch, but stayed inside, borrowed lightsaber in hand as blaster fire split the wispy red curtain of Nova gas. Less than a second later, the flurry of bolts died away, and a droid hand, a black, skeletal droid hand, shot down from the upper edge of the hatch and opened fire with a standard blaster pistol. Ben activated Tahiri's lightsaber and began to bat blaster bolts back out into space. But his mouth had suddenly gone dry, and he felt an irrational panic rising inside. He recognized that hand. Could never forget that particular hand. Inside those fingertips were a dozen different anguishes, electrodes, needles, tiny torches, acid pads, and so much more. It was all he could do to keep analyzing the droid's firing patterns, to just keep batting bolts aside and not lash out with his borrowed lightsaber, because he was terrified of that hand on a level far below thought, on a level so deep he associated the mere sight of it with suffering, the way a Ronto associates its driver's face with food. Trista's voice came over Ben's helmet speaker.
"Jedi Skywalker, are you always this much trouble?" she asked. "A Star Destroyer just came out of hyperspace between us and the beam racer."
An instant later, another voice came over Ben's helmet comm, this one thin and raspy, the voice of his nightmares in prison.
"Did you really think you could escape me, Ben?"
Double X? Ben didn't have to work very hard to sound scared.
"Who else, Ben?"
Double X continued to pour fire into the airlock. Ben dropped into a corner where the droid's firing pattern did not seem able to reach, deliberately landing with a heavy thud. Then he let Tahiri's lightsaber roll from his hand, still activated, and tumble through the open hatch out into space. The blaster fire stopped, and an instant later, the glossy black figure of a thin droid with a skull-like face and blazing blue photoreceptors came swinging through the hatchway. Ben was waiting with his hand already outstretched. "Hello, Double X," he said. With only comm waves to carry the sound, the droid had no idea where the words were coming from, and its head swiveled toward the opposite corner of the airlock. "Goodbye, Double X." Ben hit the droid with the hardest force shove he could manage. Double X let out a calm squawk of surprise, then flew out of the airlock backward. It instantly began to pour blaster fire back through the hatch, but only a moment passed before the difference between its momentum and that of the blue slipper made the angle impossible. Ben stuck his head around the edge of the hatch and was relieved to see a helix of bright dashes still pouring from the blaster pistol as the droid tumbled into the blood-colored gauze of the Carida Nebula. Then he noticed the matte black hull of the Anakin Solo sliding past in the distance, the cloaking cone and gravity generator dome leaving no doubt about its identity. To his surprise, the hulking Star Destroyer seemed to be turning away from them, pouring ion cannon fire toward a target he could not see. The squadron of Mytils that had been sent to escort the Blue Slipper were flittering around its exhaust ports, no doubt trying to land a lucky missile and disable the Solo before it captured its target. "Fearfeck!" Ben cursed. "Are they going after the beam racer?"
"I wouldn't say going after," answered Trista. "Their tractor beam already has a lock."
"So they're going to capture Princess Solder?" Ben gasped.
"They already have," Taryn replied. "There's only one escape now, and I truly hope he doesn't take it. Isolder has always been a good uncle to us."
As the Solo drifted out of sight behind the Slipper's tail, it finally dawned on Ben that they were turning away from the confrontation. "What are you doing?" Ben asked. He pulled the airlock's exterior hatch closed and sealed it. "Maybe I can help him." "You Jedi," Taryn said. "Always thinking you can do the impossible. No wonder you get in so much trouble." Ben scowled and started to cycle air back into the lock.
"But not a chance,"
Trista said.
"Her Majesty is going to be angry enough about losing your father."
Chapter 13. I heard two droids talking the other day. The first one asked, "Did you beat the Wookiee at Sabak?" And the second said, "Yes, but it cost me an arm and a leg." Jason Solo, age 14.
"Isn't medicine miraculous today?"
Kaitis asked. No one answered, of course. It was a rhetorical question.
"A being is more likely to die of a meteor strike than of old age or disease."
Little more than a standard week after losing his arm, Kaitis was actually pacing back and forth across the wardroom. With his good arm, he was waving a hypo filled with a special preparation of protocells and neural growth stimulants. His mind was alert, focused, and filled with an energizing optimism that he had not experienced since his days at the Jedi Academy on Yavin 4.
Today's 2-1B droids can replace a blaster-shattered kneecap with an alinium prosthetic more durable than the original.
Titus stopped next to the only occupied bed in the ward and gestured at the stump of his severed arm, which still showed the white fusing scar where the skin had been closed over the bone.
They could have reattached my natural arm, had I been willing to lie around in one of these for a couple of months.
Titus intentionally slammed his prosthetic kneecap into the bed frame, rocking it so hard that the occupant, a young, sinewy woman with curly brown hair and dark eyes, flinched. He smiled and held the hypo over the bed, easily within her reach, had she been able to move her arms.
Yes, today's medicine can even rebuild the nerves in a ruptured spinal cord. One little injection.
Titus looked at the needle, which was nearly as long as his finger, then continued,
Well, maybe not so little is all it takes to start the process.
The woman's dark eyes began to grow glassy, and she looked away.
Come now, Myrta,
Titus said.
This war will be over soon, and you'll be released with all of the Alliance's prisoners. There's no reason you need to be strapped into a hover chair when that happens.
So far, the woman had not said a word, not even to acknowledge her identity. But even if GAG's terrorist recognition technology had not identified her, Titus would have known her. She had her mother's mouth and her grandfather's cold, dead eyes, after all. More importantly, he could feel her hatred burning in the Force, and that was what identified her most clearly. Her obsession with avenging the death of Aelin Vel.
But we must start the process soon, before the damage grows irreversible,
Titus said.
How many Jedi accompanied your team?
Myrta continued to look away, but her face blanched, and a small, pained voice croaked, Go get borked.
Ah, she speaks. Progress at last.
Titus's smile was sincere. A response, any response, meant he had found a vulnerable spot in her armor. Then the wardroom door hissed open, and Myrta's face hardened as she recovered her composure and looked to see who had arrived. Titus spun on his heel, already summoning the force shock he would use to rebuke the fool who had ignored his order for privacy, then saw who it was and realized why he hadn't sensed her coming. After learning how to conceal herself in the Force, Tahiri had begun to employ the technique, like Titus himself, as a matter of course.
Ah, Tahiri, you're just in time.
Titus motioned her into the room, then turned back to the bed.
Myrta was about to tell us who cut off my arm.
Tahiri remained silent for a moment, then said,
I'd think you would know that, my lord. Appearances can be deceiving,
Titus said.
Isn't that so, Myrta?
Myrta only glared at him in silence.
We're back to that, are we?
Titus sighed and looked sadly at the hypo, then turned back around to Tahiri.
It seems our prisoner is determined to live the rest of her life strapped to a board. I assume you've come to report. You may proceed.
Tahiri frowned.
Here? There's no need to worry about betraying our secrets. He glanced over his shoulder.
"Does the prisoner look like an escape risk?"
Myrta's rage came boiling through the Force like a turbo laser strike, blasting Kaitis so fiercely it felt almost physical. He allowed himself a smirk, more to signal his intentions to Tahiri than to congratulate himself, of course, and began to plot how he was going to turn that rage to his own ends, to redirect it at someone who had been making a real nuisance of himself lately. Tahiri looked past Kaitis toward the bed, apparently debating whether her news should be relayed in front of even an incapacitated enemy, then finally said,
"I'm afraid I have a failure to report, my lord."
"Your plan to discover the location of the secret Jedi base has failed,"
Kaitis surmised. Actually, the broad outlines of the plan had been his, but the failure was obviously in the details, and those had been mapped out by Tahiri.
"Ben slipped free of your surveillance."
"Slipped isn't quite accurate,"
Tahiri said.
"He discovered our, agent trailing him, and took measures."
Kaitis frowned, though not because Tahiri had lost track of Ben. He had foreseen that possibility in his visions, and taken other measures. He just didn't like the idea of losing his secret security droid. As irritating as SDXX could be, lately it had seemed to him that the droid was the only one who truly understood him.
"What about the agent?"
he asked. Tahiri had been wise to avoid mentioning SDXX in front of Myrta. Kaitis had every intention of sending her back to Boba Fett in one fully functional piece, and he preferred to keep private the existence of his security droid.
"Is he still functional?"
"I don't know,"
Tahiri replied.
"We weren't able to recover him."
Kaitis fought to keep his anger from rising. He had already made the mistake of letting his emotions control him, and that blunder had cost him so much more than Fondor and the deserters that traitor Niathal had stolen. It had cost him his daughter's love. It had cost him Alana. When he felt certain of sounding merely annoyed rather than enraged, Kaitis asked,
"Why not?"
Tahiri's eyes began to sparkle.
"We were otherwise occupied, my lord," she said. "I saw another opportunity to learn the location of the secret Jedi base, and I seized it."
When Tahiri did not elaborate, Kaitis frowned and inquired,
"Do you really intend to make me ask?"
Tahiri smiled, and he knew that it was something big.
"I think so. Yes."
The joy she felt in her triumph was contagious. Kaitis actually found himself grinning.
"Very well,"
he said.
"Exactly what did you seize?"
"The beam racer," Tahiri reported, "and the prince was aboard."
Kaitis's brow shot up.
"You captured Isolde?"
Tahiri nodded.
"I did."
"And he revealed the location of the Jedi base?"
"Not yet," she said, "but before losing contact, our agent reported a conversation in which it was said that Tenel Ka wouldn't trust anyone else with the location of the Jedi base."
Tahiri's face grew clouded. Then she added,
"I thought you might want to perform the interrogation yourself. I killed the last subject I worked on."
Kaitis's heart went out to her. He remembered how he had felt when his first suspect died under interrogation, horrified and frustrated and ashamed all at once, but mostly afraid of what he was becoming. He would have laid a comforting hand on her shoulder
except the only one he had left was holding a hypo with a very long needle. Instead, he said,
"It's not your fault, Tahiri. The suspect holds his own life in his hands. If he won't cooperate, we can't be blamed for the consequences."
"I know," Tahiri said, "but I was angry."
"We all make mistakes,"
Kaitis interrupted, growing impatient with her self-examination. He had absolved her of guilt. What more did she require?
"Where's Isolde now?"
A flash of pain shot through Tahiri's eyes, but she quickly collected herself.
"The prince is secure in the Anakin Solo's brig, with the rest of the racer's crew," she said. "I offered to confine him in one of the VIP cabins, but he refused to guarantee his behavior."
"He's an honorable man,"
Kaitis said, nodding. He thought of how many times, going as far back as his student days on Yavin 4, he had imagined having Isolde as his father-in-law, and a pang of sorrow shot through his breast.
"I'm glad it won't be necessary to interrogate him. At least not harshly."
Tahiri frowned in confusion.
"He didn't strike me as the kind of man who'll be easy to break."
"He wouldn't be,"
Kaitis agreed.
"But I've already learned the location of the Jedi base."
Tahiri's mouth dropped, but she seemed too astonished to actually voice the question. Kaitis closed his eyes and turned in the direction of Hapen Space.
"In the transitory mists, on this side of the consortium, somewhere between Roku Depot and Terrafon, I would say."
He opened his eyes and turned to Tahiri.
"I'll grow more precise when we get closer."
Tahiri's brows shot up so high that the scars on her forehead laid at an angle. She looked like she wanted to ask a dozen different questions, but all she seemed able to manage was,
"How?"
Kaitis smiled.
"It's in my blood, Tahiri."
He left it at that. This was neither the time nor the place to explain how a Night Sister blood trail worked. The fighting around the Roach system was growing fiercer by the hour, but he could not leave, did not dare leave, until he understood what had happened to him in the tactical planning forum. He had been fighting Luke one moment, Jaina the next, and then they had both been there. Not just illusions of them, but presences real enough to bat blaster bolts back at the stormtroopers attacking them.
"Come here,"
Kaitis said, motioning Tahiri to Myrta's bedside.
"You're a woman. Perhaps you can find a way to make her discuss the Jedi on her strike team."
Tahiri obediently came to stand beside the bed, but Kaitis could see in the way she averted her eyes that she had lost her stomach for harsh interrogation. Of course, that only meant it was more important than ever to push her back into it, to remind her that a Sith never allowed personal feelings to interfere with the mission.
"The subject has no sensation below her shoulders, so our options are limited,"
Kaitis noted, adopting an impersonal tone that he hoped would make it easier for Tahiri to begin.
"And I suspect she wants to die anyway, so death threats won't work either."
"When do death threats ever work?"
Tahiri's gaze began to roam over Myrta's sheet-covered body, and Kaitis could see that his strategy was effective, that she was starting to focus on the problem instead of herself.
"But she's part Mandalorian, right?"
"Maybe even completely,"
Kaitis said.
"The way their culture works, what you say you are, is more important than what spills out of your veins. The file says she even married a Mandalorian recently. Why?
Mandalorians are way too proud, Tahiri said. Smug, even. It's the biggest weakness I've seen in everyone I've met.
Kaitis considered this for a moment, then asked, "You're thinking humiliation?"
Tahiri nodded. But we have to take it further. The subject's a decent-looking woman for her line of work, and that has to make her vain.
Kaitis glanced over Myrta's face, and knew by the rush of fear he felt in the Force that Tahiri had struck a chord. "So, disfigurement," he said. "I hate that."
"Who doesn't?" Tahiri asked. "But she's a member of Fett's family, right? Compared with the emotional stuff she must be carrying around already, a little humiliation is nothing. If we want to break her, we have to maim her so badly that people will pity her. Then, if she still doesn't give us what we want, we send her back to Mandalore."
That inspired Myrta to raise her head.
"Go ahead, you dung-sucking dark-side slut! See what happens!"
"So, disfigurement would be a problem for you?" Kaitis asked. He glanced over at Tahiri with a look of admiration. "It sounds like you've found your inner Yuuzhan Vong. Congratulations."
"Thanks."
Tahiri's pride was genuine, her attention now completely focused on the task at hand.
"Call me whatever you like, Myrta, but the choice is yours. We're only the instrument of your decision."
"Go drown in a cesspool," Myrta shot back. "I'm looking at a dead woman."
"Myrta, there's no reason to be angry with Tahiri." As Kaitis spoke, he began to put the power of the Force behind his words, using its energies to plant them deep in her mind. "She isn't the one who sent you on this mission." Myrta's gaze flashed over to Kaitis.
"I volunteered."
"Of course you did," Kaitis said in a reasonable tone. "You're Boba Fett's granddaughter. What else could you do?" He saw the shock of recognition in her eyes, and knew that she realized what he was trying to do. No matter. He had time and the Force on his side. With those two for allies, the only question was how long it would take to implant the conviction that her suffering was her grandfather's fault, that Fett had sent her on the mission knowing it would fail. And once Kaitis had done that, all he would have to do was stand back and let Mandalorian nature take its usual course. When no further foulness spilled from Myrta's mouth, Kaitis shrugged and turned to Tahiri. "The threat alone will never work on this subject," he said. "I'll have someone bring a mirror panel so she can see what we're doing to her." He stepped over to the wall and used a knuckle to depress the call button. When the door to the ward slid open an instant later, he was surprised to see that his black-clad GAG guard was accompanied by a white-uniformed medic with a remnant insignia on her collar. In her slender hands, the medic held a blood collection kit. Before his guard could explain the woman's presence, Kaitis turned to her directly. "Is there something you require here, Lieutenant?" The woman paled, but clicked her heels and inclined her head.
"Lord Kaitis, the Moffs request a sample of the prisoner's blood for their genetic databank."
"Later," Kaitis said. He was willing to accommodate the Moffs, but not in the middle of his interrogation. Not when he was just starting to make progress. You can wait outside until we're done, or leave your comlink identifier with one of the guards.
Yes, Lord Kaitis. The woman looked so relieved that Kaitis had to wonder if the rumors of his harsh treatment of Lieutenant Tebbot had already crossed navies. It was just another reminder of the costly mistakes he had made by letting his emotions get so out of hand. Thank you, Lord Kaitis. She began to back out of the chamber until Tahiri said, Wait. Kaitis glanced down his shoulder at her.
You have a good reason for countermanding my command.
If you don't mind, my lord, Tahiri said, I'd like to know the purpose of the sample. Does it have something to do with the Empire's Nana-Killer? Before answering, the lieutenant looked to Kaitis for permission.
Go ahead,
Kaitis said.
An order from my apprentice is an order from me.
Thank you, my lord, the lieutenant said. She turned to Tahiri. That's correct, ma'am. Since the prisoner is a granddaughter to Boba Fett, the Moffs thought it might be wise to develop a strain targeting him.
That is a good idea,
Kaitis said. Myrta's fear was a boiling cloud in the Force, and with good reason. A sample of her blood would accomplish in a needle prick what he had expected to spend days, perhaps even weeks, working on.
And how long will it take to develop that strain?
Their close family relationship will make it fairly easy, she reported. No more than 3 days. It might be as fast as 1, if we were allowed unlimited access to the prisoner.
Kaitis half-turned, looking back at Myrta's horrified face. I think we can arrange that, he said. Would you like me to hold her head so she doesn't try to bite you?
That would be very kind, Lord Kaitis. The lieutenant started forward, already removing the sterile cover from her collection kit. Thank you.
Wait! This time the countermand came from Myrta. I'll tell you who was on my team. Kaitis raised his hand to stop the lieutenant. I thought you might have a change of heart. He began to put the power of the Force behind his words again. How touching. You're actually trying to protect the man who sent you into this mess.
Myrta ignored his sarcasm. No samples. She pointed her chin at the hypo in his hand. And I get my injection. Agreed?
And you really believe that I'll keep my word?
Kaitis asked. The question wasn't an idle one. He was actually interested in how the rest of the galaxy perceived him.
Or do you have some proposal to guarantee that I do?
Not that I have any other choice, but I'll trust your promise, Myrta said. If you'd lie to a woman in this condition, you really are a supreme slimo. The insult made Kaitis' stomach clench in anger, but he recalled what had happened the last time he hadn't controlled his anger and nodded.
You keep your part of the bargain, and I'll keep mine, he said. Who was with you?
There was only one Jedi, Myrta said. Your sister, Jaina.
My sister?
Kaitis roared despite himself.
You expect me to believe that?
He waved the stump of his arm at her.
That Jaina did this?
I don't know who did that, but Jaina was the only Jedi I saw. Myrta seemed completely unimpressed by his anger. And don't look so surprised. She's been training with Mandalorians.
Then why didn't she share their disposal barge?
Kaitis demanded. He turned to the lieutenant.
Take your sample.
What? Myrta seemed genuinely shocked. You're a Jedi. Can't you tell I'm not lying?
I'm a Sith,
Kaitis corrected.
and I don't need the Force to know you're lying. There were 2 Jedi there. I fought them both.
Myrta did a good job of appearing completely confused, even in the Force. I don't know about that, but the only one who came with us was Jaina.
Then how did Luke get in?
Kaitis demanded. He whirled on the lieutenant.
What are you waiting for? I gave you an order.
Of course. The frightened lieutenant stepped to the foot of the bed, where the prisoner could not even attempt to bite her, and pulled the sheet off Myrta's feet. Sorry, my lord. Myrta watched in horror as the lieutenant raised a vein, then, just before the needle was inserted, said, Okay, Luke was with us. The lieutenant looked to Kaitis for instructions. Kaitis ignored her.
I know that. How did he get into the planning forum?
With us? Myrta's answer sounded more like a question than an answer, and Kaitis realized she was still lying to him. He could even sense it in the Force. We had control of the Nickel 1 security system, and help from the Verpine—
Yes, I know all that, too,
Kaitis said.
I'm interested in Luke, in how he really slipped into the asteroid. This is your last chance.
Myrta's eyes grew desperate. I told you, she said. We came in through a gun emplacement, then blew a reactor core to cover our breach point. Incredibly, Myrta was still lying about something. Kaitis could sense it in her desperate Force aura, that she was being mostly truthful, but misleading him about something crucial.
At least something you said is true,
he said. He passed the hypo to the lieutenant.
Take your sample and give her this injection. She told half the truth, so I'll keep half my word.
Myrta began to curse him again, and Kaitis knew he had made all the progress he was going to that day. He motioned to Hiri to follow him, then left the room and started down the corridor toward his quarters, deep in thought as he puzzled over how Luke had really gotten into the room. It always came down to Luke. It had been Luke's eyes into which he had been looking when his arm was taken. It was Luke's face that haunted his dreams. It was Luke who he saw in his visions. Sometimes Luke was chasing him through a desert landscape filled with spires and arches. Sometimes Luke was driving a crimson lightsaber through his heart. Sometimes Luke was wearing Kaitis's black robes, sitting on his dark throne, ruling his Sith Empire. That was a lot of trouble, Tahiri said, finally tearing Kaitis out of his thoughts. If you were going to betray your promise, why bother justifying it? It's not like anyone there was going to talk about it. Kaitis stopped in the middle of the corridor.
I didn't betray my promise,
he said.
Myrta was lying about something.
Sure, after you started pressing her, Tahiri said. But I didn't sense the lie the first time. If Luke was there, she didn't know how he got there.
Luke was there,
Kaitis insisted. Sorry, Tahiri said, not quite cringing. I didn't mean to suggest—
No. Forgive me,
Kaitis said, finally realizing what he had overlooked, what the Force must have been telling him all along.
I was just coming to a decision.
Tahiri remained silent, waiting for his pronouncement.
Have Myrta transferred to the Anakin Solo, and inform the Moffs that I would like them to place their assets at my disposal and select a command committee to accompany us.
Very well, Tahiri said. Shall I inform them of our objective?
My uncle.
Kaitis began to walk again.
I've been growing more and more convinced that killing Luke Skywalker is the key to winning this war, and I'm sure of it now.
Chapter 14. What's the difference between a lightsaber and a glow rod? About 2,000 degrees. Jason Solo, age 15. It felt great to sweat again. The outdoor sparring session wasn't the only exercise Jaina had performed since returning to the secret base at Shedu Mad, since she'd limped back after failing to kill Kaitis at Nickel 1. But today was the first time Silgal had allowed her to really let go, to prove to Luke and everyone else that she was ready to attack again. Jaina sprang at Zek, doubling him over with a powerful thrust kick to the gut, then dropped to her haunches, and realized why when an electrostaff came swinging through where her neck had been a split second earlier. She immediately spun into a squatting leg wheel, hooking her heel behind a furry stump of a leg and sweeping it forward. Lobaka roared in surprise and tried to transfer his balance to his other leg, but Jaina was already coming up on his flank, driving her shoulder into him and sending him tumbling. The electrostaff came down across Zek's shoulder, emitting a sharp crackle as it discharged its immobilizing shock. Jaina slapped the flexible blade of her own staff across Lobaka's back, then heard Jag rushing in behind her and sent him flying with a back kick to the belly. Tisar was on her like a rancor, driving her back with a flurry of scaly-footed kicks and cane strikes, his dark Barabel eyes bulging with the joy of the fight. Jaina parried a head strike, blocked a gut kick by driving an elbow into his instep, then hook-trapped a blazing fast head slap and hung off his enormous arm as she swung up, wrapping her legs around his waist and shocking him 3 times in the ribs before his reptilian neural system registered the incapacitating jolts and finally dropped him to the grass in a heap of quivering scales. Jaina rolled over her shoulder and came up ready to face her last unzapped opponent. But Jag was still sitting on the far side of the courtyard. He was trying to catch the wind that had been knocked out of him and rubbing a red welt where he had apparently struck his forearm with his own electrostaff. "You didn't have to shock yourself," Jaina teased. She deactivated her electrostaff. "You could have just said stop." Jag didn't smile, but a twinkle did come to his durasteel gaze. "I'm not so sure," he said. "You had that wild look in your eye again." Jaina did not need to ask what look. She knew the one he meant. It was the one she had learned in Keldabe, when Bevine taught her the art of losing herself to the fight. She looked around at her 4 opponents, who were all still resting on the grass, trying to catch their breath and let their neural systems recover from the jolts they had received. "You 4 want to go again?" She looked around the courtyard perimeter, where her parents, uncle, and several masters stood watching the workout session. Behind them loomed one of the amber-stained mine buildings the Jedi were now calling home, with the billowing crowns of a few dozen kolg trees showing above the structure's corrugated roof. "Maybe we could get Master Duran to help out." If that didn't prove to them that she was ready to go after Kaitis again, nothing would. "No more sparring today, Jedi Solo," said Silgal. The Mon Calamari master stepped into the practice area, holding a large bioscanner in her flipper-like hands. "Even if your injuries no longer trouble you, they are not healed.
They're healed enough, Jaina countered. Kitus is recuperating too, you know.
Then perhaps someone else should harry the prey a bit while you recover, Tisar said, still sitting on the mat. This one would love to take over the hunt.
Jaina glanced over.
No offense, Tisar, she said, cocking her brow, but if I'm not ready, how come you're the one on the ground?
Tisar's pebbly lips drew back in reptilian surprise. Then he slapped his tail on the grass and began to siss almost uncontrollably.
No offense.
He slapped his tail down again.
Truly funny.
Lobaka chuffed in puzzlement, then looked over at Tisar and shook his head. Barabel humor remained inscrutable, at least to Wookiees. Zack rose, looking a little embarrassed, and stepped over to Jaina. Okay, maybe you've got a point, he said, but if you re-injure yourself training, where will you be then? Kitus will have healed, and you won't. Jaina considered this, then sighed.
You would have to be the voice of reason.
She raised her arms so Silgal could run the bioscanner over her ribs.
All right, let's grab a set of shatter panels.
Panels?
Jag started toward her.
Jaina, listen to Zack. You've got to—
Shatterpoint is a force technique, Jag, not a physical one, Luke said, speaking from the edge of the courtyard. And Jaina does need to practice. It shouldn't aggravate her injuries. He turned to Silgal. Right? Silgal studied the bioscanner for a moment, then nodded.
As long as you don't twist your body too violently, Jedi Solo.
Thanks,
Jaina said.
I won't.
As Zek and the others fetched a set of panels from the edge of the practice mat, Jaina closed her eyes and began a breathing exercise to clear her mind. During one of her debriefings with Luke, she had described how Jason had used Shatterpoint to destroy Roger's Beskar Gam. Luke had surprised her by suggesting that he teach it to her. Jaina should not have been surprised that her uncle had mastered the technique himself, but she was. So she had foolishly blurted out something about it being a lost art, and that hardly anyone could master it. Luke had simply smiled and replied that an art was not lost just because it could be wielded only by a handful, and that if her twin brother was one of the few capable of learning it, so was she. By the time Jaina had cleared her mind, her 4 sparring partners stood around her in a semicircle. Each was holding a small panel in front of him, his legs braced and his elbows locked so the panel would not move when it was struck. Jaina did not take any time to study her targets or be certain of her strike. She simply looked at the panel in Jag's hands, a homogeny slab 5 centimeters thick. She actually saw how the force bound its cells together, how they were organized into long lines that gave the wood its grain, and exactly where that grain could be split. Then she simply let her hand slide out and do it, let her fingertips touch the place she had seen. At once she felt the force shooting through her hand as it rushed into that weak spot, shattering the bonds that had held the slab together. The homogeny did not just split, it shattered, and Jag was left holding 2 tiny fragments with a pile of slivers at his feet.
Nice job,
he said. Jaina had already turned to the panel in Zek's hands, a plastoid breastplate that had been taken from a captured stormtrooper. She saw the plastoid as she had seen the homogeny, but now there was no true grain, just layer after layer of polymers crossing in every conceivable direction, with one spot where the layers were particularly thin. She let her hand slide out again. The breastplate fragmented into a dozen pieces and clattered to the grass at Zek's feet. Next, Jaina turned to Tisar and let her hand slide out to touch the small square of Hephredium hull plate he was holding.
The square parted into triangles and fluttered out of the Barabel's hands. Finally, she turned to Lobaka, who was holding a disc of raw Beskar. Luke had arranged to buy the disc from one of the arms dealers that the Mandalorians were now quite freely supplying with the stuff. She almost hesitated, but forced herself not to think, to just see and do, and before she knew it, her hand was shooting out toward the heart of a spiral of carefully worked metal crystals, and the disc crumbled, just as Roger's breastplate had when Kaitis had tapped it with the pommel of his lightsaber. Behind her, Jaina's father let out a loud, embarrassing whoop. "Who needs a lightsaber?" Han exclaimed. "I haven't seen anything that impressive since your mother wrapped a chain around Jabba's throat."
"Han, you didn't see that," her mother said. "Freeze-blind, remember?"
Jaina turned to find her mother tapping her temple near her eyes, and her father still pumping his fist into the air. But it was the doorway a dozen meters behind them that caught her interest. Emerging from it was a handsome young man with reddish hair and his father's blue eyes, with a pair of well-dressed Hapan women following close behind.
"Ben?"
Jaina spread her arms and rushed across the grass to greet him.
"You're back!"
She wrapped him in a tight embrace and whirled him back and forth, ignoring for the moment whether he wished to speak himself or even needed to breathe.
"Don't you ever do that again," she ordered.
Ben managed to disengage himself. "Do what?"
"Move away from your backup," Jaina said. "What were you thinking?"
She finally began to notice the women accompanying Ben, and grew so distracted she did not hear Ben's reply. They were definitely identical twins, and definitely Hapan nobility, with the fine clothes and haughty bearing typical of women of that class. But they were more than that. With their long, straight noses, thin, arcing eyebrows, and silky red hair, they were obviously relatives of Tenel Ka, and fairly close relatives at that. "Not to get you and Aunt Leia captured, too," Ben was saying. "That's the protocol for a situation like the one we were in at Monument Plaza, and it was the right thing to do."
"Yes, it was," Leia agreed, joining them. "Welcome back. And please forgive Jaina. She was just worried about you. We all were."
"Thanks, Aunt Leia." Ben smiled at her briefly, then looked back to Jaina and frowned. "I'm a Jedi, Jaina, with a job to do just like you. If we're going to keep working together, you're going to have to remember that, okay?" Jaina lifted her brow.
"Yeah, sure, Ben. Sorry."
She looked to the two women accompanying him.
"What have you two been feeding him?"
The two women looked at each other. Then the one on the right said,
"Don't blame us if you can't handle your men. All we did was deliver him to Her Majesty as ordered."
Ben just shook his head, then turned to his father, who was standing quietly beside Leia. "Good to see you, Dad," he said. "At least you're not treating me like a kid anymore. Thanks." "You're welcome, Ben," Luke said, "but there's no need to thank me. All I did was give you a mission, and you performed brilliantly. Without you, we wouldn't have known where to look for Kaitis, and we wouldn't have known what he was up to in the Roach system." Ben beamed for a second, then hugged his father. Jaina was surprised to see that he had already grown almost as tall as Luke. In a year, he might be even taller. "I guess I had a good teacher, Dad." After a moment, Ben freed himself and stepped back, his expression growing serious again. "But there was a problem with my escape. A big one." "There always is, kid," Han said. "What's this one?" Ben hesitated. "Maybe I'd better let Tenel Ka explain it. She has the intelligence reports." "Tenel Ka is here?" Zek gasped. Ben looked at Zek as though he had just asked a very foolish question. "Of course she's here," he said. You didn't think the Dragon Queen came all this way just to deliver me, did you?" Jaina frowned and looked to her mother, who did not seem surprised at all. "What did I miss?"
"Sorry," Luke said. "I didn't want to interrupt your sparring. The Dragon Queen arrived an hour ago with most of the Hapenholm fleet." Now Jaina was really confused, as were Jag, Zek, and the others. Moving an entire fleet to a secret base wasn't a very good way to keep it secret. "What's the home fleet doing here?" Zek asked.
"Her Majesty will explain all that shortly,"
said one of the women with Ben. She stepped to Zek's side and looped a hand through his arm.
"In the meantime, why don't you show me around, handsome? My name's Taryn."
Zek looked somewhere between confused and shocked. Then his expression softened. "Maybe we can do that later. Taryn." He nodded toward the door, where a large Hapen security detail was escorting Tenel Ka and Alana into the courtyard. "Right now, I'd like to hear what Her Majesty has to say." Taryn looked annoyed, but only for a moment.
"Later is good, too,"
she said.
"But don't disappoint me. We have a date."
Sure." Zek was clearly reeling from the straightforward manner of Hapen women. He flushed and glanced over at Jaina. "I mean, if you don't mind." Taryn turned to Jaina, her expression more appraising than apologetic.
"He's yours?"
"Well, no,"
Jaina said. Zek looked even more uncomfortable, and through the force, she could feel Jag smirking at her dilemma.
"Of course he's not mine. We don't—"
"Well then,"
Taryn interrupted. She smiled and squeezed Zek's biceps.
"Lucky me."
Taryn's twin sister rolled her eyes.
"We're supposed to be on duty, Taryn."
"Don't be such a dug, Trista,"
Taryn replied.
"I can have fun and do my duty."
Trista stifled her reply as Tenel Ka emerged from the building, holding the hand of a beautiful little girl with her mother's red hair and a cute button nose. Jaina's heart broke. It was the first time she had ever seen her niece, and Alana's resemblance to Jason at that age was striking. She could not understand how her brother could have introduced so much evil into the galaxy when he had such innocence to protect. Nearly everything else Kaitis had done might have been forgivable. But how could he have taken his own daughter hostage? As Tenel Ka and Alana arrived, the group made a place for them to stand, but there were no big solo hugs for Alana. Her paternity was known by only a few, and for Alana's sake, Tenel Ka and the Solos wanted to keep it that way. "Your Majesty," Luke said, "thank you for visiting us here on Shedu Mad. We're honored." Tenel Ka smiled and impatiently motioned for everyone to stop bowing.
"There is no need for formalities when we are alone, my friends," she said. "Nor do we have the time. I'm afraid I've come with some alarming news."
Luke nodded. "We suspected as much when you arrived with your fleet. What is it?"
"As Ben may have told you," she said, "my father was captured and taken aboard the Anakin Solo."
Ben hadn't told them, of course, which certainly explained the dead silence that greeted her announcement. After a moment of quiet, Ben said,
"It was my fault. I thought I was clean, but—"
"It wasn't your fault, Jedi Skywalker," said Trista. "You told us we were being watched."
Leia stepped over and took Tenel Ka's hand.
"I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. If there's anything we can do—" "Perhaps later, Princess Leia,"
Tenel Ka interrupted.
"But Princess Solder knew the location of this base. Apparently Darth Kaitis forced him to reveal it, because the Anakin Solo has broken out of the Roach system with the remnant assault fleet.
They were last seen entering the transitory mists near Roku Station.
"Kaidus is coming to us?"
asked Saba Sabatine, looking entirely too happy about it.
"You are certain?"
Tenel Ka nodded. "And there may not be time to evacuate. The Mist Patrol informs me that with the right charts, Kaidus could be assaulting the mod system within 12 hours.
"What are the chances he has the right charts?"
Han asked. "Even if he doesn't, the Force will guide him," Luke said. He turned to Tenel Ka. "But I doubt your father revealed our location. I think Kaidus may have found us another way." "What other way?" Tenel Ka asked. "Only a handful of people know the location of this base." Luke motioned Jaina forward, then pointed at the stains that Jaina still had not been able to scrub off her face and neck. "Do you recognize this?" Tenel Ka's jaw dropped. "Those are not burns." Before Luke or anyone else could answer, she leaned in closer to Jaina. "That's Kaidus's blood."
"I knew it,"
Jaina said, growing uneasy.
"It's from his arm, and it won't come off."
"Because it's a blood trail," Tenel Ka explained. "Some of the Night Sisters used the technique to mark their slaves, so they could always track them down." Jaina's heart sank.
"So I led him here."
She turned to Luke.
"And you knew? Why did you let me stay?"
"I knew Kaidus would be coming," Luke corrected. "For me." Jaina frowned.
"But he saw me cut off his arm," she said. "He must know that I'm the one hunting him." "He knows you are the sword," Saba corrected. "Does one win a battle by breaking the sword, or the warrior who wields it?"
Luke turned to Tenel Ka. "Thank you for the warning. I don't mean to be an ungracious host, but we have to prepare, and we may not have long. Perhaps you and Alana should leave while there's still time." "We are staying, as is my fleet," Tenel Ka said. "If the Jedi fall, so does my throne. Better to defend it here among friends than on Hapes, with more enemies at my back than in front of me."
"It will be an honor, Jedi Majesty," Saba said. "This one will be proud to hunt at your side."
As Luke and the others began to make plans for the coming onslaught, Jaina was still struggling to grasp how her brother had taken advantage of her. She did not understand exactly how Night Sister blood trails worked, but she assumed the Force user somehow maintained a connection to the blood he had shed, and employed that to keep track of his living property. If Jane had had any lingering doubts about whether there might be any trace of Jason left inside Darth Kaidus, they were gone now. Kaidus had known exactly what he was doing when he ordered those stormtroopers to redirect their fire, and his cold calculation in the face of such an injury scared her even more than seeing him stand up after losing his arm. He hadn't wanted Jaina killed then, because he needed her to lead him to the Jedi now. When Jaina returned her attention to the others, it was to find her father studying her with sad, sympathetic eyes.
"It finally happened, didn't it?"
he asked.
"Yeah,"
Jaina said.
"I think it did."
Ben frowned.
"What happened?"
"Her last hope died," Leia said. "She realized that Jason is totally gone. There's nothing left to bring back into the light." Jaina nodded.
"That's pretty much it," she said. "I started to wonder again when he ordered those stormtroopers to redirect their fire. But whatever I thought I saw, it was in my eyes, not his."
Ben contemplated this for a moment, then asked, "But how do you know when someone can be brought back toward the light?"
"First, they must want to be redeemed,"
Tenel Ka said.
"All Kaitis wants is to control everything he sees. There is no use wishing otherwise, Ben."
"I did some pretty terrible things," Ben pointed out, "and no one gave up on me." "You got a little confused, kid," Han said. "That happens. But you didn't go around killing family members and burning planets."
Jaina glanced over at Luke. He was studying Ben not with shock or disbelief over his son's naivete, but with pride. Luke understood his son much better than they did, she realized. Whatever Ben was working through, it had nothing to do with Jason. Or Kaitis.
"Ben," Jaina asked, "are you talking about Tahiri?"
Ben looked uncomfortable.
"I'm just asking a question. How else am I going to know?"
"But you must have a reason for asking," Leia prompted. "What is it?"
Ben looked at the ground and exhaled, trying to gather his thoughts, or his courage. Finally, he said, "I think Tahiri hated what she did."
"Killing Shavu?"
asked Leia. "Right. And torturing me. She almost—" Ben stopped there, cringing at some memory he didn't care to share. "Tahiri tried everything she could to avoid hurting me. And when Shevu died, she felt horrible. She's not like Kaitis. Not yet." The reply came from an unexpected source, a little voice down by Tenel Ka's thigh. "Jedi Jason likes hurting people," Alana said. "He scares me."
Jaina shuddered. Now Kaitis' own daughter feared him. The Jason Solo she had grown up with would never have wanted such a thing. She crouched in front of her niece and took Alana's tiny hands in her own.
"He'll never scare you again, Alana. I promise."
Alana looked doubtful.
"You really promise?"
"Sure," Jaina said.
"I really promise."
Chapter 15.
Why was the Jedi Master cross-eyed? Because he couldn't control his pupils.
Jason Solo, age 15. An approaching battle fleet crept into view, a distant crescent of blue pinpoints shining bright against the shadowy depths of the transitory mists. To one side of the formation hung the nebulous smudge of the gravity well the fleet was skirting, a barely glowing protostar so deeply purple it was almost black. To the other side lay a hazard even more dangerous, a mist-cloaked field of icy monoliths that had once been the third gas giant in an unstable triple-world cluster. Jaina glanced down at the Stealth X's tactical display, and, as she expected, saw only static. The mists in this part of the mod system were so thick that an object had to be nearly recognizable before it could be scanned or signaled. That was one of the reasons Luke and Tenel Ka had selected this spot for the ambush. The other reason was, of course, the natural abundance of navigational hazards. Kaitis' fleet would be forced to make a long real-space approach through a narrow, safe channel, with barely detectable gravity wells and moon-sized ice chunks hiding in the mists to every side. All Jaina had to do was lure him in, and make him believe this was the route to the secret Jedi base. It was a simple plan, really, at least in theory. So far, she seemed to be doing a good job. Kaitis had followed the blood trail this far, anyway. Her position was just across the mid-system void from Shadow Mod, more or less in line with it, and close enough that he was unlikely to have noticed her shift from the real base. At least, that's what Luke had told her, and he obviously knew more about blood trails.
Her next task was to head back down the throat, Saba's name for the channel where Tenel Ka would ambush Kaitis. Jaina had to make it look like she was rushing back to base to sound the alarm. At that point, the Jedi would launch an assault on the Anakin Solo, covering her so that she could board and hunt down her brother. She tried not to think about that last part of her job. If she let her thoughts rush too far ahead of the actual events, she might not get there at all. Jaina began to bring up the systems she had left dormant to conserve her batteries, then realized she had not sensed any sharpening in her wingmate's force aura. She glanced over to the other Stealth X and found Zek's helmet turned toward the other side of his canopy, facing the amber-striped discs of Kogo and Uluk, the twin gas giants locked in a mutual orbit at the base of the throat. He was so lost in thought that he didn't even sense Jaina looking in his direction, and she was surprised to discover that made her feel a little sad. They had been so close for so many years. Jaina had simply taken for granted that they would always be the ideal mission partners, in force contact on an almost unconscious level, able to read each other's thoughts and intentions almost to the same degree as her parents. But that wasn't really true anymore. Something had changed while Jaina was away training with the Mandalorians. She had returned to discover that sometimes it took a conscious effort to maintain her connection with Zek, almost as though she had to keep reminding him that she was there. Jaina had tried to tell herself that the change was due to her current mission, because she had to confront Kaitis alone, but she knew better. The truth was, Zek had probably just grown weary of waiting for her to sort out her personal life. Or maybe the time apart had helped him realize he didn't need to be anything more than her wingmate. That probably shouldn't have made her sad, but it did. Jaina reached out and gave Zek a force nudge. His helmet swung toward her a little too quickly, and a tinge of embarrassment came to his force aura. She frowned, wondering if he had been thinking of those Hapan intelligence agents, and immediately one of the names, Terran, popped into her mind. Jaina shook her head in disbelief. "Careful, Zek," she thought. "That one will twist you up." A ripple of confusion rolled through the force. Jaina grinned behind her breath mask, wistfully, but it was a grin, and pointed up the throat toward the protostar. Kaitis's fleet had already changed from a crescent of blue pinpoints to a snaking ribbon. A handful of faint, tiny specks were moving ahead of the ribbon and fanning out in all directions, scouting craft, on their way to map hazards and check for ambushes. They were going to find both, Jaina knew, but it didn't matter. The Masters had foreseen that possibility, and squadrons of Mytils were hiding at key points to ensure that none of the reconnaissance skiffs survived to report their discoveries. Zek quickly brought up his own systems. Then they accelerated out into the throat and turned straight for Uroro Station, an abandoned transfer facility floating in the gravitic equilibrium point between Kogo and Uluk. Luke and most of the Jedi were there, along with a select group of younglings and Academy staff. If it was going to be an effective decoy, it would have to feel like the real thing when Kaitis reached out to it through the Force. Jaina made no attempt to hide her presence in the Force, since the whole idea was to let Kaitis sense them returning to Uroro Station, and it would have been pointless anyway, since Zek hadn't been taught the technique yet. They had been traveling down the throat for about 2 minutes when Jaina felt a prickle of danger sense. Not only had they been spotted, she realized, but they were about to be fired upon. She reached out to warn Zek, but he was focused on her and the mission now, and he had already picked up on her panic. They banked hard to starboard, and felt space jump as a turbo-laser strike erupted behind them. Jaina dived, and Zek climbed. That almost never happened, and a sheet of fire boiled past her canopy. She feared for a moment that Zek had been hit, but then she felt him worrying about her and knew that he was okay. It took nearly a minute of dodging and barrel rolling before there was enough of a lull in the barrage to chance forming up again, and by that time Jaina's flight gloves were soaked with sweat. It felt like the throat was vomiting fire. This was something the masters hadn't anticipated, and it was going to complicate things. If she and Zek returned to Uroro Station under fire, Kaitis would sense the trap. It would look like they were trying to lead him right to their secret base, so they would have to dodge into the ice field and make it look like they were attempting to lead Kaitis away from the station. Right. But they couldn't dodge too soon. The thought came to Jaina without her quite understanding why she had realized it. Apparently, Zek was trying to tell her something through the Force, but he couldn't be too obvious because Kaitis might be monitoring their meld. She checked her tactical display and still didn't see anything on the screen except the conspicuous discs of the two gas giants. Then she noticed the distances to the pair and understood. Jaina and Zek were still 2 minutes away from the place where Tenel Ka was hiding with her fleet. If they left the throat now and Kaitis followed, the Hapans wouldn't be in position to attack. Jaina smiled and brought her Stealth X in a little behind Zek's, allowing him to take the lead. It was good to be flying with him again, even if it was going to be nearly impossible to survive the next 2 minutes. And Jaina had a hunch he felt the same way. From the observation deck of Uroro Station, the throat suddenly looked like a long, dark tunnel with an atomic furnace at the other end. Han could see nothing inside but a boiling ball of turbo-laser fire, slowly expanding as it drew nearer to their position. Saba and the other masters stood waiting in rapt silence, already dressed in their combat-rated vac suits in anticipation of boarding the Anakin Solo to rescue Prince Isolde. Han would have bet they were as scared as he was, had there been anyone in the chamber who looked willing to take such a sucker bet. Luke must have noticed something in Han's demeanor, maybe the way he was biting his lip or his fingernails digging into his palms, because he clapped a hand on Han's shoulder. "They're doing fine, Han," he said quietly. "They don't even seem frightened." "I'm glad someone's not." Han did not want to keep looking out the viewport, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. "What made us think he'd just follow her?" he growled. "He's been trying to kill everyone else in the family." Saba glanced over, her bulging eyes so far open that they looked like they might fall out of their scaly sockets.
"Who says we didn't?" she asked. "But we had to make it look like someone was on patrol, and Jaina is the best one to whet Kaitis' appetite."
"Oh, that makes sense," Han said sarcastically. He turned to Leia, who seemed only marginally less worried than he was. "Our next kids are not going to be Jedi."
"Sure, Han. Whatever you say."
Leia's eyes did not leave the viewport.
"But I don't think you have to worry about having more kids."
"Hey, I'm still young," Han said, "and you're a Jedi." Before Leia could utter a comeback, Corran Horn's voice rang out from the portable control panel at the back of the deck, where C-3PO and R2-D2 were working. The two droids were tweeting and sniping at each other as they helped assimilate data streaming in from a dozen different sources. "We're starting to receive relays from the Hapan observation posts," Corran said. "I'll put it up." All eyes shifted to the portable wall display that had been affixed along one side of the deck. It was not a true tactical display. Instead, a simple graphic represented all the data being relayed from the Hapan observation posts via line-of-sight transmissions, visual flash codes, and even droid couriers. The throat was depicted as a white ribbon snaking down the center of the screen toward a spoked wheel labeled Uroro Station. Coming down the center of this ribbon was a collection of simple designator codes identifying the vessels in Kaitis's fleet. From what Han could see, it included the handful of remnant star destroyers that had escaped destruction in the Roach system, along with a sizable support flotilla of heavy cruisers, pocket destroyers, and frigates. But it was what lay in the heart of the fleet that made Han's stomach sink. Floating alongside the Anakin Solo was a designator reading Megador, with a question mark. Han glanced back at the red ball boiling down the throat and began to feel queasy. The Megador was a super-class star destroyer. It carried more than 5 times the firepower of a typical Imperial II like the Anakin Solo, and there had been rumors of a weapons upgrade that included 3 batteries of new long-range turbo lasers. If that was after Jaina and Zek, he didn't know how long they could last. "I don't think we'll be giving anything away by launching our defenses now, Master Horn," Luke said. "Give the order." "About time," Han muttered. He glanced over to see that Luke had also turned away from the display. But instead of staring out the viewport toward the approaching fleet, Luke was standing with his hands clasped behind his back and his head down, his eyes closed as though lost in his thoughts, or his memories, or some kind of Jedi trance. Corran acknowledged the order and relayed the command. The Jedi fighters did not begin to automatically stream from the station's dilapidated hangars, however. To avoid any possibility of making Kaitis suspect an ambush by reacting a little too quickly, Luke had insisted that the pilots remain in the ready rooms with their helmets off and flight suits open. Han spent the next 30 seconds looking from the viewport to the wall display, trying to guess when Jaina and Zek would finally be out of danger. The Hapen home fleet could be seen clustered together along one edge of the display, a mass of designator symbols packed tightly among the craggy blue blotches representing the field of ice chunks. It seemed all too likely that Jaina and Zek would not try to escape the barrage until they were well past the Hapen position, and he admired their courage. He really did. He just wished that he could have been out there instead. At long last, lines of starfighters began to stream away from the station. There was a squadron of Wookiee-piloted ovals, and another squadron of the new blast boats piloted by Alliance deserters who had chosen to seek out the Jedi instead of heeding the Athel's call to join her. Then came the Stealth X-Wing, a black tide of cruciform shadows that remained silhouetted against the firelit depths of the throat for only a moment before winking out of sight. The fighters had been gone for a full minute when Leia reached over and grabbed Han's hand. Hard. His heart stopped beating, probably because it had gotten stuck in his throat, and he knew she was about to tell him she had just felt something in the Force. "What is it?" he asked, steeling himself for the worst. "Are they
not under fire anymore?" Leia said. "I don't know how, I don't know where, but they're safe."
Han let out a long breath of relief. "Why wouldn't they be?" he asked. "Jaina's got my luck." Leia smiled.
"That and the Force," she said.
Han would have argued the Force comment, except that the firestorm in the throat suddenly seemed to be dying away. He checked the wall display and saw that Kaitis's fleet was slowing down. Unfortunately, it was still short of the area where the Hapens were lying in ambush. "Uh-oh," he said, more to himself than anyone else. "It looks like they're getting careful." Saba hissed, and the rest of the masters in the room began to whisper about Kaitis's battle powers and his ability to read the future. Luke said nothing. He just stood in front of the viewport, his hands folded behind his back, and his gaze fixed on the deck between his feet. "Hey, Luke," Han asked. "You okay?"
"He is gone again," Saba said. "Why does he keep doing that when we need him most?
The twinkle in the Barabel's bulbous eye suggested she knew exactly why Luke kept doing it, but that wasn't much comfort to Han. Right now, the young Jedi kids and support staff brought along to act as decoys were waiting in the docks on the bottom level of the station, packed into transports and ready to evacuate when Luke gave the order. The idea had been that the kids would leave before the attack on the station came, but with those long-range turbo lasers, Kaitis was almost close enough now to open fire, and it was beginning to look like he intended to stand off and do just that. Maybe we'd better handle this order ourselves, Han said. That was the trouble with wars. The enemy always had a way of doing something unexpected that ruined your carefully made plans. The Megador is getting close enough to open up on us, and this place isn't exactly well shielded. Saba studied Luke for a moment, then said, "I will ask my fellow masters." She turned to consult with Kip, Silgal, and the others. "Great," Han muttered. "They ought to reach a decision about the time the battle's over."
"Don't be so cynical," Leia chided. "They're masters. They can hear you."
Han winced and glanced over his shoulder at the circle. No one seemed to be looking in his direction, but Kip did wag a finger at him. The finger had not yet stopped when C-3PO announced, "The observation posts are reporting that the Anakin Solo and Megador have both launched their starfighter complements." That news brought the Master's debate to an early halt. Saba and the others stopped to glance over at the wall display, which showed the enemy starfighters as a stream of flickering dots streaming out to meet the ovals and blast boats. "He's not buying our act," Han said. "We need to give him a reason to keep coming down the throat, and clear out while we still can." Saba nodded her agreement, then turned to the other masters, who also nodded, almost as one. Saba turned back to Han. "Okay," she said. "The masters agree. You can give the order." "Me?" Han asked. "But I'm not—" "It was your idea," Saba interrupted, tilting her head at him. "Do you not think it is a good one?" "Don't have a doubt," Han said. He snapped the comlink from his pocket and opened a channel to the convoy commander. "Time to get out of here, Ben. But don't send everyone at once. We've got to make it look good." "Okay." Ben's voice sounded uncertain. This is Uncle Han, right?" "Yeah," Han said. "You got a problem with that?" "No," Ben said. "But Dad, Master Skywalker, said to wait for his order." Han glanced over at Luke, who was still staring at the floor with nothing in his eyes but his pupils, then looked at the wall display again. Kaitis's fleet had slowed, but it hadn't stopped, and it would only be a couple of minutes before it could start firing on Uroro Station. "Your dad's busy right now," Han said, "and the Megador is probably going to open up with her long-range turbo lasers real soon. I kind of thought you'd want to be gone when that happens." "Oh," Ben said. "I guess that makes sense. Initiating decoy operation at once." A few seconds later, a motley assortment of light transports began to shoot away from the station. The first part of their trajectory carried them directly up the throat toward Kaitis's fleet, but within a minute or so, they started to arc around the bulge of Kogo's amber-striped sphere, heading for the ice field where the Hapans lay in hiding. If all went according to plan, Kaitis would pursue, Tenel Ka would ambush him, and the assault fleet would be destroyed. But battles never went according to plan. As it grew more apparent that the transports were fleeing, the remnant fleet did begin to accelerate down the throat again, moving to pursue them into the ice field just as Luke and Tenel Ka had hoped. but the Solo and the Megador remained behind with a handful of escorts, moving down the throat to fire on Uroro Station.
"That's not good,"
Leia observed. "It could be worse," Han said reassuringly. "I'm not sure how, but it could be." Of course. That was when the life returned to Luke's eyes. He shook his head and frowned out the viewport for a moment, then turned to study the situation on the wall display. The last of the transports was passing through the ice field, heading for a mist passage that would carry it back to the Hapan ground forces Tenel Ka had left to defend Shedu Mad.
"Strange,"
Luke said. "I don't recall telling Ben to evacuate." "Guess you were talking in your sleep again," Han said. "But it was time. Trust me."
Luke chuckled.
"It seems I have no other choice." "As usual," he said. "But Kaitus's caution does throw a hydro spanner in our plan. I don't suppose you came up with a brilliant alternative plan while I was sleeping." "Actually, I have," Han said. "First, we all get the Kark off this heap before they start blowing it apart."
"I must say, that certainly seems like a brilliant plan to me," C-3PO offered, turning away from the control panel. "I only hope the next step is equally clever."
"I'm working on that," Han said, starting for the exit. "But button up your vac suits, everybody. If I know my Jaina, she's going to board the Anakin Solo one way or another, and we're going to be right there behind her."
Like the little brother it was named for, the Anakin Solo hung in the shadow of the mighty Megador. The Megador was pounding away with its long-range turbo lasers, pouring a river of crimson beams down the throat toward Uroro Station. With its own long-range batteries still out of commission after the sabotage at Kashyyyk, the Anakin Solo was concentrating on perimeter protection, using its normal turbo lasers and point defense arrays to build a shell of anti-starcraft fire around both vessels. Jaina glanced over at the scorched ruin of a Stealth X floating next to her own pock-holed wreck. Zek was leaning down in the cockpit, trying to splice together a wire beneath the control panel. She knew it was nothing critical, because, incredibly, both Stealth X's were still flyable. But she thought about urging him to head back to Shedu Mad. Trouble was, she was pretty sure he wouldn't go unless she came too, and that wasn't going to happen. So Jaina reached out to him through their combat meld, urging him to be ready. His helmet popped back into view, looking toward his tail first, then his flanks, and finally turning forward. When he finally seemed to realize there was no immediate threat, Jaina had the distinct impression that he thought she was crazy. He was probably right. Neither of their starfighters was in any condition for a fight. Jaina's shields were only a fond memory, and 3 of Zek's laser cannons had drooping tips. Both starfighters were low on fuel, leaking coolant, and had been forced to revert to vac-suit life support. Any squadron commander in any navy in the galaxy would have ordered them to return to base. But they didn't have a squadron commander, and Jaina and Zek were hanging on the edge of the ice field, directly between the remnant assault fleet and the 2 Alliance Star Destroyers. When the Hapans sprang their ambush, the Anakin Solo and the Megador would rush to support the assault, and when they did, the Anakin Solo would be turning straight into the 2 Stealth X's. Jaina knew it was crazy, but they both had a full load of shadow bombs, and there was no sense carrying them all the way back to Shedu Mad. A tiny ball of orange blossomed between Kogo and Uluk as one of the Megador's turbo laser strikes found its target, and a spray of tiny specks began to fly toward both planets. When the flames died away, Jaina could see that the massive station was still spinning, despite the loss of about 1/6 of its outer wheel. But now that the gunners had confirmed their range and targeting, it would not be long before the rest of Uroro Station disappeared. She only hoped the evacuation had been completed in time.
The Megador continued to spit crimson beams down the throat, striking the target half a dozen times in as many seconds. Uroro Station started to come apart in chunks large enough to identify, and Jaina began to see sections of spokes and wheels tumbling toward the amber-striped faces of the twin gas giants. Then the force shuddered with the surprise of thousands of beings, and the mists began to flash and flicker with a never-ending cascade of turbo-laser fire. "Time to arm the shadow bombs, Sneaky," Jaina said to her astromech droid. A tweedle sounded in Jaina's helmet earphone, and the droid scrolled a question across her status display. "All of them," Jaina replied. "And when I give the launch order, send them—" Sneaky chirped in indignation, then inquired whether she was under the impression that his logic circuits had been damaged during their recent brush with incineration. If she wanted to arm them all, of course she wanted to launch them all. "Thanks," Jaina said, wondering if his personality module had suffered some heat damage. R9 units were usually a little heavy on self-preservation routines, not self-awareness. "Didn't mean to doubt you." Sneaky accepted the apology, then suggested that now might be a good time to dump the shadow bombs and run for the safety of the base. Jaina didn't have the heart to explain they wouldn't be returning to Shedumad. If they were going to land anywhere, it would be aboard the matte black Star Destroyer in front of them. The Anakin Solo fired its ion engines and began to accelerate, starting to bank toward them almost immediately. The Megador lagged behind, its huge mass requiring more energy to move, and its big engines more time to reach peak efficiency. Through the gap between the two, the starfighter battle raging in the throat was just visible, a color-laced mesh of streaking lights and sudden eruptions. Jaina could already make out the sickle-nosed dots of a few Wookiee ovals, and the sleek cylinders of about a half-dozen skip-ray blast boats, along with the tiny cruciform shapes of the XJ-7s swarming them. What truly surprised her, however, were the blocky silhouettes of the Stealth X flight already coming up toward the Anakin Solo's belly. They were moving too fast and erratically for her to get an accurate count, even silhouetted against the amber disk of Kogo's striped face. But she guessed there were about 36 of them. They were rolling and dodging and sliding away from the Solo's defensive fire as though their pilots knew where it would blossom before it arrived. Leading the pack was the charcoal wedge of a Mandalorian Besulik, large and somewhat ungainly, but still fast and powerful. It was taking more fire than the Stealth X's, since it was leaving a long stream of bright blue efflux in its wake, and its sensor negation technologies weren't as efficient. But it hardly mattered, because it was being flown by the best starfighter pilot Jaina had ever seen. Luke Skywalker, of course. And it was weaving through the firestorm coming its way like a holovid stunt pilot running a special effects course. Jaina fired her own ion engines, then looked over to find Zek giving her the thumbs-up signal. She nodded, then they hit their thrusters and shot forward, angling toward the shield generator domes on top of the Anakin Solo's bridge. The first 30 seconds of their approach went as smoothly as could be expected. Jaina lost one of her engines when a faulty feed pump developed a vacuum lock, and the green glow faded from Zek's cockpit when his spliced wire came apart and the instrument panel went dark. But nobody fired at them, or sent a fighter to investigate the pair of dark blurs coming the Anakin Solo's way, and they were well within laser cannon range when a prickle of danger sense raced down Jaina's spine. A blast of alarm flooded the battle meld as Zek felt the same thing. Whether it had been the stains on her neck that finally gave them away, or the combat meld, Jaina could not say, and it hardly mattered. The fact was, Kaitis had sensed them through the Force. He knew they were coming, and he knew where they were right now. An image of a generator dome, the one on the far end of the Solo's bridge, flashed through Jaina's mind. Zek was letting her know which dome he was targeting. She pointed the nose of her Stealth X at the other one. "Launch, Sneaky," she ordered into her throat mic.
Launch! Launch! Launch!"
A soft clunk reverberated through the cockpit floor as the torpedo tubes opened. At that same moment, space turned white as the Solo opened up with every point defense weapon on Jaina and Zek's side of the hull. The gun crews didn't waste time trying to find their attackers. They just put up a tightly laced cage of cannon fire and hoped the enemy would fly into it. Unable to see through the wall of energy, Jaina turned her hands over to instinct and closed her eyes, picturing the generator dome in her mind and using the force to hurl the shadow bombs toward it. She felt the cockpit rock as cannon bolts tore through her StealthX's unshielded wings. Then Sneaky let out a static-filled overload screech and went silent. Jaina felt herself sinking into her seat as the StealthX banked, and she opened her eyes to find the Solo's bridge sliding past her starfighter's belly, with balls of flame erupting at the far end as Zek's shadow bombs blasted their way through the shields to the generator dome. An instant later, Jaina's StealthX began to buck hard, and everything below her went orange as her own bombs hit. The orange brightened, and golden forks of dissipation energy began to dance all around the starfighter. And then the color turned so luminous and fiery that even the flash tinting in her helmet visor could not prevent Jaina's eyes from aching. A shock wave caught her from behind and sent the StealthX spinning. The cockpit began to shake and shudder as pieces of starfighter began to fly off the craft, cannons, sensor cones, hull armor. The inertial compensator gave out, and her helmet-heavy head began to whirl around on her shoulders. She pressed back against the neckrest, trying to brace, and fought not to vomit. Everything hurt, her eyes, ears, gut, her joints. She was coming apart just like her starfighter, Jaina knew, and there was nothing she could do about it. But she did something anyway. Jaina felt her feet working the rudders, her hand fighting to bring the stick back, her arms stretching toward the throttles. And slowly, the spinning stopped. The Anakin Solo drifted into view and stayed there, hanging outside her canopy, a little below starboard, and she found herself more or less in one piece. Actually, it was less, because Zek wasn't there anymore. Jaina couldn't feel him in the Force, couldn't even find the combat meld. She hadn't felt him die, hadn't experienced a sudden shock of fear and pain, could not even remember a wistful pang of regret or farewell. He was just gone. After bringing her StealthX fully under control and making a quick systems check to see if anything was about to explode, Jaina began to expand her Force awareness, searching for his presence. Instead of Zek, she found the familiar tingle of her danger sense, with the blazing flash of a turbo laser bolt following close behind. The strike blossomed a kilometer short of her StealthX, but Jaina knew the next one would not miss. There was only one way the gunners could have known where to direct their fire, that there was even something to direct fire at. Titus. Jaina slammed her throttles forward, and was relieved to feel the StealthX steal forward on two still-functioning engines. Deciding she had nothing to lose by making it as difficult for her brother to find her as possible, she began to hide her presence in the Force again. To her relief, the next turbo-laser strike erupted even farther away than had the first, and the next few were little better than stabs in the dark. The gunners knew generally where she was, but not her exact location. Blood trails, it seemed, were not all that precise. At least she hoped that was true. Jaina circled back toward the fight. The Anakin Solo was only about the length of her arm from this distance, but she could see that both ends of the bridge were gone, along with the generator domes that had once been attached to them. Luke and his wing were just beginning their run, popping up over the Anakin Solo's nose, while the Megador dropped down behind them, sweeping space with cannon and turbo laser in a desperate attempt to keep the Stealth X's off its companion ship. The Anakin Solo itself was pouring turbo laser fire into the ice field, trying just as desperately to drive Tenel Ka's home fleet away from the Remnant's assault fleet. It was a doomed effort. As Jaina accelerated back toward the fight, the Jedi Stealth X's began to loose their shadow bombs. Geysers of flame shot up all along the Anakin Solo's unshielded hull, traveling down its spine in long rows, leaving in their wake jagged, star-shaped breaches ringed by red-hot durasteel. Bodies, equipment, and atmosphere began to rise from the ruptures in long plumes of steam and flotsam. It grew difficult for Jaina to see the sweeping expanse of the ship's dark hull, much less pick her target. The Bessulik held its fire, weaving through the stabbing flashes of laser fire toward the bridge. Jaina thought for a moment that Luke meant to crash his fighter into the bridge, but at the last instant he opened up with all systems, pouring cannon bolts and concussion missiles into the thick blast shielding. A circle of durasteel turned white and started to bleed away in glowing bubbles of metal. Then Luke pulled up and vanished over the Anakin Solo's stern with the rest of the Jedi wing. The Megador was right behind him, dropping down over the Anakin Solo like a mother Velker over her chick. Still, the Stealth X wing tried to come around for another pass, wheeling up behind the Anakin Solo's bridge in a dark, curving swarm that was quickly shredded by the Megador's sweeping turbo lasers. By this time, Jaina was almost on top of the Anakin Solo's vast plain of black durasteel, close enough to see half a dozen Stealth X's explode and several more disintegrate from near-miss shockwaves. And suddenly there were EV beacons and pieces of Stealth X's tumbling everywhere. Luke's Bessulik dodged through a flurry of bolts and beams, then came around, starting to lead the survivors back for another run through the teeth of the Megador's batteries. Seeing that they would never make it, and that even if they did, they would never survive, Jaina opened herself to the Force again and reached out to Luke with all the strength she could muster, urging him not to waste himself and his Jedi like that. "Don't!" She dropped the nose of her own Stealth X toward the cloaking cone on the Anakin Solo's upper hull. "Go!" Luke continued on course for an instant, until a trio of cannon bolts hammered some sense into him by bouncing off the Bessulik's Beskar nose. Jaina felt him reach out to her, telling her to trust in the Force. Then he dipped a wing and led the remaining Jedi away from the Anakin Solo. She would have to do it all herself now, save Isolde and kill her brother. No sooner had Jaina thought this than she felt her brother's attention turning her way again. An instant later, cannon bolts began to stream up from all directions. The Stealth X bucked half a dozen times as it took hits. Then something popped, and the cockpit went red with fire warning lights. It didn't matter. Jaina could not have pulled up if she wanted to, and she didn't want to. She blew the canopy and ejected, then watched enthralled as her flaming Stealth X crashed through the thin shell of the cloaking cone and exploded through the decks below. "Get ready, Kaitis." Jaina activated her suit thrusters, then concealed her Force presence again, and started down into the fuming ruins of the cloaking cone. "Here I come." Chapter 16. Do Bothan politicians ever tell the truth? Sure. They'll do anything to win an election. Jason Solo, age 15. Victory was within his grasp. On the commander's deck of the Anakin Solo, air was whistling away through a web of hairline cracks in the blast shield. Kaitis's day cabin was gone, and a concave blowout cup was forming in what used to be an interior wall. Lockdown alarms were blaring in every cabin on the bridge, and the entire command staff was running for the hatchways. But Kaitis stood calmly in the tactical salon, his gaze fixed on the holodisplay, as though he were trying to make sense of the disjointed battle depicted there. He already knew what had happened, of course. The Jedi had used the blood trail to lure him into an ambush. Then Luke had led a desperate attack on the Anakin Solo in an attempt to take him out. And Kaitis had survived. When the Jedi had begun their attack, he had been in his observation bubble, using his battle meditation to see through the Force what the fleet's sensors could not. He had been forced to watch the whole thing in his mind's eye, issuing useless orders and futile warnings as his sister and Zek took out the shields. A moment later, the Stealth X's had rolled onto the Anakin Solo's upper hull, their Jedi-guided shadow bombs blasting holes 4 decks deep. Then Kaitis had spotted the Bessulik. When he realized Luke was flying it, his intestines had filled with ice. Knowing that Luke was coming for him, just as Kaitis had seen in his visions, he had leapt from his meditation chair and rushed into the tactical salon, barely sealing the hatch before Luke launched his bombs. The hatch had held, and it was still holding, and now here Kaitis was, staring at the holodisplay, but seeing a throne, a white throne in a brightly lit chamber. There was no one on it, but it was surrounded by 100 beings regal enough to belong in the seat. They were beings of all species, Bothans and Hutts, Ishi Tib and Mon Calamari, even humans and squibs, and they all had the easy, amicable bearing of old friends. But what held Kaitis there, what kept him staring at the vision with no regard for the screaming alarm sirens or the flimsoplast fluttering past on escaping air, was the tall, red-headed woman at the center of the crowd. She had her mother's thin, arcing brows and full-lipped mouth, but her nose was her grandmother's, small and not too long, with just a hint of a button at the end. "Lord Kaitis!" Tahiri's voice had grown as shrill as the lockdown alarms, and she was tugging his arm, trying in vain to move him away from the holodisplay. "What's wrong with you?"
"Wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all."
Kaitis kept himself rooted to the deck, continuing to stare at his grown-up Alana until a piece of flimsoplast blew through the holograph. Then the white throne and the regal friends all faded away, and the face of his beautiful daughter twisted into the angry, hateful visage of his sister Jaina.
"Get ready, Kaitis,"
she was warning him.
"Here I come."
Kaitis laughed.
"I am ready, Jaina."
He turned his back on the vision, finally allowing Tahiri to pull him away.
"And I've already won."
"I'm sorry, my lord." Tahiri continued to hold his arm, literally dragging him out the hatch at the rear of the salon. "I don't understand."
"Jaina is coming for me,"
Kaitis explained, still laughing.
"Luke Skywalker couldn't kill me. What does she expect to do?"
"I honestly don't know," Tahiri said. She sealed the hatch, and the whistle of escaping air grew inaudible. "But it wouldn't do to get careless. You're still recovering, and she's—"
"Practically dead already,"
Kaitis said, starting toward the turbolift.
"My sister is nothing to be concerned with. We've won. I've seen it."
Tahiri looked more worried than convinced, but rather than argue the point, she seemed content just to pull him into the turbolift. As they descended toward the auxiliary command center hidden deep in the well-protected bowels of the vessel, she took a moment to straighten her own robes, then stepped around in front of him and began to tug his robes into place. "The moths are in a bad state," she warned him. "They're scared."
"Of course they're scared,"
Kaitis said.
"They think only of themselves, and they fear only for their own lives."
Tahiri folded back the lapel of his outer cloak.
"Actually, they're just as worried about their assault fleet," she explained. "They're afraid we're going to lose the war."
"Lose?"
Kaitis scoffed.
"Haven't they been viewing the intelligence briefings?"
"They're more concerned about our situation here," she said. "Actually, so am I."
Kaitis's temper began to rise. Buatu had already wiped out Neothel's traitors and trapped both the Bothan and Corellian fleets at Carbos 13. Admiral Atoko was neutralizing the Mandalorian nuisance by inflicting some sorely needed urban renewal on Keldabe, with just the remains of the Fifth Fleet. And yet, the Moffs were worried because they had run into some relatively minor resistance here. Did they really expect Jedi to be defeated as easily as Mandalorians and Corellians? But Kaitis did not let his anger take control of him. That would do nothing but divert his attention, and he could not afford to lose his focus now. Not with Jaina on the loose. Not when he was so close to victory that he had actually seen it.
"I appreciate the warning, Tahiri,"
Kaitis said.
"I'll be sure to reassure them."
"That might prove difficult, my lord,"
Tahiri said.
"Even for you."
She looked down at her feet, and Kaitis could feel her gathering her courage.
"Tahiri, how long have we known each other?"
he asked.
"Tell me."
Tahiri nodded, then met his gaze.
"There's something they're keeping from us. I can feel it when I'm around them."
Kaitis smiled.
"Of course they're keeping something from us,"
he said.
"They're Moffs."
Tahiri would not be put off by his jokes.
"They don't trust your abilities yet." "Not really," she said. "It might be better if we had never been ambushed."
"It's hard to argue against that,"
Kaitis said.
"But I don't see what it has to do with our situation."
"Fix it,"
Tahiri said.
"I think that's what it's going to take to keep their faith."
"Fix it how?"
Kaitis asked.
"Are you under the impression I can change the past?"
Tahiri looked confused.
"Well, yeah," she admitted. "You did it for me."
Now Kaitis understood.
"The kiss, you mean?"
"What else?" she asked. "You flow-walked me back to the battle on Banu Ras, and I kissed Anakin. If you could do that, why not flow-walk back and warn someone about the ambush?"
The turbolift reached the auxiliary command center and stopped. Before the door could open, Kaitis reached out and depressed the hold control. He knew why Tahiri believed he could do such a thing. Because he had allowed her to believe it. Her obsession with Anakin had been a convenient tool for him. She had wanted, still wanted, to bring Anakin back so badly that Kaitis had not even needed to imply the possibility. Tahiri had simply seized on the hope, and he'd used that to bend her to his will. But the time had come to disabuse her of that notion. With victory at hand, he needed to move Tahiri to the next stage, to help her develop into a true Sith lady with aspirations of her own, and the cold ruthlessness to achieve them. Kaitis placed a caring hand on her shoulder.
"Tahiri, I'm about to tell you something that's going to make you very angry. I want you to feed on its power, because you're going to need it before this last battle is over. But if you let it take control, you'll be lost. You'll never be any good to me again. Can you handle that?
Tahiri's confusion turned to distress. "What is it?" she demanded. "Are you telling me it wasn't real? That when we flow-walked back to see Anakin, we were just—"
"The flow-walking was real,"
Kaitis interrupted.
"We did return to the battle at Banu Ras, and you did kiss Anakin. But the past didn't change. It can't."
Tahiri's eyes started to burn with denial.
"That makes no sense,"
she said.
"If I really kissed him, then we changed the past."
Kaitis shook his head.
"When you drop a pebble into a river, what happens? There's a splash, and then the splash disappears. The splash is real, but the river doesn't change. It continues on just the same."
"But it does change," Tahiri objected. "Maybe you can't see it, but the pebble is still there, rolling along the bottom."
"And the kiss is still there, too,"
Kaitis said. He reached out and gently tapped Tahiri's temple.
"In there. That's where the bottom of the flow is."
"In my mind?"
"In the way you perceive the past,"
Kaitis said. He was not surprised by the anger and disbelief in Tahiri's voice. When the Engtai monks had explained why he couldn't stop Anakin from dying, he had reacted the same way.
"We went back to the battle on Banu Ras, and you kissed Anakin. What changed? The past, or your memory of the past?"
Tahiri shook her head, still not ready to let go.
"What about Tekli and the rest of the strike team? You were worried about them seeing us."
"About remembering that they had seen us,"
Kaitis corrected.
"Just like Raynar remembered seeing me when he crawled out of the tachyon flyer. But I wasn't there. I was on Coruscant being tortured by Vergere. What Raynar remembered is the splash."
Kaitis could tell by Tahiri's crestfallen expression that she was beginning to understand. But she wasn't quite ready to give up.
"What about being harmed?" she said. "If we're just splashes, how come we had to be so careful about reacting to the past? A splash can't be harmed."
Kaitis shook his head.
"Tahiri, you know the answer. The mind is a powerful weapon, especially for Force users. If we started to remember being harmed—"
He released the hold control, and the door slid open.
"I'm sure you understand."
For a moment, Tahiri was speechless, her face red with fury, her eyes damp. She stepped out of the turbo-lift.
"Oh, I understand, Lord Kaitis. You're the slime under a hut's tail. Feed on that."
Kaitis smiled and calmly stepped into the vestibule, where 2 squads of black-armored GAG sentries stood at slack-jawed attention. Across from them, spilling down a long corridor servicing the Anakin Solo's auxiliary intelligence and control cabins, was a platoon of gray-armored elite guard stormtroopers who served as the Moff's collective bodyguard. Kitus stopped in front of the battle-seasoned GAG sergeant and gave a sigh of feigned exasperation.
"Apprentices," he said. "They can be so touchy about criticism sometimes."
The sergeant nodded sagely, and Kitus felt the tension drain from the force, as guards from both groups decided that the trouble between the two Sith was nothing they needed to worry about. "It's the same with all subordinates, my lord." The sergeant glanced at a flat-faced Gotal with gray sensory cones and spotty cheek fuzz, then leaned closer and added, "Sometimes I feel like killing them myself."
"It might be better if you let the enemy do that for us,"
Kitus said, giving an appreciative chuckle.
"Are you still in contact with Commander Barrett?"
The sergeant's expression turned grim. "Not since we were hit, my lord," he said. "There hasn't been any contact at all from Dark Deck. Our entire comnet has gone dead. So has surveillance."
"I was afraid of that."
Kitus nodded, making the same assumption the sergeant obviously had, that Dark Deck, the nickname for ship security headquarters, had been destroyed in the StealthX attack.
"My sister has boarded the Anakin Solo. I need you to organize a search."
"As you wish, my lord," the sergeant said. "Do you have any, special insight as to where we should start?" Kitus shook his head.
"She's hiding in the Force, so I can't actually feel her presence."
Realizing the seasoned sergeant would be too disciplined to ask the logical follow-up question, he glanced at the ceiling and added,
"It's more like a smell, Sergeant. A smell that permeates everything."
The sergeant received this with the calm composure of a man who had spent a lifetime accepting orders he didn't understand. "Very well," he said. "And when we find her?"
"Alert me,"
Kitus said.
"I'll have to address this personally. Trying to handle her yourself will just get you and your people killed."
"Thank you for your consideration." The sergeant sounded more relieved than he should have, and a little surprised. "Then you think the Anakin Solo is going to survive this?" The question caught Kitus off guard. It had never occurred to him that the Anakin Solo might not survive. He considered his answer for a moment, expanding his force awareness to all corners of the Star Destroyer, and was surprised by the amount of pain, confusion, and fear that he felt. But there was also the determination and focus of a crew well accustomed to desperate battles, of beings who understood that their best hope of survival lay in keeping their heads and performing their duties. Kitus looked back to the sergeant.
"It's too early to know for certain, but I'll share a secret with you."
He laid his hand on the sergeant's shoulder.
"It really doesn't matter. We've already won."
A touch of doubt and disappointment flashed through the sergeant's eyes, and his expression quickly grew guarded and neutral. "That's good to hear, my lord." Kitus shot him a knowing half-smile.
"It's unwise to doubt me, Sergeant,"
he said.
"We have won. I've seen it."
Kitus left the sergeant to his unspoken skepticism and entered the auxiliary command center, where the personnel looked anything but confident of victory. The ship's officers were sitting at their consoles at the far end, shouting into their mics or at one another as they struggled to determine the extent of the Anakin Solo's damage. The command staff were clustered around a mostly blank holodisplay near the chamber entrance, looking less harried but worrying more. With so little reliable data to analyze, they had nothing else to do. Tahiri stood off to one side before a bank of unoccupied assimilation stations. She was surrounded by a mob of thoughtfully frowning moths, speaking with their de facto leader, gray-haired, combat-trim Lesserson, in the concerned tones of someone facing a sad, unpleasant truth. As Kaitis approached, Lesserson abruptly stopped speaking and turned to face him. "Lord Kaitis, how good to see you well," he said. "I was just explaining to Lady Vela how worried we were about your welfare."
"That's true," Tahiri said. "The moths seem quite concerned about your sanity."
The force boiled with shock and dismay, and several moths began to sputter denials, their eyes growing wide and afraid. Only Lesserson seemed unsurprised by Tahiri's bold betrayal of their confidence. He watched her with equal parts hatred and admiration. Kaitis allowed himself a small smile of pride. As angry as Tahiri was with him, she had clearly decided she was not going to be anyone's tool. After allowing the moths to sputter their denials for a moment, Tahiri turned to Kaitis. With ice in her voice, she added, "I tried to tell them you're just hut spawn, but for some reason they don't seem to believe me." That Tahiri would speak to him this way seemed to shock even Lesserson. A dead silence fell over the group, and Kaitis knew that how he handled the insult would determine not only how much authority he retained over her, but how the moths viewed him as well. After glaring at Tahiri for a moment, he decided the best tactic was to exploit her outburst.
"Yes. Well, you know me so much better than they do."
He shifted his gaze to the moths.
"The moths will learn, I'm sure."
Lesserson and several others gave a nervous, testing laugh, which Kaitis silenced with a scowl.
"Moth Lesserson, you'll be kind enough to fill me in on the discussion you were having with my apprentice."
Kaitis made it an order, deliberately pushing his authority to test the moth's willingness to challenge him.
"Leave out the part where you suggest I'm insane. I really have no interest in your opinion regarding that."
Lesserson started to deny he had made such a suggestion, then seemed to remember how difficult it was to lie to a Force user, and nodded. "As you wish, my lord," he said. "I was simply expressing our concern over the tactical situation, and suggesting a course of action to change the tide of battle."
"Suggestions are always welcome,"
Kaitis said.
"In the future, bring them directly to me. There's no need to trouble my apprentice with them."
Lesserson inclined his head. "As you wish, Lord Kaitis," he said. "I was suggesting to Lady Vela that we might be able to save the remnant assault fleet by disrupting the Hapen command structure at its highest levels. We do that with an attack on the Dragon Queen." Kaitis couldn't read Lesserson's thoughts quite clearly enough to determine what kind of attack the moth was suggesting, but he had no doubt about the real target. The Dragon Queen was Tenel Ka's personal flagship. If the moths were talking about going after it, they were talking about going after Tenel Ka herself. And Kaitis wouldn't have a problem with that, except that he had sensed another familiar presence aboard the Dragon Queen during his battle meditation. Just before the ambush, he had noticed both mother and daughter hanging on the far side of the Hapen fleet. At first, Kaitis had been confused by the discovery, believing that Tenel Ka would never endanger their daughter by bringing her into battle. But then he had put himself in Tenel Ka's place and realized she had no other choice. He had taken Alana once, and Tenel Ka was not the type of woman to let that happen twice. She was the kind of woman who would keep her daughter close at all times, even in battle. That way, she could be sure that if Kaitis tried to abduct their daughter again, he would have to go through Tenel Ka first. After taking a moment to compose himself, and to make certain his alarm wasn't showing on his face, Kaitis tucked his hand behind his back and nodded.
"An interesting thought,"
he said.
"Go on."
Lesserson looked vaguely but pleasantly surprised. "You're aware of how our nanokiller works?" Kaitis nodded, remembering the blood sample the remnant medic had taken from Mirtagev.
"You can tailor it to attack specific targets based on their genetic markers,"
he said.
"All you need is a sample of the target's DNA."
"Exactly," Lesserson said. "But it doesn't have to be their DNA. It can come from a close relative. We were able to develop a strain for Boba Fett using his granddaughter's DNA, for example. And with Princess Solder being held captive—"
"Of course,"
Kaitis said. He could see where this was going, and he didn't like it. Not with Alana aboard the Dragon Queen. But he couldn't allow the Moffs to see his alarm. If they learned of his weakness, they would not hesitate to exploit it.
"How is the Fett project going, by the way?"
Lesserson smirked. "It's complete, my lord," he said. "Admiral Atoko confirmed a successful delivery shortly before we left Nickel 1. Kaitis allowed his joy to show in his face.
"So there's a nanokiller waiting for Fett in Keldabe."
"Not just Keldabe," Lesserson corrected. "It was air-dispersed. By now, it's spread across half of Mandalore. Once Fett finally tires of playing Starfighter Ace and returns to the surface, it's just a matter of time before he comes into contact with it."
"What about the safe date?" Tahiri asked. "I thought you designed the nanokiller so that it stopped being a threat after a few days."
"That's for the weapons strains," Lesserson explained. "The assassin strains, like the one we sent after Fett, can last forever. As long as they absorb a little light every 3 or 4 days, they never die."
"Well done,"
Kaitis said.
"Thank you."
He expanded his gaze to include the rest of the Moffs, too.
"All of you."
Lesserson clicked his heels and inclined his head. "A pleasure to be of service, my lord," he said. "But it was for us, too. Payback for that attack on Nickel 1.
"Even better,"
Kaitis said.
"Fett should be taught that he's the smallest rancor in the pit."
"Quite," Lesserson said. "Let's hope the lesson kills him."
"Let's. But I don't see how a nanokiller can help us now,"
Kaitis said, trying to dismiss the idea without seeming afraid of it.
"The battle will be over by the time your strain is ready."
"Not necessarily, my lord," Lesserson said. "The difficulty in developing the strain comes in excluding genetic markers from the target pool. If that's not a concern, the process can be accelerated. We could have a sample ready in as little as—" Lesserson paused and looked to Moff Reezer for an answer. "1 hour," Reezer said. Like Lesserson, he was a hard-eyed man with a grim mouth and a military bearing. 2 at the most. Kaitis raised his brow.
"That might be fast enough,"
he admitted, growing more worried.
"But deploying the weapon is still a problem. Even if we knew the Dragon Queen's location, it would take the whole assault fleet to support a boarding action."
"Actually, we have reports of the Dragon Queen standing off on the far edge of the battle," Reezer reported. "So slipping a party of commandos aboard shouldn't be a problem. especially if they look like the crew of a crippled missile boat.
Tahiri nodded. "It just might work," she said, turning to Kaitis. "You know how Hapen royalty is. Half the officers aboard the Dragon Queen are probably related to Tenouka somehow."
"It is an intriguing possibility,"
Kaitis said. He had never told Tahiri about Alana's paternity, so it seemed likely that she was supporting the Moff's suggestion because she believed it was a good one, not because she wanted to punish Kaitis for exploiting her obsession with Anakin. Still, it did mean he was going to have to dismiss the plan a little more forcefully.
"But a Nana-killer won't be necessary. We've already won."
"Forgive me, but it hardly feels like we're winning," Lesserson said, looking as surprised as he did doubtful. "And the few reports we have received from the field—"
"Moff Lesserson,"
Kaitis interrupted.
"I see things ordinary beings cannot. Victory is ours already. There will be no nano-attack against the Dragon Queen or any other vessel. Is that clear?"
Lesserson's jaw clenched, but he dipped his head in acknowledgement.
"As you wish, Lord Kaitis," he said. "I was only trying to save lives. Imperial lives."
"Then do exactly as I say,"
Kaitis replied.
"You will save a lot of lives, yours among them."
Lesserson's eyes flashed at the threat, but he knew better than to test Kaitis's patience.
"You have my complete faith," he said. "I look forward to your victory."
Kaitis could feel that the Moff was lying, but it was impossible to tell about what exactly. Did the fool think he could actually steal a sample of Isolder's blood from beneath Kaitis's nose?
"Our victory, Moff Lesserson,"
Kaitis replied. An explosion rumbled down from somewhere above, and he glanced up.
"We're all in this together, wouldn't you say?"
Lesserson's smile was more of a sneer.
"How kind of you to say so, my lord," he said. "I was beginning to think you were more interested in our fleet than our advice."
"Nothing could be farther from the truth,"
Kaitis said.
"Now, if you'll excuse me, I really must go find my sister before she finds us."
The blood drained from the faces of all the Moffs, and Lesserson said, "By all means, my lord. We'll make the necessary preparations for transferring the flag to the Megador."
"I'm afraid there won't be time for that,"
Kaitis said.
"The Megador will be busy saving your fleet."
This drew a murmur of surprise from the Moffs, and Reezer said, "But that will leave the Anakin Solo exposed to another Stealth X attack."
"Which is why we'll be following the Megador into battle,"
Kaitis said.
"You can't win wars without risking lives, gentlemen. This is where we risk ours."
Kaitis motioned Tahiri to follow, then inquired of the captain of the Anakin Solo about the Star Destroyer's condition. After learning that the shields were the only critical system that would not be repaired within minutes, he congratulated the captain and the crew on their good work, then issued his commands. If the captain was alarmed by the prospect of following the Megador into battle without any shields, he had the good sense not to show it. He simply acknowledged his orders and turned to execute them. Kaitis nodded his approval, then started toward the door, speaking to Tahiri as he went.
"The true Jedi base can't be far from here," he said. "I need you to take a Stealth X and find the transports that just fled Uroro Station. They'll show you the way.
And that will matter because... Tahiri asked.
Because it won't take long for the Megador to break the Hapen ambush,
Kaitis explained.
And then we'll be right behind you.
Okay, Tahiri said. But letting me believe we could bring Anakin back was a terrible way to use me. I still haven't forgiven you.
And I doubt you ever will,
Kaitis said.
That was kind of the point.
They left the auxiliary command center and came to the turbolift. Kaitis motioned Tahiri in first.
You go on up,
he said. Kaitis thought about kissing her on her scarred forehead and wishing her good luck, and perhaps there had been a time when the gesture would have been welcome. But no longer. He had taught her an important lesson about trust, one that he knew would stay with her forever.
I have something I need to take care of.
Isolde, Tahiri said, nodding. Too bad. I kind of liked him.
Me too,
Kaitis said. He could not help wondering if Tahiri knew about Alana's paternity after all. Perhaps she had chanced on him whispering the name in his sleep, or overheard something while he had Alana aboard the Anakin Solo.
But I'm not going to take a chance. Not with this.
Chapter 17. What do you call sleet storms on Hoth? Summer. Jason Solo, age 15. The Anakin Solo's prison hold proved to be everything Jaina had imagined it would be. A cavernous vault of durasteel, it was filled with catwalks, checkpoints, and identity scanners. The detention cells were arrayed to the right side of the primary access tunnel, stacked 5 high in 3 long rows. There had to be 1,000 units, and the volume of yellow light pouring through the transparasteel doors suggested that most were occupied. Locating Isolde's cell was going to be a problem, and Jaina did not have time for problems. If she expected to have any chance of killing her brother, she had to find Kaitis before he found her, and he had half the security teams on the Anakin Solo already searching for her. The clank-clank of boot heels on deck steel echoed up the corridor. A pair of guards rounded a corner about 20 meters ahead, emerging from a short side hall labeled Infirmary Checkpoint. Jaina pulled her prisoner, a female security officer, now wearing Jaina's own Stealth X flight suit, across to her side opposite the guards.
There's no brave option here, Cece.
Jaina spoke in a low voice, addressing the woman by the first and middle initials on the GAG utilities that Jaina had taken from her.
If you even meet their eyes, I'll kill you all, and still do what I came to do. Understand?
If I wanted to do something stupid, I would have done it in the processing center, Cece replied. I'd rather live.
Good,
Jaina said.
I'd rather let you.
Cece was a couple of centimeters shorter than Jaina, and a little smaller, too, so Jaina's flight suit was a tad baggy on her. But only an experienced pilot would notice the poor fit. Cece's GAG uniform, on the other hand, was so tight on Jaina that it felt like something Alima Rar would have worn, a full size too small, and snug in all the wrong places for a woman trying to avoid attention. As the guards drew nearer to Jaina and her prisoner, the stomach-dropping th-boom of a hull hit reverberated through the ship. The lights flickered and blinked out, then blinked on again, out one more time, and finally returned to normal. The guards cast a nervous glance at the ceiling, then seemed to shiver off their anxiety and started down the corridor again. It would have been an exaggeration to say that the crew had become inured to the sound of turbolaser strikes impacting their Star Destroyer, but they were certainly growing accustomed to it. There had been a lull in the explosions for about half an hour after Jaina boarded, but then the Anakin Solo had followed the Megador forward and begun to take a steady trickle of hits. Whatever else he was, Kaitis was certainly no coward. When the distance had closed to within a couple of meters, the guards pulled their shoulders back and stopped. Jaina began to draw on the Force, using it to reinforce the impression in the two men's minds that she was a familiar face, someone they ran into every now and again. It was a calculated trade-off. If her brother sensed her calling on the Force, it might give him a hint about her location. But if a suspicious guard reported a stranger wandering around the prison hold, it would bring him running, probably with an entire platoon of GAG troopers to back him up. "Good day, Captain," said the tallest guard, a sandy-haired man with a heavy, square jaw that reminded Jaina of Zek's strong features. "May we see the prisoner's cell assignment yet?"
"If you must,"
Jaina said, reinforcing her image as just another imperious GAG officer. She reached into a thigh pocket and produced the chit she had been given at the processing center a few minutes before.
"Be fast about it. I don't have much time."
The guard glanced at the chit, then said, "In that case, you're lucky you ran into us." He pointed back down the corridor toward an intersection Jaina had just passed. "The women's block is back there. We'll escort you."
"I don't need an escort. I know where the women's block is."
Jaina used a dismissing wave of her hand to draw the guard's attention away from the suggestive tone of her voice.
"I'm taking the prisoner to the infirmary first. She needs to be examined."
The guard turned to his companion. "The prisoner needs to be examined first," he said. "We'll escort the captain to the infirmary." Jaina swallowed her frustration.
"I don't need an escort."
This time she distracted the pair by pointing at the hall from which the two had emerged.
"I can see where the infirmary is."
The two guards frowned. Then the shorter one, he had hair that was one shade lighter than black, said, "She can see where the infirmary is, Dex." Dex sighed, then passed back the chit. "Thank you, ma'am. Do be careful." He pointed at a silver dome hanging from the ceiling. "The surveillance system is out."
"Thanks for the warning."
An idea occurred to Jaina, and she added,
"So was the prisoner index. Can you tell me what cell the Hapen Prince is in?"
Both guards frowned, and Dex asked, "Why would you need to know that?"
"Because—"
Jaina let her explanation trail off there, trying to make the best of her tight uniform by flashing a coy smile. Playing the flirt had worked pretty well for her mother on Coruscant, so Jaina saw no reason it shouldn't work for her here. She raised her brows.
"I hear he's worth looking at."
Dex shook his head in annoyance. "I don't think I can help you with that, Captain." The two guards marched off without awaiting a proper dismissal, leaving Jaina to stand there wondering what her 60-year-old mother had that she didn't.
"That was smooth,"
Cece observed.
"You should probably just stick to the Force tricks." "I got rid of them, didn't I?"
Jaina started forward again, dragging her prisoner across the tunnel toward the infirmary checkpoint in case the guards looked back.
"And how do you know that wasn't a Force trick?"
"If it was, it needs work," Cece answered.
"Careful,"
Jaina warned.
"It's not too late to kill you."
Cece laughed at the threat, then asked,
"Is that really what this is about? Isolde?" "Of course."
Jaina stopped at the entrance to the short corridor leading to the infirmary checkpoint and pretended to be checking Cece's wrist restraints.
You think Jedi go around breaking into prisons for fun?
No, I thought you were here for the Mandalorian, Cece said. I heard she was working with a Jedi when Kaitis captured her.
Her?
Jaina asked.
Was this on Nickel 1?
When Cece hesitated, Jaina added,
There are a lot of ways a Jedi can hurt you.
Most of them so bad that you can't even scream. Okay, you're right. She came from Nickel 1. She's supposed to be related to Boba Fett. Cece pointed her chin toward the checkpoint, where a suspicious-looking guard sat inside his control booth, studying them through a transparisteel viewing panel. In there, I hear Kaitis is handling her interrogations personally. Jaina was suddenly filled with so much guilt and anger that she felt as though she would burst. Myrta had survived, and Jaina had abandoned her, just as Fett had implied when he visited Jaina in the hospital. It didn't matter that it had seemed inconceivable that Myrta was alive, or that Jaina had been so wounded and dazed herself she could not think straight, or that any retrieval attempt would almost certainly have cost Jaina her own life. Jaina had left a wounded comrade behind. To a Mandalorian commando, that was all that would matter, and to Fett, all that would matter was that it had been Myrta.
Criffing Mandalorians!
Jaina slammed her palm against the tunnel wall, drawing a disapproving glower from the guard inside the checkpoint control booth.
I don't have time for this!
Sorry I brought it up then, Cece said, sounding genuinely frightened. But if you're going after a soldier, my thumbprint won't help you. He's in Block C, maximum security, so you're going to have to fight your way in. Maybe you could dump me in my cell first.
Maybe I could,
Jaina said. She shoved Cece down the corridor toward the infirmary checkpoint.
If you're not lying about the Mandalorian.
The smart thing would have been to forget that Cece had ever mentioned a Mandalorian prisoner. That was what Fett would have done in her place, maybe even Myrta herself. But Jaina was a Jedi, not an assassin. She couldn't just turn her back on an ally, even a quasi-ally. Criffing Mandalorians. They were like Hutts. Once they got their claws into you, they never let go. At the checkpoint, Jaina spun her prisoner around backward and stepped over to the security pad, reaching for the thumb scanner with the same hand that held Cece's arm. With the force and a little sleight of hand, she prevented the guard from seeing whose thumb it was that actually touched the pad, and his suspicion seemed to subside as the scanning booth slid open. Once they were inside, he activated an intercom and asked, "Authorization?"
Don't have one,
Jaina said.
I just need to get her checked for ejection injuries before we interrogate her.
The guard nodded and initiated the scan, wincing only slightly as the boom of another, smaller hull hit rang through the ship. None of the items in Jaina's equipment belt seemed to trouble him, but he frowned and pointed at the thigh pocket where she had stowed her lightsaber. "What's that?"
High-powered glow rod.
Jaina pulled the lightsaber from its pocket and stuck the emitter nozzle against the transparisteel in front of his eyes.
Want me to show you?
No. Not wanting to be blinded by the powerful light, the guard quickly looked away and reached for a button on his panel. "Please proceed, Captain. You know where the exam rooms are." The far door slid open, and Jaina led Cece into the prison's infirmary wing. Like the other side of the primary access tunnel, it was a cavernous durasteel vault with 5 stories of catwalks ascending into the murky heights above. But each level seemed to have its own purpose. The lowest level, about 3 meters below the balcony where Jaina and Cece had emerged, seemed to be a combination morgue and waste disposal area. A single black, four-armed droid with a skeletal frame and green glowing photoreceptors was working in the pit, pulling medical waste off a conveyor belt and feeding it into a white-mouthed fusion incinerator. On the wall across from the incinerator was a line of 12-meter-square body drawers, all closed and presumably full, as there were a pair of corpses resting on gurneys along the wall. The main level was lined with examination rooms, while the next story up had too many attendants pushing hover gurneys along the catwalk to be anything but diagnostics or surgery. Jaina led her prisoner over to a lift tube and found two possibilities on the control panel: patient cells on level 4 and authorized access only on level 5. Jaina was still pondering her choices when Cece said, "Patient cells. They don't allow regular medical staff on the interrogation level, and your friend needs attention. She won't be hard to find." Detecting no hint of deception in Cece's force aura, Jaina pressed patient cells, and they ascended to level 4. The catwalk was modestly busy, with a handful of nurses and medical droids bustling in and out of the cells, usually alone, but sometimes in the company of an escort carrying a stun stick. At the far end of the catwalk, a pair of GAG guards stood in front of a closed door holding blaster rifles. Guessing they would be guarding Myrta's cell, Jaina started forward, pushing her prisoner ahead of her. They passed several open cells where nurses or droids were stooping over the lowered access panel of a blocky gray containment bed, tending to their patients. A couple of times, they passed guard escorts leaning against doorways, swinging their stun sticks and looking bored. No one gave Jaina a second look as she passed with her prisoner, in part because it had been nearly 5 minutes since a hull hit had boomed through the ship. Either the battle was turning in Kaitus's favor, or the Anakin Solo had become so battered that it wasn't even worth firing at anymore. Jaina wasn't betting on the latter possibility. By the time they were 3/4 of the way down the catwalk, she felt certain no one was paying any attention to them. She stretched her force awareness out toward the cell and found an angry, disheartened presence lying inside. Though Jaina could not actually sense the bed that Myrta was lying on, she knew it had to be there. She visualized a blocky gray containment bed similar to the one she had seen in other cells, then grasped it in the force and jerked hard. A muffled cry of surprise sounded through Myrta's door, and the puzzled guards looked from the door to each other. Jaina grasped the bed in the force again, this time lifting the bottom end off the floor and letting it drop. A sharp bang came through the door, followed by another cry of surprise. The closer guard pressed his thumb to the security pad, then stepped into the cell while the door was still sliding open. The other one frowned at Jaina and Cece, who were within a few meters of the cell door and still approaching. He stepped forward, moving to block their approach. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but—" Jaina force-hurled him through the door and shoved Cece into the cell after him, then followed and slapped the interior door control. The startled guards were just picking themselves up, spinning around to bring up their blaster rifles. Jaina flicked her fingers, and the nearer guard's weapon flew from his hands and smashed butt first into the farther one's temple. She followed up that attack with a snap kick to the closest guard's jaw, and both men collapsed in unconscious heaps. Cece had slipped behind her and was moving toward the door. Jaina swung her arm back, pointing at the woman, and warned, "Don't!" She turned to find Cece standing a meter behind her, one arm half stretched toward a control panel on the wall. There were pads labeled intercom, lights, patient emergency, and alarm. Even before Jaina stepped toward her, Cece lowered her arm and said, "This is going to leave a bruise, isn't it?" "Probably." Jaina smashed a hammer fist into the hinge of Cece's jaw, then caught her when her eyes rolled back and her knees buckled.
"The noble J.T. say."
a muffled voice said behind her.
Gracious even in victory.
Jaina laid Cece on the floor next to the cell's empty second bed, then turned to see Mirta Gev watching her through the transparestial access panel on the first. She hardly looked like the same woman Jaina had met on Mandalore. Her eyes were sunken and rimmed in purple, her skin was ashen, and her curly brown hair lay straight, flat, and dirty on her head.
"Hello, Mirta,"
Jaina said. As she spoke, she collected the weapons and comlinks from the two guards she had knocked unconscious.
"It's good to see you. I'm glad you're alive."
Mirta snorted and looked away.
"If you want to call it that."
Jaina scowled at the bitterness in Mirta's voice. Still holding the weapons and comlinks she had taken off the guards, she stepped over to the bed and kneed the access control. As the panel slid down, she saw that Mirta lay beneath a thin blanket, her legs extended straight out, and her right arm resting motionless at her side. Her left arm was slightly bent, and Jaina could see the outline of a heavy restraining cuff around her wrist. Jaina laid the weapons and comlinks on the foot of Mirta's bed, at the same time saying,
"Look, I'm sorry about what happened on Nickel 1.
She pulled the blanket back and unbuckled the restraining cuff.
"But I thought you were dead."
"It might have been nice if you'd checked," Mirta said. "You could have put a bolt through my head and spared me this."
Mirta raised her hand and gestured at her motionless body. And then Jaina understood why only one hand had been restrained. Her heart sank.
"Ah, Mirta, I'm so sorry."
Jaina shook her head. She was so sad she could barely bring herself to meet Mirta's gaze, and so frustrated she wanted to blast someone.
"I can't get you out of here."
Mirta nodded.
"I know who you came for,"
she said.
"The only thing I can't figure out is what you're doing in here."
"I might have gotten played."
Jaina hooked a thumb at Cece, wondering whether the GAG captain had known all along that Mirta could not be rescued, and had just been trying to eat up time Jaina did not have. She pulled the rest of the restraints from the storage bin under Mirta's bed and began to buckle the unconscious guards to the empty bed.
"If I make it, I'll try to come back for you."
"If you make it, I'll be so happy I won't care,"
Mirta said, her head turned so she could watch Jaina work.
"But there is something you should know. It may help you with Kitus."
"Thanks,"
Jaina said. She pulled Cece over next to the guards and used the restraints from the empty bed to secure her in place with them.
"I'll take all the help I can."
Mirta did not continue, and Jaina looked to find the Mandalorian studying her.
"You have to do some things for me," Mirta said. "If you survive, I mean, you have to promise."
"Maybe,"
Jaina said cautiously. She knew better than to make a blind agreement with a Mandalorian.
"What do you have in mind?"
"You have to warn Babuir,"
Mirta said, using the Mondoa word for her grandfather.
"The Moffs took some of my blood. They've designed a nanikiller for him."
Jaina nodded.
"I can do that."
Mirta's eyes grew as dead and cold as Fett's.
"And you have to—"
Her voice grew strained and cracked, and Jaina could tell that she was fighting some sort of internal battle.
"You have to tell him he deserves it. That he did this to me."
Jaina frowned.
"Okay, I can do that too, Mirta,"
she said.
"But you're not sounding like yourself. Are you sure you want me to do that?"
Mirta shook her head.
"No, but I can't help.
I just have this anger. Because your brother is right about one thing, at least. He did this to me."
"Kitus did this to you?" Jaina asked. She did not understand what her brother had done to Myrta, but she could tell that it was ugly.
"Or Fet?" "Babuir."
Myrta looked away, and it grew obvious there was no use reasoning with her.
He sent us on a death mission. Promise."
"Okay, if I make it," Jaina said. Fet would want to know the truth anyway, and she could always soften it by telling him of her suspicions.
"I promise." "Good."
When Myrta looked back toward Jaina, a certain sad peace had returned to her face, but she did not look grateful. Far from it. She raised the one arm she could move, pointing it at one of the blaster rifles Jaina had laid on the foot of her bed.
"And the last thing. It's easy."
Jaina looked at the blaster rifle and knew she could not make the deal.
"No, Myrta, I'm not going to do that," she said. "Even if I don't make it, I don't think your grandfather really believes Jaina. It's not for that."
Myrta pointed at the 3 prisoners Jaina had tied to the bed.
"When they wake up, I'm going to need a way to keep them quiet for you."
Jaina breathed a sigh of relief, then placed the blaster rifles and comlinks on the bed where Myrta could reach them.
"Good point. Thanks." "You're welcome," Myrta said. "Now, the thing you need to know about your brother. He underestimates you."
"That's not really news, Myrta," Jaina said. "Maybe not even true. He's magnitudes stronger than me in the Force. All I've got on him is 5 weeks of Mandalorian commando training."
"And that's enough to get the job done."
Myrta's tone was reprimanding, like a parent scolding a child for wanting a 3rd bowl of Fresgel.
"But I mean, his weakness is more delusional. He's convinced you couldn't have taken his arm, at least not alone. He thinks Luke was with us."
Jaina paused, recalling Kitus's confusion at the end of the battle. She also recalled her own condition, how the strange surge in her force powers had suddenly faded just before Kitus had redirected the stormtroopers' fire.
"Maybe Luke was there."
Myrta shook her head.
"He wasn't. I was conscious most of the time, and I didn't see him."
She waved the blaster muzzle at the door.
"Now get out of here. You've only got an hour before my next meds are due. And no offense, but I don't want you as a roommate."
"No problem. We'd probably kill each other." Jaina patted Myrta on the arm, then turned toward the door.
"May the Force be with you, Myrta."
"Yeah, sure, Jedi," Myrta said. "Shoot straight and run fast." Jaina slipped out of the cell and closed the door behind her. She used her fingernail to scratch up the security console thumbprint reader, then started down the catwalk toward the turbolift. Jaina hadn't taken even 3 steps when the muffled zing of a blaster discharge sounded from inside Myrta's cell. She stopped, her heart dropping with shock and disbelief. Then heard 2 more discharges and realized it wasn't Myrta she should have been worried about.
"Criffing Mandalorians!"
Seen through the egalitarian lens of a detention cell's one-way transparisteel, the acclaimed Princess Holder did not look so different from other men. He was a bit taller, perhaps, with squarer shoulders and straighter teeth. And there was something in his upright bearing, even sitting alone in a cramped durasteel cell, that hinted at his unshakable sense of self, at the quiet dignity that seemed to give him strength in even the most desperate and trying of circumstances. This was a man who had married for love in a culture that laughed at love, a father who had raised a Jedi daughter in a society that scorned Jedi, a prince who had always served his subjects first and his vanity last. He was a man, in short, of the best sort, a man with the wisdom to follow his own heart, and a heart large enough to make the journey worthwhile. And Kaitis would have liked to believe that those were the reasons he found himself so reluctant to kill the man. But he knew better. The reason he was hesitating was because he was not certain that it was the right thing to do. The logical course was to let Lesserson and the Moffs have their fun with their Nanakiller. Eliminating Tenel Ka and Alana was certainly not going to hurt the Alliance's chances of winning the battle, and it might even help. But how could Kaitis sacrifice his own child so that all the other children in the galaxy would grow up in safety? The way of the Sith was the way of pain, he knew that, but he did not see how he could let the Moffs kill his daughter without becoming a monster even worse than Palpatine or Exar Kun. Could Alana's life be the price the Force demanded for peace? For making his vision of the White Throne a reality? No, Kaitis realized. Alana had been one of the beings in the vision. Without her there would be no White Throne. The knot of fear that had been binding Kaitis's insides slackened, and with a new clarity he saw what he had to do. He had to stop the Moff's plan at any cost. If he wanted to bring peace to the galaxy, he had to save Alana, not sacrifice her. The stomach-dropping thaboom of a hull hit reverberated through the ship. The lights flickered and blinked out, then blinked on, out one more time, and finally returned to normal. Inside his cell, Isolde cast a nervous glance at the ceiling, then seemed to shrug off his anxiety and leaned back against the wall again. Kaitis opened the cell door, but remained standing outside. Isolde glanced over, his eyes betraying none of the surprise that Kaitis sensed in the Force. "Jason Solo," Isolde said, pointedly not rising. "I've been wondering why I haven't been interrogated yet. Obviously, you've been saving the fun for yourself." "It's Kaitis now, Prince Isolde," Kaitis said. "Darth Kaitis. And the reason you haven't been interrogated has nothing to do with fun. We have other means of locating the Jedi base, so I saw no need to impinge on your dignity." Now Isolde did allow his surprise to show in his eyes. "How very considerate of you," he said. "I wouldn't have expected that from child-stealing scum such as yourself." Kaitis winced at the insult. "We all make mistakes," he said, biting back his anger. There was nothing to be gained by retaliation, and Isolde deserved no punishment for speaking the truth as he saw it. "I'm sure you'll come to appreciate that in good time. Now, if you'll please come with me." "I don't think so," Isolde said. "Whatever you—" "I wasn't asking." Kaitis used the Force to pull Isolde off his bunk, then drew him stumbling through the door. "Please don't consider my respect a weakness, Prince Isolde. That would be one of those mistakes I just mentioned." "Of course," Isolde answered, recovering his dignity along with his footing. "It seems I'm entirely at your disposal. May I inquire where you're taking me?" "To join your crew aboard the Beam Racer," Kaitis said.
I'm afraid you'll have to depart in the middle of a battle, but we've almost broken through. Once you're clear of us, you should be safe enough.
Isolde stopped and turned around.
You're releasing me? Why?
Because my only other choice is to kill you,
Kaitis said,
and I'd really rather not.
Isolde looked more than skeptical. He looked flat-out distrustful.
So I can lead you to the Jedi base?
We already know where the base is,
Kaitis said.
We'll be jumping to Shedu Mad as soon as we break free of your daughter's fleet.
Isolde's face betrayed nothing, but Kaitis could tell by the disappointment in the prince's force aura that his analysts had guessed correctly about the destination of the transports that had fled Uroro Station.
You'll be free to go anywhere you wish, as long as you don't allow yourself to be captured again,
Kaitis continued.
It's only fair to warn you that the racer will explode at the first brush of a tractor beam.
Isolde frowned, obviously trying to figure out what Kaitis was doing, then abruptly said,
This is about the Nanakiller, isn't it?
Kaitis was actually surprised.
Very good, Prince. I'm afraid the Moffs are rather keen on using it against Tenel Ka.
Isolde glared at him with narrowed eyes, and Kaitis could feel a murderous intent gathering in the Force.
You're not as clever as you think, Jason.
Isolde spat in Kaitis's eyes.
I'd rather die than fall for your ploy.
Kaitis sighed and wiped the saliva away, wondering whether there was any way to convince the prince that this wasn't a ploy. Clearly, Isolde believed Kaitis was trying to trick him into inadvertently carrying the Nanakiller onto the Dragon Queen, and it was certainly a reasonable assumption. The question was, could Kaitis convince him of the truth? And was it worth the effort, especially when he had so much else to do? A battle to win, his sister to deal with, Luke to kill. The answer was regrettably obvious.
I was afraid you'd say that.
As Kaitis spoke, he was grasping Isolde in the Force.
And death is certainly an option.
Kaitis made a twisting motion with his hand, snapping Isolde's head around backward. There was a loud pop that made Kaitis feel a little sick to his stomach, and the prince collapsed at his feet, dead before he hit the catwalk. Kaitis sighed again, then removed the comlink from his chest pocket and managed to get a scratchy channel to his aide, Orlop.
I'm afraid Prince Isolde won't be joining his crew aboard the beam racer,
he said.
Tell them they'll have to depart without him.
Sure they will,
came the patchy reply.
They're loyal.
Of course they wouldn't. Isolde had been a great man, a good leader. No decent crew in the galaxy would abandon him.
Then you'll have to blow the ship in her berth.
Kaitis used the Force to levitate Isolde's body, then started down the catwalk toward the infirmary and its fusion incinerator.
And void the hangar when it's done. We can't afford to take any chances with this.
Chapter 18. What do you get when you cross an Ewok with an astromech droid? A short circuit. Jason Solo, age 15. As Jaina hurried toward the lift tube, she noticed that the catwalk was gradually emptying ahead of her. No one seemed to be panicking to get out of her way, or even paying her much attention. But while there were plenty of nurses and orderlies entering patient cells, none was emerging. Only the droids seemed to be going about their normal business, wheeling medicine carts from door to door, or popping into and out of cells with electronic chart pads in their hands. Jaina feared for a moment that someone had heard Myrta's blaster shots, or noticed the absence of her guards and triggered a security alarm. But the mood seemed to be more nervous than frightened, and when she passed an open door, those inside did not look away or pretend to be busy. They simply watched her pass with vague interest, as though they were wondering who she was that she didn't feel the need to take shelter from the coming storm. And that was just what she was sensing, Jaina realized, the fear of approaching turmoil. A general hush had fallen over the entire wing, and the force had gone electric with anxiety. She glanced through the safety mesh and saw that even the main deck of the infirmary, where the waiting area for the busy exam rooms was located, was gradually emptying. Jaina stopped at the next open door and poked her head into the cell. Inside, a female Faline was working under the watchful eye of two black-armored escorts, changing the bandages of a Bothan male missing both arms and a leg. Judging by the smoothly scorched stump that the nurse was currently disinfecting, it appeared that he had lost the 3 limbs to lightsaber strikes. "Another assassin," said a guard, noticing the object of Jaina's gaze. "Don't know why the Bothans keep sending them. Kaitis just cuts them up and sends them down here." "Something we can do for you, Captain?" asked the other, the older of the two.
"Yes, thanks."
Jaina tore her gaze away from the Bothan, wondering if that was how she was going to end up.
"Can you tell me why everything is getting so quiet? Is the Anakin Solo in trouble?"
"The Anakin Solo's doing fine, ma'am," the guard said. "The last I heard, the Megador had those Hapan Scolds on the run, and we were getting ready to jump with the rest of the fleet." "You must not do much duty in the infirmary," the young guard added. "It always gets like this when Darth Maniac is around."
"Darth Maniac?"
Jaina's pulse began to pound in her ears.
"Kaitis is here? In the infirmary?"
"Yes, ma'am." The older guard scowled at his young companion, no doubt misinterpreting Jaina's surprise as disapproval of the nickname. "Word is he's in the scanning booth."
"Coming up here?"
Jaina asked, thinking of Myrta and the obvious attention Kaitis had been paying her.
"In the middle of a battle?"
The guard shrugged. "Maybe not this time. They say he's got a body with him, so he could be headed to the disposal pit." A body in the prison hold. Jaina thought of Isolde and made the most likely assumption, and her heart sank. She backed out of the cell without thanking the guards, then started down the catwalk as fast as she could move and still be walking. She tried not to imagine what had happened, but the answer was too obvious to ignore. After the blood trail went dead at Uroro Station, Kaitis had no doubt resorted to his favorite trick and tortured the information out of Isolde. Now the prince was dead, and the fleet was preparing to jump to Shedu Mad. Truly, there was no low to which her brother would not sink. As Jaina walked, she concentrated on vanishing into the Force, and stayed near the inner side of the catwalk. She didn't know quite how Kaitis's blood trail worked, but she suspected it would be stronger when they drew near to each other. And if his danger sense began to tingle because she was focusing on him too intently, he would know she was closing in. Once Jaina reached the lift tube, however, she allowed herself a quick glance down to the main deck. 5 dark figures were escorting a hover gurney around the disposal pit toward a cargo lift at the far end. 4 of the figures were armored, and the 5th was raising his hand, signaling the others to stop, while he craned his neck back to look around. Jaina pulled away and focused her mind on Zek, on the hope that he was still alive, because she hadn't felt him die, on how much she was going to miss him if he had. And she thought also of the terrible likelihood that she would never know what had happened to him, that he had managed to go EV before his Stealth X was destroyed, then been swallowed up by the mists. Even with an active rescue beacon, he would be nearly impossible to locate with normal equipment. The mists would simply devour the sensor waves. If Zek or his body was going to be found, it would be by a Jedi. Hoping she would live long enough to help with the search, Jaina stepped into the lift tube and began her descent. She had no idea whether focusing on Zek had worked. Maybe Kaitis had dismissed whatever he had felt as the glare of an unhappy subordinate. Or maybe he would be waiting, lightsaber in hand, as the lift door opened. Jaina only knew that if he had felt even that brief glance, she could not risk another. She emerged from the lift, with her lightsaber semi-hidden behind her forearm. To her relief, the only thing waiting was an MD droid about to step into the tube.
"Lord Kaitis and his escorts. Did you see them going toward the disposal pit?"
"Why, yes, Captain," the droid replied politely. "They had a body with them. Prisoner AS-23052R, I believe."
"Would that be Prince Isolde?"
Jaina asked. "I believe that was his name, yes," the droid replied. "The poor man. It looked like Lord Kaitis had snapped 3 of his cervical vertebrae."
"Thanks."
Jaina started across the deck toward the cargo lift, her anger boiling in her stomach. Then something the droid had said caught her attention, and she spun around to ask,
"The prisoner's neck. How do you know it was Lord Kaitis who snapped it?"
The droid stopped inside the lift and turned to face her. "It always is, Captain." The MD droid pressed a control button and ascended out of sight. As Jaina started toward the morgue lift, a stern female voice suddenly echoed across the main deck. "Your attention! All prison hold surveillance and communication systems have been restored. Maintain lockdown level 2. We'll be jumping to final objective in 5 minutes. Repeat, 5 minutes. This will be your final announcement." The final objective would be Shedu Mad, Jaina knew. She couldn't say whether killing Kaitis would prevent the assault on their base. She kind of doubted it, as a matter of fact, but it might confuse things enough to give the Jedi a fighting chance. Recalling the surge of force power she had experienced when she fought Kaitis the first time, Jaina wondered if she should reach out to her Uncle Luke when the fight began. Perhaps he would be able to bolster her strength as he had on Nickel 1. But then she recalled Myrta's comment about her brother underestimating her, and she realized that calling on Luke would be a mistake. From what Myrta had said, and what she had observed herself on Nickel 1, Kaitis was obsessed with their uncle. He would be ready for Luke's strength, prepared to see through Luke's illusions as he had not been the first time. If Jaina expected to win this fight, she would have to fight in a different way. Her own way. She stepped into the cargo lift and descended. There was a growing stench of disinfectant and hot metal, and the air grew warm and still. When she reached the morgue level, she was tempted to use the Force to probe for the location of Kaitis's guards. She resisted. Either the guards were waiting for her, or they weren't. And if they weren't, she would only be giving Kaitis a warning he did not need or deserve. The door opened into a rectangular corridor, wider than it was tall, with gray durasteel walls and a long row of hatches running down one side. The 4 guards were standing about 10 meters away, in front of a single hatch on the opposite side, looking back toward the cargo lift. There was no sign of Kaitis. Presumably, he had gone through the hatch behind the guards. Jaina hurled herself onto the floor, rolling toward the four and shrieking softly but shrilly. They swung their blasters around, letting out curses of surprise and confusion. Jaina rolled to a knee about 3 meters in front of them and pointed back toward the lift.
Boffins,
she stammered. That was all it took. The guards raced past her, bringing their blaster rifles up to fire. Jaina sprang up behind them and ignited her lightsaber, then used a single stroke to cut all 4 men in half. The fight had begun. The biodisposal pit was just what the name suggested, a sweltering, foul-smelling Durasteel hole into which poured all of the dirty bandages, used scalpels, excised organs, dead bodies, and other hazardous waste from not only the infirmary, but the Anakin Solo's entire prison hold as well. As might be expected, it was a relatively quiet and lonely place. Half cloaked in shadow by the overhanging expanse of the main deck, and half illuminated by the harsh brilliance spilling from the open mouth of the fusion incinerator. Having left his guards on the other side of the hatch, where they would not witness the gross violation of prison procedure he was about to commit, Kaitis was left to pull his soldier by himself. As he dragged the hover gurney toward the fusion incinerator, an overqualified GP-2 medical droid rushed out of the shadows, holding a dripping scalpel in one hand and waving the other in a frantic gesture to capture his attention.
"No, no, no," the droid said. "That corpse hasn't been identified yet."
The droid pointed its scalpel into the shadows, but before it could explain what it wanted, the stern voice of a female security guard came over the public address system.
"Your attention! All prison hold surveillance and communication systems have been restored. Maintain lockdown level 2. We'll be jumping to final objective in 5 minutes. Repeat, 5 minutes. This will be your final announcement."
The GP-2 continued to point until the announcement was over, then said,
"Put it there until I can collect a tissue sample and verify the identity."
"That won't be necessary in this case."
Kaitis started to continue toward the incinerator, then felt the skin-blistering heat pouring from its mouth and pushed the gurney toward the droid.
"This one goes directly to the incinerator."
The droid accepted the gurney.
"I'm afraid that isn't procedure,"
it said, retreating into the shadows with the gurney.
"Thank you for the delivery."
Cursing the slavish devotion to procedure of mechanical minds, Kaitis followed the droid and was temporarily blinded as his eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness.
"In this case, procedure doesn't apply,"
Kaitis said.
"It's overridden."
Something hard brushed past him. Then the droid demanded,
"On whose authority?"
"Mine."
Kaitis turned, following the voice, and found himself squinting as he watched the droid's silhouette pull a flimsoplast carton off the conveyor belt, inspect the contents, and thrust it into the incinerator's mouth.
"Lord Kaitis."
"Lord Kaitis,"
the droid returned, moving from bright light to deep shadow as effortlessly as only machines could. It fixed its photoreceptors on his face for a moment, then said,
"Identity confirmed. Prisoner AS23052R will be disposed of without identity verification or tissue sample collection."
The GP-2 returned to the gurney it had been working at and jabbed a 10-centimeter needle into the half-bald corpse of an emaciated Wookiee.
"Thank you for the delivery."
Kaitis gritted his teeth. Maybe he should have just used the Force to feed the prince's body into the incinerator himself, except the droid would probably have rushed over and pulled it out half-burned. After a moment he said,
"This matter takes priority over all others. I need to witness the disposal myself. Now.
The droid's head snapped around. Is there a contagion concern? Because if there is, the collection of tissue samples cannot be overridden, even by—
It's a security matter,
Kaitis said.
Do it now.
Very well. The droid set its syringe down on the Wookiee's gurney, then went over to his shoulder and began to cut the clothes off the body. Kaitis did not object, suspecting it would take longer to argue the matter than to simply let it happen. After a moment, the droid paused to study Isolder's arms. Oh, I see, it said. The tissue samples have already been collected.
What?
Kaitis went over to the gurney.
Show me.
The droid turned both of the prince's hands up, revealing 6 bruises and needle marks on the interior of the forearms. There was a muffled scream in the corridor outside, but Kaitis could barely hear it over the fiery roaring in his ears. He did not need to ask what the marks meant, because he had seen similar marks on Myrta's arms after the remnant medic collected her samples for the Nanokiller. The marks meant that Lesserson and the Moffs had betrayed him, and his vision. They meant that Alana's Nanokiller was probably already on its way to the Dragon Queen. Kaitis pulled his comlink and opened a channel to his aide, Orlop.
Have a hold placed on all launches from the Anakin Solo,
he ordered, turning toward the door.
And find out if we've launched any missile boats recently, especially missile boats carrying remnant forces.
There was an uncomfortable pause. Then Orlop asked,
Did you say missile boats?
Kaitis's stomach went cold.
Tell me.
A missile boat just launched from this hangar,
Orlop reported.
I had to wait for it to clear the containment field before I blew the beam racer.
What about the crew?
Kaitis asked.
Were they ours?
They were in Alliance uniforms,
Orlop reported.
New uniforms, and a remnant colonel saw them off. Shall I have a recall order issued?
It's worth a try, but they won't obey.
Kaitis came to the door, and lacking a second hand to reach for the control pad, stopped to finish his order.
Have my stealth X prepped for immediate.
He let the sentence trail off as the door opened on its own, revealing a dark-uniformed woman with an athletic build and brown, furious eyes.
Jaina.
A lightsaber snap hissed to life, and suddenly Kaitis felt as though he were going to vomit fire. The invisible fist of a force blast slammed Jaina in the chest and sent her flying back, her breath groaning from her lungs and her lightsaber hissing free of Kaitis's stomach. From the fight on Nickel 1, she had learned the dangers of letting her head snap back on impact. She tucked her chin, then fought to hold it there as she struck the durasteel wall on the far side of the corridor. Jaina almost wished that she had been knocked unconscious. Stinging needle thrusts of pain zippered down her spine as her vertebrae rocked beneath the impact, and the synth mesh supporting her half-healed ribs came apart in a single agonizing pop. She dropped to the floor, fighting to keep her pain from carrying her down into numb oblivion, gazing back to where she had surprised Kaitis. Where Kaitis still stood in the doorway, his mouth gaping in surprise, with a thumb-sized scorch hole just below his ribs. But he was still standing. Jaina's pain-clouded mind did not understand how he could take a lightsaber through the gut and do that. Why didn't Kaitis just lie down and die like most people? Didn't he understand she was trying to do him a favor? Apparently not, because as soon as she began to gasp for breath, his hand shot up. The fingers splayed and pointed in her direction. Jaina barely brought her lightsaber around in time to absorb the forks of blue lightning that came dancing toward her chest. Then Kaitis stepped forward, the force lightning still shooting from his fingertips. Jaina could not believe what she was seeing. With that wound, he was coming after her. She feinted an attempt to roll to her knees. When Kaitis shifted the lightning to block her, she brought her free hand up and gestured toward his shoulder, using the force to hurl him back through the door. A loud, thudding crash sounded from deep in the shadows, and the voice of an annoyed droid began to complain about the mess. Jaina was instantly on her feet, springing through the door, but Kaitis was just as quick, foregoing his force lightning in favor of his lightsaber. She saw a fan of crimson light arcing toward her out of the dark side of the pit and spun toward it, blocking and kicking in the same move. Kaitis grunted as her boot caught him somewhere above the waist, but behind his crimson blade he was no more than a gray blur, and it was impossible to tell where the kick had landed. A black boot heel came shooting under Jaina's guard, driving hard into her sore ribs. She stifled a cry and circled into the shadows, trying to acclimate her eyes to the darkness, because it was impossible to sense Kaitis in the Force. He fought to keep his advantage, dancing back and forth behind his crimson blade, anticipating her every move, and making her pay for each step with a painful kick or elbow strike. Knowing that sooner or later one of Kaitis's blows could be fatal, Jaina risked a quick look around, searching for something she could force hurl. The dark side of the pit was black. She could see nothing in there, and the bright side of the pit was so glaring that she could see only the white glaring mouth of the fusion incinerator and the conveyor belt that fed it. Kaitis made her pay for the survey in blood, landing a pommel across her cheek that split the flesh and smashed the bone. Jaina countered with a driving knee to the thigh, then a downward slash that Kaitis barely turned in time to save his hand. A flimsoplast crate emerged from the conveyor belt chute beside them. It wasn't much, certainly not heavy enough to do damage, but it was all Jaina had. She gave a little ground, allowing Kaitis to force her toward the door so she could let the crate move past him and bring it flying into him from behind. Then the dark shape of the pit droid came clanking out of the shadows. "Excuse me, please," it said. "I must inspect—" That was as much as it said, before Jaina grasped it in the Force and drew it stumbling into Kaitis's flank. The droid was more than heavy enough to send Kaitis staggering. He whirled instantly, bringing his blade around at shoulder height. By then Jaina had slipped into the shadows and was lunging forward, her shoulders back, but her boot heel driving in under his lightsaber. Once again Kaitis anticipated her. He spun around, leaning away to protect his vulnerable midsection and bringing his leg up to counterkick. Jaina force-launched herself into him anyway, whipping her lightsaber around in a down guard to keep his blade at bay. His counterkick landed first, driving into her stomach with a deep, sharp ache. Her stomp caught him on the hip and sent him falling onto the conveyor belt. The flimsy crate burst at the seams as Kaitis's shoulder and head came down on top of it. Jaina leapt in to press the attack, and was stunned by how quickly he popped back up. There were more than a dozen used syringes hanging from his shoulder and face. He barely seemed to notice. Letting his lightsaber deactivate and drop to the floor, he reached toward her, making a twisting motion with his hand. Jaina felt her chin twisting around and went with it, using the Force to accelerate her whole body into a spin, still leaping toward Kaitis, bringing her lightsaber around in a clearing arc. She felt the blade meet metal, and the droid's ebony head popped into the air. Then she was on Kaitis, slashing at his head with her lightsaber, bringing her boot toe up under his chin when he grew predictable and ducked. The kick snapped Kaitis's head back and sent him tumbling over the conveyor belt. Thinking she had just won the advantage, Jaina dropped her free hand toward the lightsaber he had let fall, then barely saved her arm when the crimson blade snap-hissed to life and went spinning past. Kaitis's hand shot up on the other side of the conveyor belt and caught the hilt. Then the rest of his body slowly rose into view. His flesh was bulging around the scorch hole in his abdomen, and there were 6 syringes planted in his face almost to the barrels. He was in obvious pain, and he was feeding on it. His eyes were bulging and maniacal, his nostrils red and flaring, his lips drawn back so far it almost appeared that he didn't have any. Jaina brought her lightsaber to high guard and braced her feet, ready for Kaitis's attack. Instead, he deactivated his blade.
Jaina, listen to me.
There was a throaty, gurgling quality to Kaitis's voice, and it seemed obvious that the only thing keeping him on his feet was force energy. A lot of it.
You need to get out of my way. I'm trying to save Tenel Ka and Alana.
Sure you are,
Jaina scoffed. As she spoke, she extended her force awareness in all directions, trying to figure out why Kaitis was stalling when his body was running out of time.
Just like you saved Isolde.
Isolde would have made the same choice. In fact, he did.
Kaitis clipped his lightsaber to his belt, a trust-building gesture that might have had some meaning had he not been a lying Sith murderer.
Jaina, we don't have time for this.
So die already.
Jaina launched herself into a force flip, tumbling over the conveyor belt head down so that she could strike before Kaitis had time to unclip and ignite his lightsaber. Kaitis didn't even try. He simply glanced toward the open mouth of the fusion incinerator. In the next instant, Jaina felt herself rushing toward its searing heat, and it took all her force strength to pull herself aside the half-meter that saved her life. But the durasteel into which she slammed was still scorching, and the pain of impact was nothing compared to the sizzling shock of merely contacting the furnace exterior. She dropped to the floor, screaming in rage and anguish, her nostrils filled with the stench of singed hair and charred skin, the black GAG utilities still burning on her back. Then Jaina opened herself fully to the Force, drawing it in through the power of her emotions, not through her anger or pain, as a Sith might, but through her love of what her brother had been. The teenage jokester, who could always find hope in a desperate situation. The questioning warrior who had bested the Yuuzhan Vong War Master in personal combat. The reluctant champion who had shown a galaxy the way to compassionate victory. The Force came pouring in from all sides, saturating Jaina and devouring her, filling her with a roaring maelstrom of power, carrying away her pain, and leaving in its place the strength not only to survive, but to rise and fight. Kaitis was already on the far side of the conveyor belt, pulling the syringes from his face and shoulder while he staggered toward the exit. Jaina used the Force to depress the control pad, and the door closed in his face. Kaitis whirled with fury in his eyes, but Jaina was already bounding over the conveyor belt, her hair still trailing smoke. He splayed his fingers and sprayed Force lightning at her. Jaina caught it on her lightsaber and whirled past, bringing her blade down where Kaitis had been an instant before and leaving a long gouge in the door. Kaitis's blade snapped to life beside her, a crimson fan whirling toward her shoulders. She dropped to her haunches and used her free arm to block the force-driven snap kick she knew he would launch at her throat. Ankle met arm with a sharp crack. What looked like an extra joint appeared in the middle of her forearm. Then her wrist flopped over Kaitis's leg, a useless, throbbing thing no longer under her control. It didn't matter. Jaina was a dead woman if she didn't win this. Maybe even if she did win. She whipped her lightsaber around in a high block and deflected the reverse slash Kaitis was bringing down toward her neck. Then she dived forward, whipping her violet lightsaber at his other foot. Kaitis sprang away backward, trying to draw both feet out of harm's way at once, and countered by flipping his own weapon around, bringing it up beneath her belly. Neither blade cut deep, but both did damage. Jaina felt a searing pain across her abdomen, then felt a terrible uncoiling inside her as something she didn't want to think about bulged into the void left by the slashed muscle. Jaina's blade tapped Kaitis behind the boot, touching just long enough to sever the crucial tendon running up the back of the ankle. He landed in an awkward stagger, nearly falling as his foot flapped and flopped without any control. Jaina came to a knee facing him and knew Kaitis was about to die. He had one arm and one good leg, and they were not even on the same side of the body. He could not pivot, and he could not retreat. All she needed was to get past his lightsaber and attack the armless side of his body, before she collapsed herself, or he recovered enough to kill her with one last force blast. Jaina sprang. Kaitis tried to turn to meet her, but only staggered, his lightsaber falling to his side as though it were a cane. It wasn't, of course, and his momentum kept him stumbling back toward the bright side of the pit, his eyes filled with rage and exhaustion and despair. Jaina feinted at his head, then began to whirl toward his armless side, bringing her lightsaber around in a flat, high slash that he could not hope to block. It was a sure kill, one that would land even if she died first, which she thought she might, since the attack would leave her completely open to an avenging counterstrike. But Kaitis seemed to know that Jaina had already killed him, and whatever he had in mind, it was not vengeance. When her blade came around, his lightsaber was still hanging at his side. He was staring up toward the ceiling, his gaze fixed somewhere far beyond the murk overhead, and the only attempt he made to save himself was to take one step back into the light spilling from the furnace. It would not be enough, Jaina knew. She closed her eyes and felt the lightsaber sink in, felt it slicing through his ribs into his chest. And Jaina felt something in the Force, too, something that made her pulse stop and her chest sink and her blood freeze in her veins. Her brother was reaching out to Tenel Ka, screaming at her through the Force, warning her there was danger, urging her to take Alana, and then the blade reached Kaitis's heart, and he dropped at her feet, and Jaina felt nothing at all. Chapter 19. What's the difference between a Jedi Knight and a Jedi Master? Ask me in 20 years. Jason Solo, age 15. Stars had finally come to Shedu-Mad's black skies. Ben could see 1,000 of them chasing one another across the night. They were flinging tiny slivers of light back and forth, erupting into orange novae and silver supernovae, falling from the sky, trailing long ribbons of flame. About 100 were descending in wild, unpredictable helixes, trying to evade a pursuing torrent of streaks and flashes. Most failed, then blossomed into a spray of color, and finished their descent in the form of dozens of brightly glowing specks. But all too often, the shooting stars swelled rapidly into the fiery-nosed lozenges of remnant dropships. They made a long, sweeping curve toward the abandoned mining complex the Jedi had been using as a base. then began to trade cannon fire with the Hapen gun emplacements hidden in the surrounding terrain. Some would make a single pass over the central compound, loosing a flurry of missiles into the already flaming buildings, then wheel around and drop into the trees. It did not seem to matter to the Imperials that most of the buildings were empty, just as they had been before the Jedi arrived. Nor did it seem to matter that much of the fire they were encountering was coming from the enormous strip and pit mines adjacent to the compound. They had been given an objective to capture, and capture it they would, no matter how worthless it was or how many stormtrooper lives it cost. Once they had succeeded, Ben and the rest of the base's inhabitants would retreat even deeper into the labyrinth of tunnels, shafts, and open pits that was the mining world of Shedumad. The Imperial commanders would analyze the situation and assign their stormtroopers another objective, and so it would continue until one side made a mistake or simply wore down their adversaries. "We're going to hold out," Ben said. He was standing on an old strip mining terrace, studying the battle from inside a thicket of the gummy mabu cane that somehow thrived on this particular variety of mine-ravaged ground. "They're not getting enough troops down to box us in."
"Well, that's a relief," said Trista, now wearing night vision goggles and the self-camouflaging body armor of a major in Her Majesty's Select Commandos. "Here I was worrying that we'd actually have to fight this thing out." "Be nice, Trista," Taryn chided. She was also wearing night vision goggles and commando armor with an officer's insignia on the shoulders. But Ben had his doubts about whether either sister was actually in the military. While none of their fellow Hapens, even General Livette, seemed to question their right to wear the uniforms, they never saluted anyone, and no one ever saluted them. "How's Ben supposed to know you're superstitious?" "I'm not superstitious," Trista countered. "I'm just saying it's better not to make predictions. Nothing ever goes the way you think it will." Taryn shook her head. "That's always been your problem. You worry too much." She cringed as a dropship circled low overhead, a Stealth X close behind, pumping cannon bolts into its tail. Then added, "Still, I wish it was Zek telling me that." She turned her goggles in Ben's direction. "No offense, handsome." "None taken," Ben said. "Zek's got a better chance of keeping up with you anyway." Taryn gave him a sly grin, then cocked her brow. "How good a chance?" Pretty good," Ben said. "I guess. I can't believe you're thinking about that right now." "I can think about a lot of things at the same time," Taryn purred. "It's the sign of a healthy mind." Ben felt the heat rising to his cheeks and started to turn away, until he felt a sudden jolt of shock and despair in Trista's force aura. He looked over and found her pressing her finger to her comlink earpiece, quietly murmuring into her throat mic, asking questions like, "Do we know if she survived? And who's heard about this? Anyone moving yet?" Ben glanced back to Taryn and found her also holding a finger to her comlink earpiece, listening intently but not speaking. She saw him studying her and motioned him close. "There's been an attack aboard the Dragon Queen," she whispered. "Almost everyone with royal blood is dead." Ben's heart dropped so far he'd have to pick it off the ground. "Tenel Ka?" Taryn shook her head. "Don't know yet." "Alana?" Taryn shook her head again and did not answer. The two sisters listened for another moment, then Trista clicked off. She pulled her blaster rifle from its holster and checked its power charge. "We're going to hold out," she said, quoting him. "You had to say it, didn't you?" Ben frowned, struggling to make the connection between what had just happened on the Dragon Queen and the battle on Shedumad. "You're saying I jinxed us?" "It's not your fault. This is a Hapen thing."
Taryn checked her own blaster rifle, then pointed at the lightsaber still hanging from his belt.
"You do know how to use that, right?"
Sure." Ben snapped the lightsaber off his belt. "If I have a good—" He did not bother finishing the sentence, since both sisters had already retreated from the Mabu thicket and were heading toward an old mine adit that entered the hillside at the back of the terrace. The two guards stationed at the mouth of the tunnel took one glance at the blasters in the sisters' hands and looked away, obviously taking pains not to see the pair. Once they had entered the cool mustiness of the adit, Ben asked, "What was that all about?"
"The Megador still has most of the home fleet bottled up at Uroro Station."
Trista removed her night vision goggles and led the way down the passage, following a line of hastily strung ceiling lights toward the Hapen's command center.
"So it's just the Dragon Queen and a few of Dutch Rakud's battle dragons up there. Since the attack on the Queen Mother, Sigtel has been picking up a lot of comm traffic between the Anakin Solo and the Deserving Gem."
"I guess that explains things. Sort of," Ben said. Sigtel was the Hapen's Signals Intelligence Unit. Apparently, they suspected the Moffs were trying to strike a deal with Dutch Rakud to take Tenel Ka's place. "But I was actually asking why the guards pretended not to see us."
"Oh, that."
Taryn's voice turned teasing, and Ben knew he was not going to get a straight answer.
"We sort of turn invisible sometimes. Don't Jedi?"
"It's different for us," Ben answered. "We actually have to sneak." The lights ended 1,000 meters later, next to an old repair chamber cut into one side of the adit. Once again, the guards stationed at the door looked aside as Trista and Taryn approached, and Ben followed the sisters into General Yvette's makeshift command center. About a dozen senior officers, all women of course, were gathered around a large holotable that displayed Shedumod's strange topography. In the center lay the main mining pit, a vine-draped abyss more than 10 kilometers wide, with a gray-green lake filling the bottom. It was surrounded by uniformly terraced hillsides cloaked in mabu cane, and enormous flats covered with kolg forest, old strip mines and tailings ponds slowly being reclaimed by nature. The display also showed a patchy web of red lines beneath the surface terrain. These represented what little the mapping crews had learned about the network of underground tunnels and shafts that honeycombed the area. As the officers noticed Ben and the sisters, the urgent drone that had filled the chamber quickly faded, and they turned to face the trio with expressions ranging from irritation to fear. Trista went left, and Taryn went right, leaving Ben to wonder what they wanted him to do. Deciding it would be safer to stay where he could block the door, Ben stopped at the base of the table and held the hilt of his lightsaber in plain sight. Taryn stopped about halfway down the table, positioning herself behind the officers and shaking a warning finger when one of them started to turn around. Trista marched straight to General Yvette, a stern-jawed woman who did not bother with the usual Hapen vanities, leaving her hair gray and the old blaster burn across her cheek unaltered. Yvette scowled at Trista.
"You had better have a good reason for interrupting us now, especially with blasters in your hands." "Don't pretend you haven't heard," Trista said, pointing the blaster at Yvette's head. "It makes you look complicit."
Yvette's expression went from haughty to resigned, and feelings of guilt tainted her force aura.
"Of course, I've heard of the unfortunate attacks aboard the Dragon Queen," she said. "The news is all over the fleet."
Trista used her free hand to point at Yvette's comlink.
"Open a channel to Deserving Gem," she ordered. "Have the comm officer put you through to Dutch Rakud and tell us what you hear."
Yvette obeyed, then suddenly looked a little ill and held the comlink out so everyone could hear. It was a woman's voice, screaming in terror and begging for her life.
"There aren't going to be any deals with the Moffs," Trista said. I hope that's clear.
Absolutely. Livette fell silent as she contemplated something. Then she smiled to herself and said,
As a matter of fact, I was just about to ask for you. We've had reports of a female Jedi penetrating our perimeter with a squad of elite guard stormtroopers. A Jedi?
Trista asked.
With the Imperials?
That's not a Jedi, Ben said, stepping to the edge of the table. He was pretty certain that General Livette had actually authorized the penetration. But he wasn't going to argue the point if Trista and Terran didn't. Where are they? Before answering, Livette looked to Trista.
I hope you realize that nobody in this chamber was aware of Ducha Rekud's betrayal.
She was hardly smooth. Ben didn't even need the Force to tell that she was lying.
Our loyalties lie strictly with the legitimate successor to Her Majesty Tenel Ka, assuming there is a need for a successor, of course. Did we say something to make you believe we doubted you, General?
Terran asked coolly.
As long as we win the battle, there won't be any reason to suspect the loyalty of anyone in this room. I'm glad we all agree.
Livette turned to one of her officers, then said,
Show them.
The officer tapped the keys of a data remote. A blue star appeared in the hollow, about 1 kilometer down the terrace from the headquarters, but only a few hundred meters from the underground hangar that the Jedi starfighters were using to refuel and rearm.
We believe this may be their target,
the officer said, pointing at the hangar.
There are reports of a hidden shaft here.
She pointed at the blue star.
That provides access to the hangar.
Trista looked to Terran.
Take Ben. I'll stay here to protect General Livette in case you run into problems.
She turned to the general again.
But I certainly hope that doesn't happen. We wouldn't want a repeat of Ducha Rekud's unfortunate accident, would we?
Livette finally paled.
It might be wise to take a squad of Her Majesty's commandos along, she said. They'll be waiting for you outside.
Ben allowed Terran to lead the way out into the attic, then stepped to her side and asked,
What happened on the Dragon Queen?
It sounds like a Nana killer,
Terran answered.
The Queen took some prisoners aboard. Half an hour later, puffs of silver mist started coming out of the ventilation system and taking down anyone with royal blood.
But everyone else is okay? Ben asked. Terran looked over.
There was a lot of royal blood on the Queen, Ben.
I know, Ben answered. But someone's got to be alive. Not everyone aboard had royal blood. So how come no one's telling us what happened to Tenel Ka? If she's dead, they ought to know it for sure.
You think Her Majesty survived,
Terran surmised.
Alana, too.
I think they could have, Ben said hopefully. Tenel Ka would have sensed trouble coming, and she's been keeping Alana very close to her. The mouth of the tunnel appeared ahead, a black arch where the ceiling lights simply ended, and Terran looked away.
It's the way we do things,
Terran said.
When a Queen Mother dies, we like to keep things uncertain for a while. It gives us a chance to tighten up security around potential successors, and to see which one seems a little too prepared to take her place.
Like Ducha Rekud, Ben said. He could reach out in the Force to see if Tenel Ka was alive, but it would serve nothing except his curiosity, and it might be a distraction Tenel Ka did not need, if she was alive. I guess that makes sense. But who's we, exactly? Terran did not look over.
Who do you think, Ben?
I have no idea.
Good,
Terran said, putting her night vision goggles back on.
It would have been a shame to kill you.
For once, she did not sound like she was joking. Ben put on his own goggles and followed her out into the night. where they met a dozen male commandos and started down the terrace toward their intercept point. It was a difficult trip through thick stands of mabu, especially since they had to travel quietly over broken ground. Terran surprised Ben by setting a brutal pace in near silence, and he had to draw on the force to match her. The commandos were quiet, but not quite silent, and when they drew within 200 meters of the objective, Terran signaled them to slow down and move more carefully. She took Ben and continued forward, then crept into a cane thicket at the edge of the terrace and peered down into the forest. Even with the night vision goggles, it was difficult to see much through the billowing crowns of the kolg trees. About 70 meters from the base of their terrace, a troop of mangy furred rat monkeys were huddled together on a high branch, their infrared silhouettes cowering in fear at the constant roar of Jedi starfighters entering and departing the nearby hangar. Something about the monkeys struck Ben as odd. If they were so frightened of the noise and light of the starfighters, why were they cowering in the top of the kolg tree? He began a systematic search of the nearby forest canopy, and soon spotted another troop of rat monkeys climbing into the treetops.
"There," he whispered, pointing. "Coming toward us."
Terran ran her gaze down his arm toward the trees, then said,
"Ben, we're not looking for—"
She let her sentence trail off as she realized the significance of what he was pointing out, then glanced back into the mabu thicket. The commandos were not yet in sight.
"What's taking them so long?" she hissed.
An unpleasant thought occurred to Ben. "You don't think they were loyal to—"
"No, they're just men."
She swung her goggles in Ben's direction.
"No offense, handsome."
Terran slipped out of the thicket and angled down toward the point where they expected to intercept the enemy, which Ben guessed would be about where the forest met the slope. The ground was still muddy enough that he and Terran were leaving an easy trail to follow, but the mabu cane wasn't as thick on the embankment as it was on the flat part of the terrace, so there was a risk of being spotted on the way down. By the time Ben and Terran reached the bottom of the slope, he could hear the soft whisper of leaves and branches rubbing against plastoid armor. He dropped behind a fallen kolg tree next to Terran and peered out through the underbrush, hiding his presence in the force. It was only a matter of time before Tahiri felt Terran and the commandos, but at least she would not realize that they were accompanied by a Jedi. Fortunately, Tahiri seemed to be concentrating on other things for the moment. She emerged from the forest at the head of the column, an infrared silhouette with one hand outstretched, her palm turned downward as though feeling something rising from the ground. Behind her came a line of about a dozen stormtroopers, the four in the middle carrying a litter with a metal cone resting in the center. Ben thought the cone might be a canister full of remnant nanokiller, until he saw a set of colored lights blinking in a 3 red, 2 yellow, 1 green pattern that he had been trained to recognize early in his days as a GAG anti-terrorist operative. A beradium warhead. Ben touched Terran's forearm and directed her attention to the warhead, and felt her muscles tense beneath his grasp. Even a small beradium warhead would be powerful enough to blow the top off the entire ridge, and a warhead that required 4 men to carry it wasn't small. Tahiri stopped about 15 meters away, in the center of a treeless circle of underbrush, and motioned the stormtrooper behind her to stop.
"I think this is it," she said. "Bring up the penetration charges, but keep that warhead back. We don't want to detonate it just trying to get into the tunnels."
The troopers carrying the warhead backed away, but the rest came forward. One of them removed his backpack and pulled a set of hollow, telescoping rods from the interior, which he extended and passed to his fellows. In the meantime, Tahiri began to wander the perimeter of the treeless circle, probing it with the Force and directing the stormtroopers to drive their rods into the sandy soil about every 3 meters. As Ben watched them work, he slowly grew more outraged by the depth of the betrayal General Livette had nearly committed. Not only had she agreed to let a remnant strike team destroy the Jedi hangar, she had obviously provided them with very precise intelligence about a buried access tunnel and what they would need to open it. Even more amazingly, nobody seemed surprised or even particularly upset by the treachery. They just expected and dealt with such behavior from their loyal nobles. It was almost enough to make a sane man wonder if Kaitis could be right about the galaxy needing an iron fist. Almost. After watching the stormtroopers work for a few moments, Terran dropped to her belly and slowly began to work her blaster rifle into a gap under the Kolg tree. Realizing she intended to take a shot at Tahiri, Ben caught her arm and shook his head. He wasn't being soft-hearted. The second Terran set the sight on her target, maybe even sooner, Tahiri's danger sense would kick in. And Ben really didn't like the idea of starting a firefight outnumbered more than 6-1. Terran scowled and tried to pull her arm free, but relented when Ben shook his head and refused to let go. Once the stormtroopers had finished driving their poles, a second man opened his pack and began to arm and pass out the penetration charges, which his fellows inserted down the hollow rods they had driven into the sandy soil. When that was finished, the demolitions man passed a small detonator to Tahiri. She motioned for the squad to retreat, following a few steps behind. The last man had just stepped out of the circle of rods when Tahiri suddenly spun around, looking not toward Ben and Terran, but toward the slope down which they had come a few minutes earlier. "There's someone coming," Tahiri said, pointing. Terran was already rising to a knee, laying the barrel of the blaster rifle across the Kolg trunk. "Now can I blast her?" she whispered. "Who's stopping you?" Ben whispered back. "Men." A blue bolt screeched away from the barrel of her blaster, but Tahiri was already diving into the trees. She brought the detonator around beneath her body, pointing it toward the circle of penetration charges. Ben felt the gut-punch shock-wave of an all-too-close detonation. Then his goggles went momentarily dark as the optics were overwhelmed by the blast flash. He cowered behind the Kolg trunk with Terran as it was pelted by falling sand and brush. In the next instant, the forest erupted into screaming bolts of blaster fire. Ben poked his head up over the tree and saw a column of sand dropping back toward the ground, and into it, where an enormous sinkhole was draining into the tunnel or shaft or whatever it was that Tahiri and her men had just opened. To the left of the sinkhole, a dozen of Tenel Ka's select commandos were charging through the trees, exchanging blaster fire with the startled Imperials. Behind it, 2 troopers were dragging the litter with the big beradium warhead toward the hole, defended by the whirling blade of Tahiri's lightsaber.
"I'll take the troopers out,"
Terran said, thrusting her blaster rifle into Ben's hands.
"You keep the Jedi busy."
"She's not a—" Ben let the sentence trail off as Terran plucked a trio of fragmentation grenades off her equipment harness and thumbed the arming switch on the first one. He propped the barrel on the tree and opened fire on Tahiri, switching from one corner of her body to another so she would have to move her blade across the greatest distance to defend herself. But Tahiri was as quick as she was precise, batting Ben's first bolts back into the tree behind which they were hiding, then deflecting them up toward the grenade that Terran had just sent arcing her way. The third bolt she deflected struck home, and the grenade detonated harmlessly above the newly reopened mine shaft. Terran thumbed the arming switches on her last 2 grenades.
"I said keep the Jedi busy."
Ben jumped up and began to fire, not at Tahiri, but at the beradium warhead, forcing her to dive into position to protect the bomb. Terran sent both grenades flying across the shaft just as Tahiri dropped into a cartwheel. The Hapen whooped in delight as the maneuver carried Tahiri past the warhead, and out of position to defend the troopers dragging it forward. The grenades detonated to either side of the litter, shredding the stormtroopers' armor and hurling their torn bodies aside. Tahiri was caught by the shockwave and hurled out of sight into the trees. The warhead dropped to the ground unharmed.
"Good job."
Terran took her blaster rifle back and clambered over the log.
"Now let's go finish—"
She let the sentence drop and opened fire into the woods. Ben snatched up his lightsaber and jumped over the log, then saw Tahiri charging back out of the trees, bloody and battered, but still swatting Terran's blaster bolts back at her. He activated his own lightsaber and stepped forward to defend the Hapen, then watched in amazement as Tahiri deactivated her lightsaber and launched herself in a high arc toward the shaft, one hand stretching toward the warhead. Uh-oh. Ben opened himself to the Force and reached out for the warhead, grasping for it with his mind. Saw it rising off its broken litter, starting to float toward the shaft. Blast! He raced forward, gathering himself to spring, and heard Terran calling behind him.
"Ben? Ben, wait! No!"
But Ben was already somersaulting after Tahiri, dropping down into the shaft above her. As they fell, she whirled around and brought her blade up, slashing at his neck, but not quickly enough to prevent him from blocking. He countered with a snap kick to the spine that drew a pained grunt and sent her sailing into the wall. Still falling, she came tumbling back at him, double slashing at his midsection, then planting a boot in his ribs that drove the wind from his lungs and sent him slamming into the rocky wall. He tumbled out of control for an instant, plummeting through the darkness, then used the Force to bring himself under control. How deep was this hole? Tahiri's blade came weaving at him out of the murk, and Ben realized he had lost his night vision goggles. He blocked again, then realized he had left his stomach wide open, and still managed to get his blade down a split second before Tahiri pressed her advantage. Gasping in relief, she'd had him, but she had been too slow again. He kicked off her hip and hit the wall behind him, then used the Force to stick himself against it, hard. It was a hot, painful way to slow his descent, but it was better than the alternative. Ben saw a glow above him and looked up to see Tahiri doing the same thing on the opposite side of the shaft, a dark figure behind a bright blade, glaring down at him with bright eyes. He pressed harder, slowing his descent more so she would not have the altitude advantage, then heard a loud splash below as the warhead reached the bottom. Water. Great. Tahiri pushed away from the wall, dropping toward him behind a wild cyclone of kicking boots and slashing blade. It was a foolish attack. All Ben had to do was guard high, then parry and take her legs off at the knees. He raised his blade to do just that, then finally realized what he was seeing and parried without countering. Tahiri dropped past, her face not showing relief, but screwed into a mask of surprise and rage. And Ben realized that she really didn't want to kill him. Maybe she didn't even want to survive. She splashed into the water, then screamed and went silent. Ben hit half a second later, letting out his own scream as his knees were driven up to his chin. Cold, dark water poured over his head and began to rush down his throat. He coughed into the water, sucked in more water, and finally regained control of his reflexes and closed his mouth. There was water in his ears, and he could feel his hairs swirling around him, but he had no idea how far under he was. He looked up and saw steam rising past the tip of his lightsaber, so he knew he couldn't be that deep. So why wasn't he rising to the surface? Ben tried to kick himself up and immediately realized the problem. All that sandy soil that he had seen dropping into the sinkhole had to go somewhere, and now he was buried to the waist in it. Still fighting not to cough and gulp down more water, he grabbed the slick rock beside him, wiggling his legs and trying to drag himself forward, slowly opening a cavity around his hips. After a few seconds, Ben managed to pull himself free and half-scramble, half-float to the surface, where it took him a few more seconds to realize that only about half of the gasping and coughing he heard was his own. He turned and found the silhouette of Tahiri's head and shoulders about 3 meters away, her lightsaber between them, but not attacking. Her free hand stretched toward a line of lights blinking in the distinctive 3 red, 2 yellow, 1 green pattern of the beradium warhead. "Tahiri, you don't want to do that!" Ben tried to stand, and immediately sank back to his knees in the wet tailings. "I know you don't, because you're no better suited to being a Sith apprentice than I was." Tahiri glanced over, but kept her hand stretched toward the warhead. "Stay out of it, Ben." Her face was plunged into shadow, but he could still see her hair and eyes, both gleaming silver in the blade light reflecting off the water. "You don't have to get hurt. See? That's what I mean." Ben gave up trying to stand and simply knelt, using his shins to spread his weight across the wet pile. "If you were Sith material, you wouldn't care whether I got hurt. You wouldn't have gotten so mad when you killed Shevu." "I don't like killing anyone, Ben," Tahiri said. She switched her free hand to her lightsaber, so that now she was holding it in a powerful 2-handed grip. "That doesn't mean I ever hesitate." Ben snorted. "You're not even a good liar." He started to knee-walk toward the warhead. "I'd have thought Kaitis would have taught you that much." Tahiri held her blade in front of Ben's chest. "I'm not lying, Ben." "Then you'll have to prove it," Ben said. He brought his own blade up and pressed it against Tahiri's, forcing it aside. "I'm going to go over there to take the detonator charge out of that warhead. There's only one way to stop me, and you won't do it." Tahiri switched off her lightsaber, then switched it back on so fast that Ben barely had time to lean out of the way before the blade extended where his throat had been a moment before. But the follow-through never came, and Ben's head remained firmly attached to his shoulders. "Close. I'll give you that." The way Ben's heart was hammering, he felt like he might die of fear even if Tahiri didn't kill him. But he was willing to take that chance. He leaned around the blade and started knee-walking toward the warhead again. "But not close enough. When you come back to the Order, we'll get Uncle Han to teach you a few things about bluffing." Tahiri sighed, then switched off her blade. "I'm not coming back to the Order, Ben." The tension left Ben's body so fast that his hands began to shake uncontrollably. She was giving up. "No? Then what are you going to do? Become some kind of bounty hunter?" Ben reached the warhead and began to dig it out. "Because you know Kaitis isn't going to take you back." "Yeah, but I'm done with him," she said bitterly. "I'm done with all solos." Tahiri hung her lightsaber on her belt, then removed a glow rod and shined it up the water-filled tunnel. "Is anybody going to be looking for me down here? I'd rather not get killed trying to sneak away." "You won't if you help me with this," Ben said, grunting as he struggled to turn the warhead so that he could reach the access panel. "They forgave me." "Yeah? Well, you were just a kid. And you still are." Tahiri knelt in the water next to Ben then used the force to spin the warhead so the access panel was facing them.
"It'll be different for me."
"Probably," Ben allowed. "It'll take time, and you'll have to answer for your actions. But they will forgive you. I promise."
"I'm not sure that promise is yours to make,"
Tahiri said. Before Ben could answer, a loud splash sounded nearby, and Ben looked over to see a rope dancing next to him. "If you're going to run, you better do it now," Ben said. "I'll tell them you drowned and floated away or something." Tahiri's brow rose.
"You'd lie for me?"
"If you want me to," Ben said. "And don't worry, I'm a lot better at it than you are. That's one thing Jason taught me that I haven't forgotten yet." Tahiri turned on the glow rod again. Her face was solemn but resolute.
"I think it's time to leave the lies behind," she said. "It's time to leave a lot of things behind."
For a moment, Ben wasn't sure whether she meant to come back with him, or just to get herself killed. Then a bright light began to shine down on them, and Taryn's voice echoed down from above.
"Move, and you're a dead woman," she warned. "Ben, get away from her."
Ben looked up to see the Hapen rappelling swiftly down the shaft, holding the rope in one hand and her blaster rifle in the other. "It's okay," he called up. "She's with us." A long time ago. It is during the truce at the Battle of Ithor, and Jaina is an X-Wing pilot with the legendary Rogue Squadron. She is lying on her bunk aboard the Ral Roost, trying to get some much-needed rest before the Yuuzhan Vong renew their attack. But the bunk on the other side of the cabin is empty, and sleep won't come because of that. She has just lost her friend and wingmate, Annie Capstan, and she cannot close her eyes without seeing Annie's face. Jaina is filled with emotions she does not know how to control, and all she wants is to make them go away. The strongest is guilt. Guilt that she survived when Annie did not. Guilt that when Colonel Darklighter asked her to record a message for Annie's family, she did not even know their names. They had been flying together and bunking together for months without talking about their lives back home. Now it is too late for Jaina to ask, and that makes her feel more guilty than anything. Then the place in Jaina's heart that belongs to her brother Jason begins to warm, and she knows he is standing outside her cabin. She doesn't wait for him to knock. She simply opens the door and crawls back into her bunk and says nothing. Jason comes and sits on the edge of her bed. He doesn't need to ask what's wrong because he knows. Because he is her twin, and he feels it too. So Jason just strokes her hair until she starts to hurt a little less and finally falls asleep. He stays with her through the night because he knows that if he leaves, she'll wake and won't be able to sleep again. And Jaina hears him whispering to her in her dreams, telling her that no one you love really ever has to die. Not if you don't want them to. All you have to do is hold a place for them in your heart. Chapter 20. What's the difference between an Ewok and a Wookiee? About 200 kilos. Jason Solo, age 15. If you were a GAG commando posted to the Anakin Solo, the last thing you wanted to see right now was a wing of Jedi Stealth X's storming the already battle-torn hangar you were assigned to defend. Han was pretty certain of that, and he was absolutely certain you didn't want to see the Millennium Falcon following them in. Not after the announcement Tenel Ka had just made. Not when some of the mud crutches you were protecting were Imperial Moffs. With the Stealth X wing cannons blasting away, and GAG defenders returning fire from every hatchway and corner, the hangar was already one big eruption. But that didn't keep Han from firing a rack full of concussion missiles into the control booth, or stop Leia from turning the Falcon's blaster cannon on anything wearing a black uniform. The conflagration quickly faded as Han and the Jedi eliminated the defenders' heavy weapons. As one, the Stealth X's dropped to the deck and popped their canopies. Out came a dozen Jedi Masters, leading 50 Jedi Knights, all leaping and whirling as their lightsabers battered a hail of blaster bolts back toward their attackers. Han kept the Falcon up high so that Leia and their 2 cannon gunners, Jagged Fell and a senior apprentice named Derek, could provide covering fire. Luke and the other Masters led the way toward the back of the hangar. The driving tip of the Jedi Wedge, they were force-hurling and force-blasting any GAG trooper foolish enough to send a bolt their way. A squad of sharpshooters began to lay fire from the smoking ruins of the control booth. Saba Sabatine raked a taloned hand through the air, and they came flying down to the deck head first. A late-arriving E-Web opened fire from inside a ventilation grate. Kip Duran made a tapping motion with his finger, and the barrel sagged, causing the weapon to misfire and explode. A platoon of black-armored GAG commandos rushed through a hatchway, streaming fire from T-21 repeating blasters. Luke glanced at a nearby shuttle and sent it tumbling into their line. Behind the Masters followed the much larger body of Jedi Knights, fanning out in teams of 2 and 3, securing hatchways, disarming, sometimes literally, tenacious fighters who refused to surrender, seizing control of vital components, including the containment field and ventilation system. Within moments, the Jedi controlled the hangar, and the few GAG commandos who had not already died or surrendered were either fleeing or tossing their weapons aside. Han set the Falcon down, then unbuckled and turned to Leia. Her eyes were already fixed out the forward viewport, focused somewhere beyond, and she had the look. Han's heart dropped. His entire being dropped. He had seen that look only twice before. Once when Anakin had died, and once when she had thought Luke was dead. And he had spent every minute of Jaina's hunt terrified that he was going to see it again. And he didn't know if they could stand it, if even he and Leia were strong enough to handle the loss of their last child. Unable to sit still, and unable to bring himself to ask Leia, Han turned to his missile control panel and began to enter a new set of specifications. 3PO. Go load the Baradium missile.
The Baradium missile, Captain Solo?
C-3PO asked from the navigator station behind him.
I don't believe Master Skywalker's plan calls for a Baradium missile.
It doesn't, Han said. You heard Tenel Ka's announcement. They killed Alana. If Jaina is gone too, nobody who was a part of it is leaving this. Han felt Leia's hand on his arm and let his sentence trail off, but he didn't look over. He was just too afraid.
Han, we need to hurry.
A click sounded from the co-pilot seat as she unbuckled her crash webbing.
Jaina's still alive.
Han's throat tightened. Still? He didn't know whether to let his breath out or hold it until his heart started to beat again, but he rose to leave. And that was when he saw that Leia still had the look. Leia? He asked. What?
It's Jason.
Her voice cracked, and her hand slid down his arm to grab his.
Jaina got him.
When the disposal pit door opened, Jaina was sitting on the floor where shadow became light, holding Jason's head in her lap and whispering that he wasn't really dead.
that he would always have a place in her heart, now that she could finally feel their twin bond again. Except that Jaina wasn't actually whispering the words. She wasn't even thinking them, really. Imagining might have been a better way to describe it, or experiencing. She was more a witness to her thoughts than their author, lost in that hazy netherworld of anguish that existed only in the narrow margin between wakefulness and death. So when Jagged Fell rushed into the disposal pit and began yelling that he'd found her, that they needed to hurry, she wasn't quite sure what she was seeing. She thought maybe he had come to join her and Jason, and that made her a little sad, though she couldn't quite figure out why. Then Jag knelt at her side and tried to pull Jason away, and that made her angry. She force-hurled Jag away, yelling what she had meant to be, "Don't touch him," but came out as, "Don't touch him." Nothing if not brave. Jag picked himself up and returned, moving more slowly now. This time he didn't try to take Jason away from her. He simply knelt at her side and gave her a stim shot, then took hold of her hand. "Help's on the way, Jaina," he said. "You're going to be fine." Jaina wasn't sure she believed him, but she squeezed his hand anyway. As the stim shot took hold and her head slowly cleared, she began to remember the things she would be leaving unfinished if she didn't make it, and probably even if she did.
"Do something for me?"
she asked. "You're going to make it," Jag said. "I promise."
"You can't promise."
Jaina would have smiled, but her flayed-open cheek hurt too much, and her mouth, no, her entire face, didn't really seem to be working right.
"And I still need you to—"
"Of course," Jag said. "Anything."
"Find Zek."
Jag's face fell. "Okay," he said. "As soon as the medics get here, I'll go tell him—"
"No,"
Jaina gasped.
"He's missing. Hit during the stealth X-raid."
"Oh." Jag looked even more distressed, and Jaina loved him for that. "We'll find him. Don't worry."
"Have to worry."
"I'll make sure Master Skywalker knows too," Jag assured her. "We will find him."
"If he can be found,"
Jaina thought, silently adding the unspoken condition of search and rescue missions. She squeezed his hand again.
"Thanks."
"Thanks aren't necessary," Jag said. "Zek is a good man."
"Not for Zek."
Jaina shook her head and wished she hadn't, as her neck erupted into scalding pain.
"For getting here first. Glad it was you."
"Me too." Jag looked more worried than pleased. "But hold on, help is coming." Jaina nodded, but said,
"Second thing, Mirta Gev."
Jag's brow rose. "Yes?"
"Upstairs."
Even with the stim shot, Jaina found it an effort to talk, and her thoughts were beginning to grow hazy again.
"Alive. Get her out."
Jag nodded. "I'll make sure."
"Not someone slow,"
Jaina warned.
"She has blaster rifles."
"No surprise there," said a familiar, cocky voice. "She's Mandalorian, right?" Jaina looked up to see her parents rushing over. Their eyes were rimmed with red, and their faces were pale, but her father was doing his best to look smug and confident, while her mother was trying, and failing, to hide her alarm behind a calm veneer. As they drew nearer
and saw Jason's head resting in Jaina's lap, they finally exhausted their last reserves of composure. Her father's lip began to tremble, and her mother's brown eyes turned liquid with sadness. They knelt beside her, trying not to look at their son's body, but unable not to, and seemed helpless to speak around the lumps in their throats. After a couple of seconds, her mother pulled an air splint from the med pack in her hands and immobilized Jaina's broken arm, while her father found a canister of Steranum and gingerly sprayed her burns. The tasks seemed to help them focus their thoughts, and they began to give her unscorched shoulder and unbroken arm tentative squeezes of affection. On some level, Jaina knew, they were probably trying to reassure her, to let her know that nothing had changed between them. But that was impossible, of course. Jaina had become the sword of the Jedi, with everything that meant. Always you shall be in the front rank, a burning brand to your enemies, a brilliant fire to your friends. Yours is a restless life, and never shall you know peace, though you shall be blessed for the peace that you bring others. Take comfort in the fact that though you stand tall and alone, others will take shelter in the shadow that you cast. So Luke had spoken when he made Jaina a Jedi Knight, and so Jaina had become. It wasn't a destiny she would have chosen, but whoever truly chooses. She doubted that her brother had envisioned his destiny to end here, with him lying dead in his sister's lap. Once her back was coated with Steranum, her father finally seemed to find the strength to speak. "How are you doing, kid?"
"How I look," Jaina replied. "And not just the outside."
Her father nodded. "Yeah, me too." He looked back toward the door, where Silgal had just arrived, leading a pair of young Jedi Knights with a hover gurney. "But you've got to pull through, okay? I don't know if we can make it without you."
"I do."
Jaina looked to her mother, then added,
"You together? Nothing can break that."
Her mother smiled sadly. "Maybe not," she said, stepping back so Silgal and her assistants could start to work. "But I'm really tired of having that tested. So listen to your father." The elite guard stormtroopers probably knew that one platoon could not stand against so many Jedi Masters, but they had been ordered to hold the Anakin Solo's auxiliary command center at any cost, and brave men were born under every flag. So they tried, and they died. When it was done, the smoke hung in the corridor so thick that Han could barely see to pick his way over the body parts. His eyes were watering, and his hands trembling, though that had more to do with the anger he felt than the acrid stench of melted armor and charred flesh. He did not need to look beneath any helmets to know that the men strewn across the deck had been in the prime of their lives, some of them just a little older than Anakin had been when he fell to the Yuuzhan Vong, many of them younger than Jaina. And Jason. Han came to the end of the corridor, where Luke, Saba, Kyle, and the other masters now stood before an enormous blast door. He stopped beside Jag Fell and ran a hand over his face. Leia had left the ship, heading to a Battle Dragon healing center with Jaina and Silgal. So it was up to Han to calm himself. Once Silgal had pronounced Jaina stable enough to move, he had insisted on staying with Luke to confront the men responsible for his granddaughter's death. But Han was beginning to question that decision now. He was closer than usual to being dangerously out of control, and Despite Silgal's assurances that Jaina was no longer in any immediate danger, he could not keep his thoughts off her. He closed his eyes and tried to calm himself with that Jedi breathing technique Leia had taught him. It didn't work. His hands continued to tremble, and his eyes watered more than ever. Finally, he gave up and said, "This makes me sick." Jag looked over, then pulled a small squeeze tube from a pouch on his equipment belt. "I have some stink mask, if that would help." "Not the smell." Han waved a hand at the carpet of dead troopers behind them. "This. What's the point? It's not like there was anybody left to come save them." Jag surveyed the carnage, contemplating. The ground assault on Shedu Mad had failed with Tahiri's surrender to Ben, and the elements of the Anakin Solo's crew that had not defected to the Jedi in the last half an hour were either dead or on their way to dirt-side detention chambers. The Moffs did not even have a realistic chance of reinforcement from outside the ship. With battle dragons reverting to real space every couple of minutes as they managed to disengage from the Megador, the space battle itself was clearly shifting in favor of the Jedi coalition. Finally, Jag nodded and said, "My father said it was easier to get a Moff to spend lives than money. That appears to be as true for the Remnant as it was for the Empire." A series of tremendous bangs sounded from deep within the blast door. Han looked over to see Luke holding a hand out and the door slowly creeping open. Protruding up from the sill was the stub of one of the 30-centimeter locking pins that had been holding the heavy door in place.
"Unbelievable," Jag gasped.
"Yeah," Han agreed. "Now you know who to call if you need a mountain moved." As soon as the door had slid open far enough to permit entrance, Saba dived through, with Kip, Kyle, Corrin, and the other masters close behind. There followed a short flurry of blaster screeches and surprised cries, and by the time Han and Jag's turn came, all had fallen silent inside. To Han's disappointment, he did not find the Moffs lying dead in a row as he entered the chamber. They were all seated around a tactical display that currently showed nothing but mist static. Some were holding their hands over scorch wounds on their shoulders, but most were staring at their laps with expressions ranging from fear to outrage. One, a young man with a black goatee and a shaved head, lay on the floor in two still-smoking parts. Saba, Kip, and Kyle were standing around the table behind the Moffs, lightsabers in hand but not ignited. The rest of the masters were busy taking Kaitus's command staff into custody. Han found himself squeezing his blaster grip so hard that he thought it might crack, but he resisted the temptation to raise his hand and start shooting. With all those masters standing there, his bolts would just get batted away anyhow. Finally, Luke entered the room and went to the head of the table. "As I'm sure you've heard by now, Darth Kaitus is dead." The Moffs gave an affirming murmur. Some looked worried, but none appeared sad. "Good. That leaves you with two choices," Luke said. "The first is this. You become Hapan prisoners of war, and face a war crimes trial for your Nanakiller attack against the royal family." Several Moffs paled visibly, but one, a grim-faced man with short steel-gray hair, actually looked relieved. "That doesn't sound like a very attractive option," he said. "What is your other proposal?" Luke turned and studied the man for a moment, then said, "Frankly, Moff Lesserson, my other proposal sickens me. But we need the Remnant support and its fleets to end this war. The easiest way to achieve that is to invite the Moff Council to join us in re-establishing the Galactic Alliance." A murmur of relief rounded the table. But now Lesserson looked worried, his eyes narrowing in suspicion.
"That seems more than generous, Master Skywalker," he said. "What's the drawback?"
Luke waved Jag forward, then pushed him toward the front of the table. "Him," he said. "I can hand you over to the Hapens, or I can hand you over to someone who will let you live, as long as you stay in line." Most of the Moffs frowned in confusion, but Lesserson leaned forward and studied Jag's face for a moment.
"Aren't you one of Soontir Fel's sons?"
"That's correct,"
Jag said.
"I'm Jagged Fel."
"I see."
Lesserson leaned back, contemplating Luke, then contemplating Jag. Finally, he asked,
"Do you think you're up to it, son?"
Jag frowned.
"Up to what, sir?"
It was Luke who answered. "Taking Pelion's place," he said. "Administering the Moff Council, at least until the current crisis is resolved."
"You'd be doing us a favor, Commander Fel. You have good Imperial blood, and the alternative is—"
Lesserson paused and glanced around the table, directing the rest of his comment to his fellow Moffs.
"Well, most likely a long, unpleasant incarceration, followed by an even more unpleasant death."
A light seemed to come on in the eyes of several of the other Moffs, and they began to nod their enthusiastic agreement. But Jag seemed to be as stunned by the whole thing as Han, and he simply stood at the table frowning, trying to sort through the implications of what Luke was proposing. Finally, he turned to Luke.
"Why are you springing this on me now?" he asked. "It would have been good to have some time to think it over."
"For you," Luke said, nodding. "But I wanted it to be clear to the Moffs that this isn't something you arranged, that you're doing them a service, not making a power play."
"And doing the galaxy a service as well," added a round-faced Moff with beady eyes and 2 chins. "Without our support, the Jedi Coalition will have a difficult time convincing Buatu and his fellow admirals that they've rejoined the Galactic Alliance. And with our fleets, the Alliance will have the power it needs to force the Confederation to the bargaining table," another Moff added. "You could end the war, Commander Fel."
Jag sighed, and Han's insides began to twist into an angry knot.
"Seen in that light,"
Jag said, his voice strong but lacking enthusiasm,
"I really have no choice."
Lesserson smiled, then stood and started to offer his hand to Jag. And this was too much for Han. He quickly stepped between them, then whirled around to face Luke.
"That's it?" he demanded. "You're just going to let them change sides?"
"It's the best thing for the galaxy, Han," Luke said. While there was a hint of sorrow in his eyes, his face remained composed. "But if there's something you want addressed—"
"You're blasted right there's something I want addressed."
Han turned toward the table, blaster still in hand.
"Whose idea was it to sneak the Nana Killer aboard Tenel Ka's flagship?"
Most of the Moff's faces went from shocked or frightened to relieved. But one, a square-jawed Moff with a military bearing and cold blue eyes, began to look worried, especially when the others nodded toward him. Han stepped to the table and pressed his blaster barrel to the man's head.
"What's your name?"
Han didn't know why he cared. Maybe he was just stalling, because he didn't want to blast a man, even a child murderer, in cold blood. Or maybe because he didn't want to sidetrack the peace deal for his personal vengeance. But how could he let this man, or any of the moths, get away with what they had done to Alana?
Was it your idea? Why do you care?
Considering that there was a very angry man holding a blaster to his head, the moth was surprisingly calm.
My friends have appointed me to take the blame. So go ahead, if you must.
Han thumbed the safety off. When no one tried to stop him from pulling the trigger, he glanced around the table at the masters, who all stood watching him with folded hands.
What's wrong? He demanded. Are you just going to let me blast this guy?
It is your choice, Saba said. This one does not think it will interfere with our peace deal. We have plenty of moths. Blast 2.
Han began to feel more foolish than angry. He looked over at Luke.
You too?
Luke shrugged. Nobody is going to miss one moth. Not after all the killing that has happened here already, he said. So do it, if it's going to make you feel better. That was just the trouble, of course. It wouldn't make him feel better. It wasn't one moth who was guilty of sending the Nanakiller after Tenel Ka. It was all of them, and the soldiers who had sneaked it aboard the Dragon Queen, and the scientists who had developed the blasted stuff in the first place. Han contemplated this for a moment, then looked back to Luke.
I don't think one is going to do it for me, he said. How many can you let me have?
That caused an uneasy stirring around the table, especially when Luke considered the question for a moment, then asked, Well, how many do you think it would take? Han saw by the twinkle that came to the eyes of Saba, Kyle, and Kip that they knew as well as he did that Luke wasn't going to let him blast any of the moths, that they had known all along he wasn't going to kill anyone, and had just been giving him the room to reach that conclusion himself. Han let the moths squirm a little longer, then finally lowered the blaster.
Probably more than you can spare.
He turned to Jag.
But they've got to pay for what they did. Maybe set up a mission to help out worlds in poverty or something. A real generous mission.
Lesserson scowled.
I don't know if we have the resources for— I think that's an excellent idea, interrupted the moth whom Han had been threatening. And I hope you'll join me in being one of the largest contributors, Moff Lesserson, considering that you're the one who suggested the delivery method.
Lesserson's face paled.
You make a persuasive argument.
Good,
a familiar voice said from the doorway.
I'm sure Alana would be honored to have such a mission undertaken in her memory.
Along with everyone else, Han turned to find Tenel Ka striding into the room. She was dressed as a warrior queen, wearing an opalescent Electro-Tex flight suit and carrying a lightsaber in her hand. There was a barely contained fury in her that even Han could sense, but she seemed to have her emotions under far better control than he did. Tenel Ka stopped at Han's side and acknowledged the bows she received from everyone, except the moths, then said,
Thank you, Captain Solo, for suggesting it, and for not spoiling a rare chance to end this war.
Han's eyes widened in shock.
You're okay with letting them off?
No, I am not okay with their treachery, and I never will be. But I am a queen. I cannot put the desire for personal vengeance before my duty to end this war.
Tenel Ka turned an icy glare on the moths.
And that, gentlemen, is the only reason you will be permitted to live. I suggest you never test my forbearance again."
The Moffs all nodded their understanding, and Lesserson even bowed. "We won't, Your Majesty," he said. "The Council sincerely apologizes for its indiscretion."
"It was not an indiscretion, Moff," Tenel Ka said. "And if anything like that ever happens again, it won't be the Council we come hunting."
Tenel Ka spun on her heel, her face still clouded with anger, and started toward the door.
"Come with me, Captain Solo,"
she said, motioning for him to follow.
"There is something I really must tell you."
Epilogue. How did the Empire capture Gamorrean without firing a cannon bolt? They landed backward, and the Gamorreans thought they were retreating. Jason Solo, age 15. The crimson stains left by her brother's blood had finally faded from Jaina's face and throat, but perhaps not from her heart. Why hadn't she believed him when he said he was trying to save Tenel Ka and Allana? She should have sensed that he was telling the truth, or at least realized that he would know better than to ask for quarter to save himself. They had, after all, been twins, and had she only been willing to look for the little goodness that remained in him, the little bit of Jason that had not died, she would have found it. Jaina wasn't foolish enough to believe it would have been enough to bring her brother back into the light. He had gone too far into darkness for that. But if she had just believed him, had not been so sure it was just a Sith trick, she might have given him the 2 seconds he needed to explain. And Allana might still be alive. A soft hiss sounded from the entrance to Jaina's private convalescence suite. She glanced away from the ceiling mirror and saw her parents coming through the door, their eyes bright with joy and relief. "Hey, kid," her father said. "Good to see you up."
"This isn't really up, Dad."
Jaina was floating in a sterile hover-rest cabinet, suspended in mid-air with a nurturing Bacta mist swirling over her burned flesh, and an opaque modesty curtain draped over but not touching her bare skin.
"Unless you're comparing it with what'll happen if there's a power failure."
"At least you're out of the tank," her mother said, entering the cabin behind him. "Now we can actually talk instead of just smiling and waving."
"Smiling and waving wasn't so bad. It was good to know you were out there."
Jaina grew quiet, then said,
"But I do have a lot of questions."
Her father's face turned somber. "Zek?" Jaina nodded.
"For starters, any word?"
"Nothing," he said. "They've found a few Stealth X pieces floating around, but there were several lost, so it's impossible to know whether any of it came off his."
"What about his rescue beacon?"
"There's no sign that it was triggered," her mother said. Unlike the rescue beacons of most starfighters, the Stealth X beacon wasn't automatic. It had to be activated by the pilot or his astromech when he went EV.
"But the mists are pretty thick around there." "And no sign of him in the Force, of course,"
Jaina surmised. That was actually the most likely way someone would find him, but only if he was conscious enough to reach out.
"I sure haven't felt anything."
"Luke said they're going to keep looking." Her mother stepped over next to the hover-rest and looked as though she wanted to touch Jaina, but that was strictly forbidden, of course. "But Mirta Gev sends her thanks."
"She made it back to Mandalore okay then?"
Jaina asked. "Not exactly," her father said. "She's safe
and healing nicely,"
her mother added. So is her husband, Gessorade, I believe.
Just not on Mandalore, her father added. Turns out Fett can't go back there. Ever. Neither can his granddaughter.
What?
Jaina couldn't imagine the force that would prevent either of the two from returning to their home.
Why not?
The Moffs, her father explained. They were pretty mad about that commando raid on Nickel 1. So they made a special strain of nanokiller just for Fett and dropped a few tons of it into Mandalore's atmosphere. If he or Myrta ever go back there, it's just a matter of time before it gets them.
That's terrible.
Jaina thought of Myrta and her plans with Ges, and she felt terrible.
Are you sure?
Unfortunately, yes, her mother said.
Tahiri reported it during her first questioning, and the Moffs confirmed it.
They claim there's no way to fix it, Han said. A Mandalore who can never set foot on Mandalore. Kind of poetic justice, isn't it?
It might be justice, but I wouldn't call it poetic,
Jaina said.
It's just sad. Especially for Myrta.
A silence fell over the room just long enough for her mother to shoot her father a be careful look. Then Leia said,
Well, we do have some good news. Jag is coming to see me?
As soon as he can, her father promised. He's pretty busy with the peace conference right now. The Moffs seem to keep getting the idea that they're the ones who won this war.
Won?
Jaina raised her brow.
The war is over? Completely?
Her mother nodded.
They're having the ceremony now.
She retrieved the remote from its storage pocket in Jaina's hover-rest cabinet and pointed it at a vid screen suspended near the ceiling.
We might be able to catch the last part.
As the screen activated, it showed the image of a large dais that had been erected in the vast main hangar of a Star Destroyer. At the front of the dais stood a podium and high table bearing a single sheet of flimsoplast covered in scrawls that appeared to be the signatures of the long row of dignitaries seated at the rear of the platform. A tall, regal-looking woman in a white admiral's uniform, with green eyes and long copper hair going to gray, was taking the podium to tremendous applause. And a caption at the bottom of the screen read, New Alliance Chief of State, Dalla.
Dalla?
Jaina gasped. She stared at the screen in disbelief for a moment, then finally snorted and looked back to her parents.
Very funny, guys, but I'm not really in the mood for practical jokes.
Her parents glanced nervously at each other. Then her father said, No joke, kid. That's the only hitch with the peace deal. Boatu wouldn't take the job. He said he's an admiral, not a liar.
What he actually said was that he didn't think he was cunning enough to last in the job, her mother interrupted. And then he recommended Admiral Dalla instead.
I think the old goat's got a thing for her father said. Her mother shot him a scowl of exasperation.
The Admiral's feelings are speculation, of course, she said, but Dalla turned out to be the only universally acceptable choice. Universally? Jaina asked. Really?
Well, some of the Moffs squirmed a bit, her father admitted. But then Jag worked out a deal where Dalla promised to let bygones be bygones, as long as half of the new Moffs are female. Jaina's head was spinning. Female Moffs. Dalla in charge of the Alliance. That wasn't going to be good for the Jedi. But maybe it didn't need to be if it meant an end to the war. Dalla might not be that bad, her father said. Give her a chance.
Okay.
Jaina turned her gaze back to the vidscreen, where the Admiral was at the podium waiting for the applause to fade.
Let's hear what she has to say.
Jaina's mother turned up the volume.
After a moment, Dalla began to speak in a deep, cultured voice.
"What can I add that has not already been said here today?" she began. "If this war has taught us anything, it is that we all lose when we fight. My friends, the time has come to try a new way."
Here she had to stop and wait for the applause to die down again, and it took nearly a minute. When she was finally able to continue, she said,
"The way of cooperation, so that we can all win together."
More thunderous applause. Dalla motioned for quiet, then continued,
"My friends, it is my promise to you here today that sometime in the not-too-distant future we will live in a galaxy where our space navies exist to better our societies, not defend them, where we won't need Jedi to sort out our differences and mete out justice, because we will be living under a government that is just.
The crowd rose to its feet, roaring and cheering, and Jaina realized with a cold shudder that Jason had not failed. He had sacrificed everything: his name, his family, his reputation, his life, to unite the galaxy. And now here Jaina was, watching the birth of a galaxy-wide League of Worlds dedicated to working together in peace. Had Jason won, after all? "Hey, take it easy, kid." Her father stepped in front of the vidscreen. "Dalla's not that scary."
"Sorry, Dad,"
Jaina said, glad to be looking at his face instead of Dalla's.
"It's not Dalla. I was just thinking of what Kaitis sacrificed. At the end, there was a second when he just stopped fighting so he could warn Tenel Ka."
Jaina could not bring herself to look at her parents when she told them this next part, but she had to tell. They deserved to know.
"I think he became Jason again for a second before I killed him."
"Jaina, it's okay."
Her mother started to reach for her arm again, then barely caught herself.
"If you had hesitated, you would be the dead one."
Jaina shook her head.
"I could have given him a second,"
she said.
"If I had, maybe he could have made Tenel Ka understand in time to save Alana."
Jaina forced herself to look back to her parents, and was amazed to see that they didn't appear all that upset. In fact, they looked a little bit guilty. "Yeah, about that," her father said. "There's something we haven't been able to tell you yet." Jaina frowned.
"What?"
Her mother went to the door and opened it, then said,
"Amelia, would you come in here for a minute?"
Jaina looked to her father.
"Amelia?"
"A war orphan," he said. "Turns out the kid's force-sensitive. Your mother and I are going to be acting as guardians while she's at the Jedi Academy." Jaina began to grow very suspicious.
"An orphan?"
"That's how it was explained to us,"
her mother said.
"But it's possible the mother just felt the Jedi Academy would be a safer environment than she was able to provide."
She ushered a nervous-looking child of about 4 or 5 into the room. The girl had a swarthy complexion and short-cropped black hair, and for a minute it actually fooled Jaina. But the button nose was a bit of a giveaway. as was the familiar hint of her brother and Tenel Ka in the girl's Force presence.
"Hello, Jaina,"
Alana's small voice said.
"They tell me we're going to be sisters now."
Jaina smiled, her heart suddenly filling with a joy she had not thought imaginable just 10 seconds earlier.
"I guess we are, Amelia. Welcome to the family."
End of Star Wars: Legacy of the Force, Invincible, Book 9, by Troy Denning.